Preface of Anglo-American Memories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Wales. Anglo-Memories by George Washburn Smalley. Preface. These memories were written in the first instance for Americans and have appeared week by week, each Sunday in the New York Tribune. This may be evident enough from the way in which some subjects are dealt with, but they must stand in great part as they were written, since the book is published both in London and New York. They are, in some slight degree, autobiographical, but only so far as is necessary to explain my relations with those men and women of whom I have written, or with the great journal, the New York Tribune, I so long served. But they are mainly concerned with men of exceptional mark and position in America and Europe whom I have met, and with events of which I had some personal knowledge. There is no attempt at a consecutive story. London, December, 1910. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1, New England in 1850, Daniel Webster. My memories begin with that New England of 50 years ago, and more, which has pretty well passed out of existence. I knew all or nearly all the men who made that generation famous. Everett, Charles Sumner, "the whitest soul I ever knew," said Emerson; Wendell Phillips, Garrison; Andrew, the greatest of the great war governors; Emerson, Wendell Holmes, Theodore Parker, Lowell, and many more. And of all I shall presently have something to say. Earlier than any of them comes the Reverend Dr. Emmons, a forgotten name, for a long time pastor of the little church in the little town of Franklin, where I was born, in Norfolk County, in that state of Massachusetts, on which Daniel Webster pronounced the only possible eulogy: "I shall enter on no encomium upon Massachusetts. She needs none. There she is. Behold her, and judge for yourselves. There is her history. The world knows it by heart." Whether the world knows it by heart may be a question. We are perhaps a little too apt to assume that things American loom as large to other eyes as to our own. But whether the world knows Massachusetts by heart or not, we know it, and the rest does not much matter. Every son of hers will add for himself, "God bless her." Dr. Emmons was of the austere school of Calvinists, descending more directly from the still more austere school of Jonathan Edwards. I cannot have been more than 3 or 4 years old when I last saw him, but I see him still, tall, slight, bent, wasted, long gray locks floating loosely about his head, his face the face of an ascetic, yet kindly, and I still feel the gentle touch of the old man's hand as it rested on my baby head. And I see the imprint of his venerable feet, which it was his habit to rest on the painted wainscoting of his small, scantily furnished study. My father was first his colleague, then his successor; then was called, as the phrase is, to the Second Congregational Church in Worcester, whence he passed many years later to the First Presbyterian Church in Troy, New York, where he died. Worcester was at that time, 1840 to 1860, a charming example of the thriving New England village which had grown to be a town with pleasant, quiet streets. Even Main Street, its chief thoroughfare, was quiet, and pleasant houses of colonial and later styles standing in pleasant grounds. A beautiful simplicity of life prevailed, and a high standard. Without pretense, not without dignity. The town had given, and was to give, not a few governors to the Commonwealth: Governor Lincoln, Governor Davis, Honest John, another Lieutenant Governor, Davis, and 2 Governor Washburns, to the first of whom we lived next door in Pearl Street, in the shadow of the Episcopal Church, of which the Reverend Dr. Huntington, translated afterwards to Grace Church in New York, and widely known, was rector. Later I read law for a year in the office of Governor Washburn's partner. Afterward, that Senator Hoar, who in learning and capacity stood second to few in Washington, and in character to none. 20 years ago my mind filled with these images of almost rural charm. I went back on a visit to Worcester. It had grown to be a city of near 100,000 people, and unrecognizable. The charm had vanished. The roar of traffic was to be heard everywhere. Surface cars raced through the streets. Blazing gilt signs, with strange and often foreign names emblazoned on them in gigantic letters, plastering and half hiding the fronts of the buildings. Mostly new. It might have been a section of New York. At any rate, it was given over to the fierce competition of business. Of the tranquillity which once brooded over the town, no trace was left. I suppose it all means prosperity, in which I rejoice, but it was not my Worcester. If it be still, as we used affectionately to call it, the heart of the Commonwealth, then I suppose the Commonwealth also has changed, for better or for worse, according to your point of view. Boston certainly has changed, and as certainly for the worse. Where is the old Boston we all loved? What has become of those historic streets which the great men of more than one great generation trod? Where is the dignity, the quaint old-fashioned beauty, the stamp of distinction, the leisureliness of life, the atmosphere which Winthrop and Endicott, John Hancock and Otis, Everett and Andrew once breathed? The only Boston they knew is today a city of tumult and uproar, amid which the State House and the Common and the Old South Church and State Street itself seem anachronisms and untimely survivals of other and holier days. In the old Worcester, and for aught I know in the new, far up on Elm Street as it climbs the hill and pushes toward the open country, stood Governor Lincoln's house, square, white, well back from the street, a fence enclosing the broad lawn, steps, and an arched iron gateway in the center. To me, ever memorable because there I first saw Daniel Webster. He had come to Worcester campaigning for Taylor, whose nomination for the presidency over his own head he had at first declared unfit to be made. He arrived in the dusk of evening, and drove in Governor Lincoln's open landau to the house. A multitude waiting to greet him filled the street. Webster descended from the carriage, went up the 3 steps from the sidewalk to the gateway, turned, and faced the cheering crowd. The rays from the lighted lantern in the center of the arch fell full on his face. I do not remember whether I thought then, but I have often thought since, of what Emerson said: "If Webster were revealed to me on a dark night by a flash of lightning, I should be at a loss to know whether an angel or a demon stood before me." That night, at any rate, there was a touch of the demon. His advocacy of the successful soldier was an act of renunciation. The leadership of the Whig party belonged to him and not to Zachary Taylor, and if not to Webster, it belonged to Henry Clay. He had not forgiven his successful soldier rival. He never forgave him. Nor could he all at once put to sleep for another 4 years his honorable ambition. His eyes blazed with a fire not all celestial. The grave aspect of the man and grave courtesy of his greeting to the people before him only half hid the resentment which fed their inward fire. But he stood a pillar of state. Deep on his front engraven, "Deliberation sat and public care." A colossal figure. We boys in Massachusetts were all brought up to worship Webster, and worship him we did, till the fall came, and the 7th of March speech turned reverence into righteous wrath. There was a certain likeness in feature between Mr. Webster and Mr. Gladstone. The eyes in both were dark, deep-set, and wide apart, beneath heavily overhanging brows. In both the flame was volcanic. The features in both were chiseled strongly, the lines clear-cut, the contour of the face and the air of command much the same in the great American and the great Englishman. But Mr. Gladstone had, before the political disasters of his later years had angered him, a benignity which Webster lacked. In stature, in massiveness of frame, in presence, in that power which springs from repose and from the forces of reserve, there was no comparison. Webster had all this, and Gladstone had none. I have before me, as I write, a private photograph of Mr. Gladstone from the camera of a lady who had something more than technical skill, and who had a sympathetic insight into character and an art sense. Among the hundreds of photographs of the Tory Liberal, the Protectionist Free Trader, the Imperialist Home Ruler, this is the finest and truest I have seen. But it is one which brings out his unlikeness to Webster far more clearly than those resemblances I have noted. If those resemblances have not before been remarked, there are, I imagine, few men living who have seen both men in the full splendor of their heroic mold. The records of those later days are full, not only of admiring friendship for Webster, but also of that bitterness which his apostasy, for so we thought it, begot. Even friends turned against him after his support of the Fugitive Slave Law. As for his enemies, there was no limit to their language. A single unpublished incident will show what the feeling was. At a meeting of the abolitionists in the Boston Melodeon, Charles Lennox Raymond, a Negro, in the course of a diatribe against the white race, called Washington a scoundrel. Wendell Phillips, who was on the platform, intervened. "No, Charles, don't say that. Don't call Washington a scoundrel. The great Virginian held slaves, but he was a great Virginian still, and a great American. It is not a fit word to use. It is not descriptive. Besides, if you call Washington a scoundrel, how are you going to describe Webster? Besides, again, the Fugitive Slave Law wrought the redemption of Massachusetts, and we owe that redemption to Webster, indirectly. It was the rendition of Anthony Burns in 1854, 2 years after Webster's death, which completed the conversion of the Bay State from the pro-slavery to the anti-slavery faith. But what I can tell of the unwritten history of those black days must be for another time. Whatever Webster's faults, and whatever resentment he aroused in 1850, he remained, and will long remain, the foremost citizen of Massachusetts in that generation. Go to his opponents if you want testimony for that. Ask Wendell Phillips, and he answered in one of his finest sentences, pouring scorn on the men who took up, so late as 1861, Webster's mission to crush anti-slavery agitation. "It was Webster who announced from the steps of the Revere House that he would put down this agitation. The great statesman, discredited and defeated, sleeps at Marshfield by the solemn waves of the Atlantic, contempsi Catiline gladios, non tuos pertimescam." The half-omnipotence of Webster we defied. Who heeds this peddler's empty speech? Ask Theodore Parker, who delivered in the Music Hall of Boston a discourse on Webster's death, half invective, more than half panegyric, whether he would or no. It was, I think, Parker who said of him that 4 American masterpieces in 4 different kinds were Webster's. The ablest argument ever heard in the Supreme Court of the United States, that in the Dartmouth College case, was his. His was the noblest platform speech of his time at the dedication of Bunker Hill Monument. His the most persuasive address to an American jury in the White murder case at Salem, with its tremendous epigram, "There is no refuge from confession but suicide, and suicide is confession." His, finally, the profoundest exposition of constitutional law, the reply to Hayne in the United States Senate. All these were Webster's, and to Webster alone could any such tribute be paid. When I heard Webster in Faneuil Hall, where he was perhaps at his best and most at home, it seemed to me it mattered little what he said. The authority of the man was what told. Before he had uttered a word, he had possession of the minds of the 3,000 people who stood, for we were all standing, waiting for the words we knew would be words of wisdom. Twice I have seen a similar effect by very different artists. once by Rachel at the Boston Theatre as Camille in Corneille's Horace, when the mere apparition of that white-robed figure and the first rays from those deep burning eyes laid a spell on the audience. Not once, but many times, by Amy de Clay at the Prince's Theatre in London and at the Gymnasia in Paris. Of her I shall have something to say by and by, but I name her now because she had that rarest of gifts, the power of gathering an audience into her two small hands while still, silent, and motionless, and thereafter never letting them go. In her it was perhaps a magnetic force of emotion, for she was the greatest of emotional actresses. In Webster it was the domination of an irresistible personality, with an unmatched intellectual supremacy, and the prestige of an unequaled career. Whatever it was, we all bowed to it. We were there to take orders from him, to think his thoughts, to do as he would have us. He might have talked nonsense. We should not have thought it was nonsense. He might have reversed his policy. We should have held him consistent. We should have followed him, believing the road was the same we had always traveled together. He was still the man whom Massachusetts delighted to honor. The forces of the whole state were at his disposal, as they had been for 30 years. He stood upon the platform, an august, a majestic figure, from which the blue coat and buff trousers and the glitter of gilt buttons did not detract. Once, and only once, have I found myself under the sway of an individuality more masterful than Webster's, much later in life, so that the test was more decisive. But it was not Mr. Gladstone's. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Massachusetts Puritanism, the Yale Class of 1853. Massachusetts was in those days, that is, in the middle of the last century, in the bonds of that inherited and unrelaxing Puritanism which was her strength and her weakness. Darwin had not spoken, the effort to reconcile science and theology, not religion, had only begun. Agassiz was still the voice most trusted, and he, with all his scientific genius and knowledge, was on the side of the angels. The demand for evidence had not yet overcome the assertion of ecclesiastical authority in matters of belief. The spiritual ascendancy of the New England minister was little, if at all, impaired, and his political ascendancy had still to be reckoned with. There were, I suppose, no two places in the world so much under the dominion of one form or another of priestly rule as the 6 New England states and Scotland, and therefore no two between which spiritual and political resemblances were so close. There were, however, influences which, while less visible, were sometimes more potent. The pastor was the figurehead of a congregational church, or, to use Phillips' simile, he was the walking beam which the observer might think the propelling force of the steamboat. But, said Phillips, there's always a fanatic down in the hold, feeding the fires. The fanatics were the deacons. They often had in them the spirit of persecution. They encroached upon, and sometimes usurped, the rightful authority of the true head of the church, the pastor, in matters of faith and matters of conduct alike. They constituted themselves the guardians of the morals of the flock, the pastor and his family included. My father was a man whose mind ran strongly toward liberalism. He had nothing of the inquisitor about him, but his deacons were possessed with a school-mastering demon. They had the vigilance of the detective policeman and a deep sense of responsibility to their Creator for the behavior of their fellow men. Good and conscientious citizens, all of them, but indisposed to believe that men who held other opinions than theirs might also be good. Their individual consciences were to be the guide of life to the rest of the world. If they had not the ferocity of Mucklewraith, they had his intolerance. They would have made absence from divine service a statutory offense, as the earlier Puritans did. 2 services each Sunday, a Sunday school in between, and prayer meetings on Wednesdays. All these must be punctually attended by us children, and were. When a decision had to be taken about my going to college, I wished to be sent to Harvard, as every Massachusetts boy naturally would. But Harvard was a Unitarian college, and the deacons persuaded my father that the welfare of my immortal soul would be imperiled if I was taught Greek and Latin by professors who did not believe in a Trinitarian God. This spirit of theological partisanship prevailed, and I was sent to Yale. At that admirable seat of learning there was no danger of laxity or heresy. The strictest Presbyterianism was taught relentlessly, and the strictest discipline enforced. Chapel, morning and evening, 3 or perhaps 4 services on Sunday, in all, let us say, some 18 separate compulsory attendances on religious exercises each week. Would it be wonderful if a boy who had undergone all this for 4 years should consider that he had earned the right to relaxation in after days? None the less willingly do I acknowledge my debt to Yale, a debt which would have been heavier had I been more industrious. The president of the university in our time was the Reverend Dr. Wolseley, learned, austere, kindly, but remote. We boys saw little of him except on a pedestal or in the pulpit. When he bade the class farewell, he made us a friendly little speech and proposed a toast. "The class of 1853, I drink their healths in water. May their names not be writ in water." Nor were they. Perhaps no class contained so many members who have filled larger spaces for a longer time in the public eye and the public press. There was Stedman, the poet and poet-critic. He left poems which will live forever, but no such body of poetical achievement as he might have produced had not circumstances obliged him to devote to business and to editorial work abilities superior to either. He is not remembered preeminently as a poet of patriotism, but the only poem of Stedman's included in Emerson's Parnassus is his John Brown of Osawatomie, written, was it not for the Tribune, in November 1859, while Brown lay in his Virginian jail waiting to be hanged. Stedman, his genius flowering in a prophetic insight, warned them, but his Virginians don't do it rang unavailingly through the land, and his Old Brown, Osawatomie Brown, may trouble you more than ever when you've nailed his coffin down, never reached the Virginian mind till Northern regiments sang their way through Southern states to the tune of John Brown's body. Stedman's range was wide. He set perhaps most value on his lyrics and idylls. That was the title he gave to the volume of poems published in London in 1879, selected by himself for his English readers. His American friends will like to be reminded that the first third of the volume is given to American lyrics and idylls, including Old Brown, and that tender monody on Horace Greeley, which no Tribune reader can have forgotten. There was Charlton Lewis, an admirable Crichton in his versatility, if the serious meaning of that name has survived Mr. Barrie's travesty of it on the stage. We knew him at Yale as a mathematician who played with the toughest problems proposed to us by mathematical tutors and professors, whose very names I forget. We knew him afterward as lawyer, insurance expert, Latin lexicographer, journalist, financier, and editor of Harper's Book of Facts, the best of all books of facts. But now, or when I last inquired, out of print, and not easily procurable. He understood cards also. Playing whist, which I think was forbidden in college, he dealt to his partner and to adversaries the usual miscellaneous hand, and to himself, by way of jest, all 13 trumps. When the enemy remonstrated, Lewis answered, If you will specify any other order in which it is mathematically more probable that the hands would be distributed, I will admit that this is not the product of chance." An answer to which there was no answer. He delighted in puzzling minds less acute and less scientific than his own. Few men have had a more serviceable brain than his, or known better how to use it, and his power of work knew no limit. There was Mr. Justice Shiraz, of the United States Supreme Court. There was Fred Davies, a dignitary of the Church, in whom professional decorum never extinguished a natural sense of fun and good fellowship. There was, and happily still is, Andrew White, historian, writer of books, president of Cornell University, ambassador, and, in a forgetful moment, one of President Cleveland's commission to determine the boundary line between a British colony and a foreign state, neither of whom had asked him to draw it. There was Isaac Bromley, one of the world's jesters, who make life amusing to everybody but themselves, whom all his colleagues on the Tribune valued for qualities which were his own and not ours. Not the least of the many eulogies which death brought him was the testimony of those who knew him best, that his humor was good-humored. The most casual reader must have noticed how various are the talents and characters among the 106 graduates of 1853. There are many more. There is Wayne McVeigh, the most delightful of companions, counsel in great causes all his life, Attorney General of the United States, ambassador to Rome, one of the men who paid least respect to social conventionalities, yet in Washington a central figure in society. But neither law nor society gave full scope for the restless energy of his mind. During all the later years I have known McVeigh, he has been a thinker, serious, daring, too often unsound. His reading has been largely among books dealing with those new social problems which vex the minds of men, often needlessly, and disturb clear brains. Novelties interested him, and the drift of his thoughts was toward radical reconstruction, and toward one form or another of socialism. He espoused new opinions with vehemence, and sometimes reverted with vehemence to the old. We met again in London some 25 years ago. McVeigh delivered to a little company at lunch a brief but reasoned and rather passionate discourse against our diplomatic service in Europe. When I suggested that we had none, he retorted, "But we have ministers and legations, and though some of our ministers are good and able men, they are wasted. No minister is needed. All the business of the United States in Europe could be done and ought to be done by consuls, and all the legations ought to be abolished and the ministers recalled." I forget just how long it was after this outburst that McVeigh was appointed Minister to Constantinople, and accepted and served, with credit and distinction, and afterwards more efficiently still as Ambassador to Rome. He had a pretty wit in conversation, and a power of repartee before which many an antagonist went down. A celebrated American causeur once attacked him as a Democrat. "Yes," answered McVeigh, "I am a Democrat, and know it. You are a Democrat, and don't know it. You have just been made president of a great railroad corporation. The stock sells today at 120, but before you have been president 3 years, you will have brought it within reach of the humblest citizen." An unfulfilled prophecy, but that is what makes prophecy so useful as an instrument of debate. Only time can prove it false. These men, and many more, gave distinction to the class. Randall Gibson, of Louisiana, afterward Confederate General and United States Senator, cannot be omitted from the briefest catalogue. He was one of a small band of Southerners at Yale. When you came to know him, you understood what the South means by the word gentleman, and by its application of the title to the best of its own people, or to the ruling class in the South as a whole. Already, of course, and even in this younger brood, the clash of interests and sentiments, the prologue to the omen coming on, the strained relations between South and North, were visible, and vexatious enough in social intercourse. Randall Gibson was saturated with Southern ideas, and perhaps had the prejudice of his race, but he kept them to himself, and did not impart them to us of the North. He lived in the upper air, yet he looked down on nobody. There was no more popular man, yet no man who held himself so completely aloof from the familiarities common enough as between classmates. In after life, from the havoc of war and other causes, he suffered much and bore disaster with courage. He was a man with reference to whom it was possible, and was always possible, to use the much abused word chivalrous, with the certainty it could not be misunderstood. When he died, there passed away a beautiful example of a type common in literature, rare in life, rarest of all in this generation, the grand seigneur. There was lately an Englishman, Earl Spencer, whom Randall Gibson resembled, slightly in appearance, closely in those essential traits which go to the making of character. The same urbanity, the same considerateness to others, the same loyalty of nature, the same shining courage, the same unfailing effort to conform to high ideals. Both men had the pride of race and of descent. In both it turned to fine effects. I have known Lord Spencer to submit, I may be forgiven this distant allusion, to what can only be called an extortion rather than engage in a legal controversy he thought undignified, yet out of which he would have come victorious. I have known Randall Gibson to give the verdict of fate, the award of undeserved adversity, rather than defend himself when his success might have exposed his comrades to censure. The world may call it in both of them quixotic, but the world would be a much better place to live in if quixotry of this sort were commoner than it is. Neither of these two men railed against the world, or complained of its ethical standard. All they did was to have each a standard of his own, and to govern their own lives accordingly. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3, Yale Professors, Harvard Law School. The three Yale professors whose names, after all these years, stand out most clearly to me are Thatcher, Hadley, and Porter. Professor Thatcher taught Latin. They used to say he knew Tacitus by heart, perhaps only a boyish emphasis upon his knowledge of the language and literature. He was, at any rate, a good Latinist, and a good teacher. What was perhaps more rare, he was a genial companion, to whom the distance between professor and pupil was not impassable. He won our sympathies because he gave us his, and our admiration, and almost our affection, went with our sympathies. He was one of the few college dignitaries upon whom the student feels himself privileged to look back as a friend, for on his side the spirit of friendly kindness governed the relations between us. Of Professor Hadley's Hellenism we expressed our admiration by saying he dreamed in Greek. To us, so long as we were in his hands, Greek was the language of the gods. The modern heresies touching the place of Greek in a liberal education had at that time not been heard of, or had taken no hold upon the minds of either teacher or pupil. We learnt Greek, so far as we learnt it, in the same unquestioning spirit as we read the Bible, so far as we read it. Hadley taught us something more than grammar and prosody. He taught us to look at the world through Greek eyes, and to think Greek thoughts. To him the Greek language and literature were not dead, but alive, and he sought to make them live again in his pupils. I don't say that he always succeeded, or often, at least, we perceived his aim, and we listened with delight to the roll of Homer's hexameters from his flexible lips. For the time being he was a Greek. To this illusion his dark eyes and olive skin, and the soft, full tones of his voice contributed. Some of his enthusiasms, if not much of his learning, imparted themselves to us. If we presently forgot what we learned, the influence remained. "I do not ask," said Sainte-Beuve, "that a man shall know Latin or Greek. All I ask is that he shall have known it." A sentence in which there is a whole philosophy of education, a philosophy which the universities that have abolished Greek out of their compulsory courses forgot to take into account. Professor Porter's mission was to implant in our young minds some conception of moral philosophy and of rhetoric. He taught persuasively, sometimes eloquently, and always with a clearness of thought and purpose which made him intelligible to the dullest and instructive. He had another means of appeal to his students. He was human and sympathetic. We looked upon our professors as, for the most part, beings far removed from us, exalted by their position and virtues above us, and above mankind in general, a sort of demigods who had descended to earth for the good of its inhabitants, to whom, however, they were not of kin. We never thought that of Professor Porter. He had a magical smile. It was the magic of kindness. We fancied that the faculty dealt with the students in a spirit of strict justice, from their point of view, if not always from ours. They were a high court of justice, which laid down the law and enforced penalties out of proportion to the offense. It was law, and the administration of it was inexorable. Not so Porter. He was never a hanging judge. I know it because I owed to him the privilege of remaining at Yale to the end of my 4 years. I have quite forgotten what crime I committed, but it was one for which, according to the strict code by which the undergraduates were governed, expulsion was the proper sentence, or perhaps only suspension, which in my case would have meant the same thing. But Professor Porter intervened. There were mitigating circumstances. These he pressed upon his colleagues, and I believe he even made himself answerable for my good behavior thereafter. I stayed on, and if I did not profit as I ought to have profited by the opportunity I owed to him, I was at least grateful to him, and still am. Professor Porter became later president of Yale, one on the roll of chief magistrates of the university to whom not Yale only, but the country is, and for 200 years has been, indebted. He ruled wisely, fine administrative qualities reinforcing his scholarly distinction. He was beloved, and his name is forever a part of the history of this great college. Looking back on those days, and on the professors I have known since, at Yale, Harvard, Columbia, and 1 or 2 other American universities, one thing impresses me beyond all others. It is the spirit of devotion in those men, of devotion to learning, to letters, to their colleges, and to their country. Many of them were, and many in these days are, men who had before them other and far more profitable careers. They might have won much wider fame and made a great deal more money. They have been content with the appreciation of their own world, and with salaries which, I believe, never exceed $6,000, and are commonly much less. When English critics, albeit in a friendly spirit, have commented (in private, not in public) on the American love of money-making, I have made this answer, pointing to the absolute unselfishness of one of the highest type of American citizen all over the land, and to their conception of what is best in American life. I have always added that though others may speak of their renunciation as a sacrifice, they never do. So far as I know them, they are content, and more than content. They rejoice in their work and in the modest circumstances which alone their income permits. Now and then we hear of some brilliant scholar as having refused a lucrative post in order to go on teaching and studying. There are many more, whom we never hear of publicly, to all of whom the country owes a debt of gratitude, if nothing else, which it does not always pay. But here in England, if you state the facts, you will find them accepted and welcomed as the best answer to the reproach of money ambitions, a reproach based on conspicuous exceptions to the general American rule of thrift and simplicity. After graduating at Yale, and after a year in Mr. Hoare's office at Worcester, I went to the Harvard Law School. Harvard was as much a Unitarian university as ever, but perhaps it was considered that law was a safeguard against loose theology, or perhaps the old reasons were no longer omnipotent. I attempt no comparisons between Yale and Harvard. There is no kind of likeness between undergraduate's and postgraduate life. During 4 years at Yale, the discipline had been rigid. At the law school in Cambridge, I cannot remember that we were under any restraint whatever. In New Haven, we lived either in the college dormitories or in houses approved by the faculty, and I am not sure that in my time we did not all sleep within the college limits, insanitary and uncomfortable as many of the buildings then were. But the law student in Cambridge lived where he would, and as he would. He went to chapel or not, weekdays and Sundays alike, to suit himself. Not even attendance at the law lectures was compulsory. It seems to have been held that students had come to the school upon serious business, and that their own interest and the success of their future careers would be enough to ensure their presence. It was not always so. The very freedom which ought to have put men on their honor sometimes became a temptation, and Boston was a temptation, as it was, and must always be, to undergraduates and graduates alike. The years were drawing on. It was now 1854, and the sectional antagonism of which there had been evidence enough at Yale was increasing. We were older, and the crisis was nearer. There was a kind of law school parliament in which all things were put to the issue of debate, and the air often grew hot. Angry words were exchanged between Southerners and Northerners. The rooted belief of the Southerner, or of many Southerners, that they had a monopoly of courage, was sometimes expressed. More than once challenges were talked of, though I believe none was actually sent. There was a choleric young gentleman from Missouri who put himself forward as champion of slavery, and there was an attempt to deny to us of the North the right to express our opinions on our own soil, which did not succeed. The Missourian was the exception. Of the Southerners in general at Harvard, I should say what I have said of those at Yale. If they felt themselves of a superior race, they accepted the obligations of superiority, and treated their inferiors with an amiable condescension for which we were not always grateful. These were not matters of which the authorities of Dane Law School took notice. Their business was to teach law. Judge Parker was a real lawyer, who afterwards revised the general statutes of Massachusetts into something like coherence and the symmetry of a code. He handled the law in a scientific spirit, without emphasis, not without dry humor, and had ever a luminous method of exposition, which grew more luminous as the subjects grew more abstruse. His colleague, Mr. Theophilus Parsons, was, I think, what is called a case lawyer, to whom the chose jugée was as sacred as it was more recently to the anti-Dreyfusards. There are always, and I suppose always will be, lawyers to whom decisions are more than principles. Parsons was one of these, while Parker's aim was to present to the student the whole body of law as a homogeneous whole, organic, capable of abstract treatment, capable of being set forth in the dry light of reason. Whether it was the difference in the men or in their methods, I know not, but there can be no doubt that Judge Parker's lectures were better attended and more devoutly listened to by the students, and that his system bore fruit. For it created a habit of mind, and under his teaching a legal mind was formed, and became a better instrument for use at the bar. The bar of Massachusetts was at that time in a period of splendor, as it had been for generations. Webster was gone, and there was no second Webster. He was the leader, not only of the Massachusetts bar, but of the American bar. But Rufus Choate was still in his prime, whose eccentricities of manner and of speech could not disguise forensic abilities of almost the first order. Sidney Bartlett, his rival, was as sound as Choate was showy. But Choate also was sound, though he had a spirit of adventure which carried him too far, and a rhetoric not seldom flamboyant. Some of his phrases are historical, as of a witness who sought to palliate his dishonesty by declaring that he never disclosed his iniquitous scheme. "A soliloquy of fraud," retorted Choate. I heard one of his brethren at the bar say to him as he came into court, "I suppose you will give us a great sensation to-day, Mr. Choate?" "No," answered Choate, "it is too great a case for sensation." And he tried it all day with sedateness. Chief Justice Shaw disliked him, or disliked his methods, and sometimes showed his dislike, overruling him rather roughly. The great judge was not an Apollo, and there came a day when Mr. Choate, smarting under judicial censure, remarked in an audible aside to his associate counsel, "The Chief Justice suggests to me an Indian idol. We feel that he is great, and we see that he is ugly." But amenities like that were unusual. General Butler, afterward too famous at New Orleans and Fort Fisher, yet after that the Democratic governor of Whig Massachusetts, had a none too savory renown at the bar. Yet it was said of him by an opponent, "If you try your case fairly, Butler will try his side of it fairly, but if you play tricks, he will play more tricks than you can." His sense of humor was his own, sometimes effective and sometimes not. Defending a railway against an action by a farmer whose wagon had been run over by a train, and who alleged that the lookout sign was not, as required by law, in letters 5 inches long, Butler made him admit he had not looked at the sign. "Then," said Butler to the jury, "it could not have availed had the sign been in letters of living light, 5 inches long." The best contrast to Butler was Richard H. Dana, as good a lawyer or better, and with the best traditions of a high-minded bar, pursued in the best spirit. But I will leave Dana till I come to the Burns case. Chapter 4 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, How Massachusetts in 1854 Surrendered the Fugitive Slave, Anthony Burns. It was in May, 1854, that Anthony Burns of Virginia was arrested in Boston as a fugitive slave, and brought before Judge Loring, United States Commissioner under the Fugitive Slave Act of 1850. I am not going to retell the familiar story of his so-called trial, and of the surrender of Burns to Colonel Suttle, also of Virginia. The actual military rank held by Suttle I do not know, but I call him Colonel on general principles, or on the principle announced by the late Max Aurel in his book on America, with its population of 60 millions, la plupart des colonels. But I will tell what I saw, and what sort of impression the event made at the time upon an eye-witness who belonged to the dominant and most conservative party in the State, the Whig party. The arrest of Burns made a stir in the old Commonwealth comparable to none other which had occurred down to that time. From Worcester, where I was then reading more or less law with Mr. Hoare, I went to Boston to look on at these proceedings. I went from no particular feeling of sympathy with Burns, nor yet mainly from abhorrence of that subservience to slaveholders in which, until after Webster's 7th of March speech in 1850, Massachusetts had been steeped. I went from curiosity. I wanted to see how the legal side of it was managed, for though the popular dislike of such proceedings, which neither the Shadrach nor the Sims case had fully roused, was then slumbering, the State had, so long ago as 1843, passed a law forbidding any judge or other officer holding a commission from the State to take any part in the rendition of any person claimed as a fugitive slave under the old Act of Congress of 1793. Yet here was a Massachusetts judge of probate, sitting as United States Commissioner, and doing the work which in the South itself was done by bloodhounds, and by the basest of mankind. I thought I should like to see how such a man looked while engaged upon that task, the more so as he bore a good Massachusetts name, and what kind of a trial a fugitive slave was to have on Massachusetts soil. Burns was seized on a Wednesday evening, May 24th. He appeared before Judge Loring at 9 o'clock Thursday morning, handcuffed between two policemen. It was obviously intended that the trial should begin and end that same morning. Burns had been allowed to see nobody. He had no counsel. When Robert Morris, a colored lawyer, tried to speak to him, the policeman drove him away. By chance, Mr. Richard H. Dana, Jr., and another lawyer of repute, Mr. C. M. Ellis, heard of what was going on, and went to the courtroom. Dana intervened, not as counsel, for he had no standing as counsel, but as amicus curiae, and asked that the hearing be postponed, and that Burns be allowed to consult friends and counsel. The black man sat there, stupefied and terrified, as Dana said, incapable of thought or action. After repeated protests by Dana and Ellis, Judge Loring put off the hearing till Saturday. But Burns was still kept in secret confinement. When Wendell Phillips asked to see him to arrange that he should have counsel, the United States Marshal refused. Phillips went to Cambridge to see Judge Loring, and Judge Loring gave him an order of admission to the cell. But he said to Phillips, this Judge Commissioner said of the cause he was about to try judicially, "Mr. Phillips, the case is so clear that I do not think you will be justified in placing any obstacle in the way of this man's going back, as he probably will." A remark without precedent or successor in Massachusetts jurisprudence, which, before and since, has ever borne an honorable renown for judicial impartiality. When I went to the courthouse on the Saturday, it had become a fortress. There were United States Marshals and their deputies, police in great numbers, and United States Marines. The chain had not then been hung about the building, nor had Chief Justice Shaw yet crawled beneath it. I was allowed to enter the building, and to go upstairs to the corridor on the first floor, out of which opened the door of the courtroom where Burns was being tried, not for his life, but for freedom, which was more than life. There I was stopped. The police officer at the door would listen to nothing. The courtroom, free by law and by custom to all citizens, was closed by order, as I understood, not of the commissioner who was holding his slave court, but by the United States Marshal, who was responsible for the custody of Burns, and alarmed by the state of public opinion. While I argued with the police, there came up a smart young officer of United States Marines. He asked what it was all about. I said I was a law student and wished to enter. "Admit him," said the officer of the United States Marines. He waited till he saw his order obeyed and the police stand aside from the door, then bowed to me and went his way. So it happened that it was to an officer of an armed force of the United States that I was indebted for the privilege of entering a Massachusetts courtroom while a public trial was going on. Inside they were taking testimony. Mr. Dana and Mr. Ellis were now acting as counsel for Burns, who still seemed stupefied and terrified. The testimony was only interesting because it concerned the liberty of a human being. Judge Loring sat upon the bench with at last an anxious look, as if he had begun to realize the storm that was raging outside, and the revolt of Massachusetts against this business of slave catching by Massachusetts judges. I spoke for a moment with Mr. Dana, and then with one or two of the anti-slavery leaders who sat listening to the proceedings. That sealed my fate. When I returned after the adjournment, I was again refused admission and ordered to leave the courthouse. When I told the deputy marshal I had as much right there as he had, and would take no orders from him, he threatened me with arrest. But of this he presently thought better, and finding all protest useless, I went away. Of the trial, therefore, I saw and heard little, but of the Faneuil Hall meeting, called to protest against the surrender, I saw much, though not of the sequel to it in Court Square. Most of the abolitionist leaders were there, but the abolitionists at that time would have been lost in the great spaces of Faneuil Hall. The 3,000 men who crowded it were the solid men of Boston, who by this time had begun to think they did not care to see a Virginian slaveholder crack his whip about their ears. The Puritan temper was up. The spirit of Otis and Hancock and Sam Adams burned once more in the hearts of living men. The cheers were incessant, cheers for men who a few days before had been almost outcasts, far outside, at any rate, the sacred sphere in which the men of State Street and Beacon Street dwelt. Theodore Parker, who spoke first from a gallery, was cheered, and Phillips was cheered. As the evening grew on, it was evident that violent counsels were likely to prevail. Already there had been, all over the city, talk of a rescue. Parker, ever prone to extreme views, was for it, and made a speech for which he was indicted, but of course never tried. The indictment was but a piece of vindictive annoyance. But evidently nothing had been prepared, or if it had been, these leaders had not been taken into the confidence of the men who meant real business. Toward the end, someone, name unknown, moved that the meeting adjourn to the Revere House to groan subtle. Parker, who was not chairman, put the motion and declared it carried, as beyond doubt it was, and with wild shouts the vast audience, too closely packed to move quickly, set their faces to the door and began streaming slowly out. Phillips, who was against this plan and against any violence not efficiently organized, came forward on the platform. The few sentences he uttered have never, I think, been reported or printed, but I can hear them still. At the first note of that clarion voice, the surging throng stopped and turned. Said Phillips, "Let us remember where we are and what we are going to do. You have said that you will vindicate the fame of Massachusetts. Let me tell you that you will never do it by going to the Revere House tonight to attempt the impossible feat of insulting a kidnapper. The zeal that won't keep till tomorrow never will free a slave." In that single moment he had recovered his control of the audience. The movement to the doors had stopped. Everyone waited for what was coming. Phillips was at his best. He was master of himself and of those before him. The words of entreaty were words of command. He stood and spoke as one having authority. But then came a voice from the other end of the hall. It belonged to Mr. Charles L. Swift, the vehement young editor of a weekly paper called the Commonwealth, and it announced that a mob of negroes had attacked the courthouse, which had been turned into a jail, and wanted help to rescue Burns. That dissolved the spell. Faces were again turned to the door. The shouts which Phillips had silenced broke loose once more, and the 3,000 citizens of Boston had become a mob. It was all to no purpose. The hall was long in emptying itself, and long before those who were really in earnest could reach the courthouse, the ill-advised and ill-planned attack had been made and failed. Colonel Higginson, who, I believe, devised it and led it, had not at that time any experience in measures of war. He had plenty of courage, of the hot-headed kind, the kind not then needed. Perhaps Alcott, who, after the rush had been made with no success, marched coolly up the steps leading to the door defended by armed police and troops, umbrella in hand, was as much a hero as anybody. But it was all over, I gathered, in a few minutes, and the only casualty was the death of a marshal's deputy, James Batchelder. I had got away from Faneuil Hall as soon as I could, and the distance to the courthouse is short. But I arrived too late to see anything but an empty square, and that open doorway with a phalanx of defenders inside. Burns was not rescued. He was surrendered, and no man who saw it ever forgot that shameful spectacle, nor doubted that it was the rendition of Anthony Burns which completed the conversion of the old Bay State from the pro-slavery to the anti-slavery faith. Webster had held the Puritan conscience in chains for a generation. It revolted, no doubt, at the 7th of March speech. It was stirred by the Shadrach and Sims cases, but the final emancipation of the State from its long thraldom to the slave power coincided with the surrender of Burns to Settle. On that Saturday men saw for themselves, and for the first time, what fugitive slave hunting in Massachusetts really meant, and what degree of degradation it brought. The courthouse in chains, the Chief Justice stooping to pass beneath them, the streets and squares crowded with state militia, guarding the entrance to every street on the route, United States Marines in Hollow Square with Burns and the United States Marshals in the center, United States troops preceding and United States artillery following. It was fitting that it should be so. The State and the United States were partners in the crime, equal offenders against the moral law, or against the higher law, which till then had been the heritage of the Puritan Commonwealth, and had sometimes been heard of even in Washington. They shared in the guilt, and shared in the infamy. Both have since amply atoned for their sin, but nothing, not even a 4-year civil war for union and freedom, not even the blood of heroes and martyrs, will ever quite wash out from the memory of those who saw it the humiliations of that day. It blistered and burnt and left a scar forever. This procession took its course in broad daylight down State Street on its way to Long Wharf, where a United States Revenue cutter waited to embark the kidnapped slave, kidnapped by process of law, and his master, Settle. The steps of the Merchants' Exchange were thronged with Lawrences and Fays and Lorings, who had been foremost in trying to crush the anti-slavery agitation. But when this column drew near, these friends and servants of the slave owner, and of the cotton trade, suddenly remembered that they were men before they were merchants, and men of Massachusetts at that. They broke into groans and cries of execration, and the troops marched past them to the music of hisses and curses. All this I saw and heard. The re-enslavement of Burns was the liberation of Massachusetts. The next time I saw troops in the streets of Boston was in April, 1861, when the 6th Massachusetts Regiment, answering to the call of President Lincoln, started for Washington via Baltimore, with results known to the world. One more incident. On the Sunday, Theodore Parker preached in the Music Hall, then the largest hall in Boston, what he called a sermon on these events. But Parker's sermons were very often like those of Cromwell's colonels. You heard in them the clash of arms, and in this more than in most. He never cared deeply about measuring his words, and he believed in speaking the truth about men as well as things, with extreme plainness. On this Sunday he was in his finest Old Testament mood, the messenger of the wrath of the Almighty. He flung open his Bible, and with the gesture of a man who draws a sword, and in tones that rang like a cry of battle, thundered out his text. Exodus 20:15, "Thou shalt not steal." The text was itself a sermon. It was the custom in this music hall church to applaud when you felt like it, or even to hiss. A deep murmur, which presently swelled into a roar of applause, greeted the text. The face of the preacher was aflame. So were his words, as he told the story of this awful week, and set in the clear light of truth the acts and words of the Massachusetts judge who had brought disgrace upon Massachusetts. When he came to the attack on the courthouse, the abortive attempt to rescue Burns, and the death of the marshal's deputy killed at his post, he burst out, "Edward Greeley Loring, I charge you with the murder of James Batchelder. You fired the shot that made his wife a widow and his children orphans. Yours is the guilt. The penalty a righteous God will exact for that life he will demand from you." To say that he left his pulpit, which was but a desk on the music-hall platform, stepped a little to one side, and stood full in view of the great company which had gathered to hear him on this peaceful Sabbath morning. A fair target for another shot had any hearer been minded to try one. You think that a fanciful suggestion? Then you know little the fierceness of the feelings which in those days raged in Boston. They presently grew fiercer, and reached a climax in 1860 and the early winter of 1861, when men on both sides for many months went armed and were quite ready to use their arms, and when Phillips and Garrison were in daily peril of their lives from assassination, and less frequently, but more deadly, from mobs. Among all that devoted band there was no braver soul than Parker's. He was by profession and training a scholar, a theologian, a man of books and letters, with a rare knowledge of languages and literature, and the best collection of German ballads in America, shelves full of them in his library at the top of his house. But by temperament he was a fighter, as befitted the grandson of that Captain John Parker who commanded the Minutemen at Lexington, April 19, 1775. He wrote much, preached often and well, and for 20 years was a great force in Boston and elsewhere. A fiery little man with a ruddy face and a great dome of a head, spectacles over his pale blue eyes, the love of God and of his fellow men in his heart, and by them beloved. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The American Defoe, Richard Henry Dana, Jr. Richard Henry Dana, Jr., to whose intervention in the Burns case we owe it that Judge Loring was compelled to grant Burns something in the nature of a trial, was a man whom Massachusetts may well be content to remember as one of her representatives for all time. By descent and in himself, he was a chosen son of that chosen people. His father, Richard Henry, his grandfather, Francis, his great-grandfather, Richard, were all jurists, all patriots, all men of letters. Take one step more, and you come to Daniel, then to Richard again, who, if not quite a voyager to New England in the Mayflower, is heard of as a resident in Cambridge in 1640. 6 Danas, nay 5, since our Dana survived his father but 3 years, span 2 centuries and a half, from father to son, as they took their march down these eventful years, an unbroken line, a race of gentlemen. It used to be made a reproach to the Dana of whom I write that he was a gentleman. Beyond doubt he deserved the reproach. When a candidate for Congress in 1868 in the Essex district against Ben Butler, that eminent warrior called him a kid-gloved aristocrat. "Not even gloved has my hand ever touched his," answered Dana in the heat of a red-hot campaign. Butler's rancor lasted to the end, as we shall see. This, of course, is no biography of Dana. I am writing of what I saw and heard, or not much more. I dealt with the Burns case as a record of personal impressions, but let me quote, as an example of Dana's method of statement, his account of Burns' arrest. He said to Judge Loring, "Burns was arrested suddenly on a false pretense, coming home at nightfall from his day's work, and hurried into custody among strange men in a strange place, and suddenly, whether claimed rightfully or claimed wrongfully, he saw he was claimed as a slave, and his condition burst upon him in a flood of terror. This was at night. You saw him, sir, the next day, and you remember the state he was then in. You remember his stupefied and terrified condition. You remember his hesitation, his timid glance about the room, even when looking in the mild face of justice. How little your kind words reassured him." That is the same hand which wrote 2 years before the mast, the touch of Defoe, with Defoe's direct simplicity of method and power of getting the effect he wanted by the simplest means, the last word in art in all arts. Dana was incapable of rhetorical extravagance or of insincerity of any kind. His 2 Years Before the Mast is as much a classic in England as at home. One proof of it is the number of pirated editions, before there was an international copyright law. He wrote to me once, "I hear there is a cheap English edition of the book which has had, because of its cheapness, a great circulation. Published, I think, in Hull. Could you send me a copy as a curiosity?" I sent it, a little fat volume with a red cloth cover, much gilt, very closely printed, and sold at a shilling, long before the days of cheap books. It had sold by scores of thousands. It is a book always in print, in one edition or another. Copyright profited Dana no more in America than in England, or not for a long time. Bryant, to whom Dana's father sent the manuscript, hawked it about from one publisher to another in vain, till finally he sold it outright to Harper's for $250, copyright and all. In my copy, with the imprint of James R. Osgood & Co., Boston, is a preface, dated 1869, in which Dana says, "After 28 years the copyright of this book has reverted to me," and so he presents the first author's edition to the public. My copy was a gift from Dana. It is among the treasures I possess and care for most, with this inscription in Dana's clear, quiet handwriting: "My dear Smalley, will you accept this volume from me, and believe me ever truly yours, Richard H. Dana, Jr., Boston, February 17, 1876." My real acquaintance with Dana had begun 10 years before, when, in June or July, 1866, we crossed the Atlantic together in what was then the crack ship of the Cunard Line, the China, the first screw that carried the Cunard flag, capable of 14 knots. The Cunarders then sailed from Boston, touched at Halifax, and thence steamed to Queenstown direct, and so on to Liverpool. Halifax was an experience. It took us, with all the Cunard seamanship, and there was none better, 4 hours to get alongside the pier, the currents running I know not how many miles an hour. The China belonged to the old school. Of all new schools, the Cunard people, now foremost in everything, had at that time an abhorrence. The saloon aft, and tapering to a point, racks over the table filled with table glass, long benches for seats, cabins crowded and dimly lighted with one smoking and smelling oil lamp in a triangular glass case between two cabins, sanitary arrangements unspeakable. I, on my first Atlantic voyage, thought it all the height of luxury, and so it was for that time. The modern comforts and splendors of sea life date from 1889, with the White Star Teutonic, launched in that year, first of the floating palaces. The China made her way from Halifax to Queenstown through a continuous fog at undiminished speed. The captain, for an exception among the Cunard captains of those days, regarded a passenger as a human being, and not merely as a parcel to be safely carried from port to port and dumped safely on the wharf, intermediate sufferings of no account. He would answer a question. I asked him, with the audacity of a novice, whether it was safe to steam day and night through a fog at full speed. "Safe? Good God, no." "Then why do you do it?" "Why? I will tell you why. First, we have got to get to Queenstown and Liverpool. Second, fogs don't last forever, and the faster we go, the sooner we shall get out of this one. And third, if there's a collision, the vessel going at the greatest speed has the best chance." So antedating by many years the famous saying of another Cunard captain, summoned to the bridge when a collision seemed imminent, finding the engines reversed, and instantly ordering full speed ahead, remarking to the first officer who had reversed the engines, "If there's any running down to be done on this voyage, I propose to do it." But there was none. When I told Dana of my talk with the China's captain, that experienced seaman and author of the Seaman's Manual observed, "I like a captain to have the courage of his opinions, but not to tell his passengers. Keep it to yourself." and I have kept it for 40 years. The captain and ship are gone to Davy Jones's locker. Nothing happened, but something very nearly happened. There had been no chance of an observation since leaving Halifax, and we made the Irish coast rather suddenly, some miles further north than we expected, came near enough to hear the breakers, and swung to the south in safety. His mind full of sea lore and of sea romance as well, Dana was the most delightful of companions on shipboard. Beneath an exterior which people thought cold, he had a great kindliness of nature. He made no professions, his acts spoke for him. He gave freely of the riches of his mind. He knew England and the ways of the English, and was full of illustrative stories. Among them was one of his first visit to the House of Commons. "I heard that night one of the best speeches to which I ever listened. Fluent, rich in facts, sound in argument, well phrased and well delivered. I said to myself, that man must carry the House with him. When he sat down, a member rose on the opposite side and spoke for perhaps 10 minutes. He stumbled along, hesitated, grew confused, his sentences without beginning or end. Nothing but a knowledge of the subject and a great sincerity to recommend him. But it was perfectly evident that the first speech had no weight with the House, and that the second convinced everybody. The first speaker was Whiteside, a brilliant Irishman and Solicitor General. The second, a county member whose name I never knew. The House thought Whiteside merely an advocate, and his speech forensic. His opponent was a man whom everybody trusted. It was character that carried the day, and you will find it generally does with the English." Dana brought to the study of the law a philosophic mind, and to the trial of causes in court a power of lucid exposition invaluable alike with the bench and with a jury. The law was to him a body of symmetrical doctrine. He referred everything to principles, the only real foundation for anything. He stood very high at the bar, for he had learning and would take immense pains, and when he brought a case into court it was a work of art. Moreover, he brought a conscience with it, and he was one of the lawyers, none too numerous, to whom even Chief Justice Shaw listened. Out of many anecdotes I have heard from him, I will choose one. He had defended in the United States Circuit Court a man indicted for aiding in the escape of a fugitive slave. "The case against him," said Dana, "was perfectly clear. There was really no defense. He had, beyond a doubt, committed the crime of helping rescue a man from slavery. I looked for a conviction as a matter of course. But after the judge had charged the jury, hour after hour went by, and still they stayed out. The judge sent for them and asked if they required any further guidance in law or in fact. The foreman said no, but they could not agree, and finally were discharged. Some years later, said Dana, as I stood on the steps of the Parker House, a man came up to me and said, "You don't remember me, Mr. Dana?" I did not, and he went on, "Well, Mr. Dana, I expect you remember trying that case where a man named Tucker was indicted for aiding and abetting in the escape of a fugitive slave. I was on the jury in that case." At this I instantly recalled the facts and said, "Since you were on that jury, I wish you would tell me what I've always wanted to know, why they disagreed." "Well, Mr. Dana, I don't mind telling you. We stood 11-1 for conviction, and that one obstinate man wouldn't budge. Perhaps you remember it was proved on the trial that the Negro was got away from Boston, taken to Concord, New Hampshire, and there was handed over to a man who drove him in a sleigh across the border into Canada. Oh, yes, I remember that. Well, Mr. Dana, I was the man who drove him in the sleigh across the border into Canada." I knew something of the preposterous charge against Dana, that in editing Wheaton's International Law he had appropriated the labors of a dull predecessor, Mr. William Beach Lawrence. When President Grant nominated Dana minister to England in succession to that General Schenck who is still quoted as an authority on poker, the Lawrence charge was pressed before the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. It was an ex parte hearing, and Dana had no opportunity to defend himself. Whether that or the unsleeping malignity of General Butler did him the more harm, I know not, but President Grant, as his honorable habit was, stood by his nominee, and the Senate rejected Dana by 31 votes to 17. The matter naturally attracted attention in England, and there were comments, none too just. I wrote a letter to the Times, of which Mr. Delane was then editor. A long letter, something over a column, but Delane published it next morning in his best type, first striking out a number of censorious sentences about Butler and Zach Chandler and other eminent persons who had engineered Dana's defeat. In my wish to do justice to Dana and upon his enemies, I had not remembered that I was writing in an English newspaper, and had no business to be rebuking Americans to an English audience. When I read my letter and noted Delane's excisions, I saw how wrong I had been, and I wrote to Delane to thank him for suppressing all those ferocities. There came in reply such a note as only Delane would have written. It is the first time anybody ever thanked me for using a blue pencil on a correspondence letter. Thank you. This was in 1876. Dana's letter to me on my letter about him was characteristic. I think I might print it, but it is with other papers in New York. He was grateful and kindly, but also critical. He was always capable of looking at his own case as if it were a third person's, his mind detached from everything that was personal to him. He thought the legal points might have been pressed, but the public, especially the English public, will not have too much law. I suppose the Beach-Lawrence suit and the Minister to England business troubled Dana more than anything else in his career. He ought, of course, to have been minister. He would have been such a minister as Charles Francis Adams was, or as Phelps was, two of the American ministers whom the English liked best. Out of the half-dozen who have held in this country a preeminent position among ministers and ambassadors, including the present ambassador and his two immediate predecessors, Hay and Choate, that brilliant list ought to have been enriched with Dana's name, but it was not to be. Dana came aboard again in 1878, and I saw him once more. He spent his time chiefly in Paris and Rome, and died in Rome, January 7, 1882. He lies near Keats and Shelley in the Protestant cemetery at Port Pia, and there is a monument. In Boston he is remembered. Whether he is remembered elsewhere, I have no means of knowing, but we cannot, in whatever part of America, we cannot afford to forget a man who had all the American virtues in one of the heroic ages of America. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. A Visit to Ralph Waldo Emerson. Among the students at Harvard Law School in 1855 was William Emerson from Staten Island, New York, nephew of Ralph Waldo Emerson. He asked me one day if I would like to know his uncle. I answered that his uncle was the one man whom I most wished to meet, and with a word of surprise at my fervor, he offered to arrange it. In these days his surprise may not readily be understood. Emerson has long since taken his place among the immortals, but at that time his place was still uncertain. The number of his followers was limited, or, as Carlyle said 14 years earlier, not the great reading public, but only the small thinking public, have any questions to ask concerning him. The growth of the thinking mind toward Emerson had, during those 14 years, been considerable, but it was still, in Matthew Arnold's phrase, only the remnant to whom Emerson was a prophet or an inspiration. To the majority he was a riddle, and there were not a few of the solid men of Boston who thought him a child of the devil. The Whiggism of Massachusetts had its religious side. To be a good Whig and one of the elect, you must be an orthodox Unitarian. The days when Unitarianism was to be a fashionable religion in Boston were still distant. Emerson was not even a Unitarian. He was an Emersonian. He not only thought for himself, but announced his thought from the housetops, and to think for oneself was, in those conservative days, a dangerous pastime. He came of a race of preachers on both sides, an academic race, 6 generations of them. For some 3 years he was himself a preacher, but presently found he could no longer administer the Holy Communion to his congregation, and therefore resumed his place as a layman. The platform superseded the pulpit. His sermons became lectures and essays. He said himself, "My pulpit is the Lyceum platform." He became a transcendentalist, as his enemies said, a name he repudiated, preferring to call the transcendental journal he edited the Dial. It was no less an offense to Boston when Emerson's intellectual independence led him into the company of the abolitionists, though he never wholly identified himself with that rebellious band. His first series of essays had been published as long ago as 1841 in America, and in the same year in England, with a rather patronizing preface by Carlyle. The second series appeared in 1840, and the poems in 1846. In the 50s, therefore, Emerson's ideas had had time to become known to those who liked them least. I fell into deep disgrace with a Boston uncle, a lawyer whose office I afterward entered, first as a student and then as a practitioner, when he heard that I had read Emerson. There was, moreover, an accomplished young lady who asked me if it was true that I believed in Emerson, and then desired to be told what in fact Emerson believed and taught. One of those appalling questions which women sometimes put light-heartedly. I answered as briefly as I could, and she retorted, "I think it perfectly horrid." And if that friendship did not come to an end, it grew cold, which I then thought a misfortune, and perhaps still do. But society was then intolerant of anything which menaced its foundations, or was thought to. Rightly, I suppose, since all societies in all ages have wished to live and not die. In the law school we did not discuss Emerson. We ignored him. I can think of no student at that time who had come under his influence. They were busy with the law. What was a prophet to them? If he had readers, they kept their reading to themselves. The nephew himself was more a nephew than a disciple. He told me I should find his uncle delightful to know. Presently, to my delight, he brought me an invitation to Concord for Saturday to Monday. We walked the 13 miles from Cambridge to Emerson's home, arriving in the middle of Saturday afternoon. Photographs have long since made the house familiar, whether in its original state or after the fire of 1872, and the restoration of it by his fellow townsmen of Concord, and their honorable gift of it to him. A broad gateway led to it from the road, pine trees standing sentinel on either side. Square, with a sloping roof, a porch in the center, 2 windows on either side, 2 stories in height, simple almost to bareness, devoid of architectural pretense, but well proportioned. There was, I think, an L which ran back from the main building. Inside, your first impression was of spaciousness. The hall and rooms of good size, not very high, and furnished with an eye mainly to comfort and an easy staircase. We were taken first into a parlor in the rear of the library, which filled one side of the house. Emerson's greeting was something more than courteous, friendly, with a little element of surprise. For though he had long been used to pilgrimages and visits from admiring strangers, to whom his house was a Mecca, there was perhaps a novelty in the coming of a law student. A pleasant light, and a strong light, in his fine blue eyes, yet they looked at you in an inquiring, penetrating way, as if it was their duty to give an account of you. Impartial, but sympathetic. You could perceive he was predisposed to think well of people. I had seen Emerson on the platform, but there his attitude was Hebraic, inspired, and apostolic. This was the private Emerson, the citizen of Concord, and first of all the host, intent before all things on hospitality. The tall, twisted figure bent toward us, the grasp of the hand was a welcome, the strong face had in it the sunshine of kindliness. the firm lips relaxing into a smile. Delicacy went with his strength, and with the manliness of the man was blended something I can only call feminine, because it was exquisite. Distinction in every line and tone, a man apart from other men, free from all pretense. Of pretense he had no need. He was absolutely himself, and that was all you wanted. There was at first something in his manner you might call shyness or uncertainty, as of a nature which might be embarrassed in unfamiliar company, but would go gaily to the stake. I suppose I am collecting the impressions of this and many later meetings with Emerson, but I cannot distinguish between them, and it does not matter. What was, however, peculiar to this visit was Emerson's almost anxious sense of his duties as host, which seemed not duties, but the inevitable expression of a loving nature. When he heard that we had walked from Cambridge, he said we must be tired and hungry and thirsty. We were to sit down there and then, we were to eat and drink. The philosopher bustled gently about, seeking wine and food in the cupboards, and presently putting on the table a decanter of Madeira and a dish of plum cake. He was solicitous that we should partake of both, and to that end set us the example, saying, "I have not walked 13 miles, but I think I can manage to keep you company at the table." Then he bethought himself that he seldom touched wine, and indeed I sometimes neither eat nor drink from breakfast to supper. He began at once with questionings about the law school and our way of life and study. Then to our rooms, plain, pleasant rooms, and then tea in the library. Among the books he seemed more at home than anywhere else. They had been his lifelong friends, for whom he had an affection. He asked again about law and the law school. "A noble study," he said, "one to which you may well devote a great part of your life and mind. As you have chosen it for your profession, I am sure you will master it. A man must know his trade, or he will do nothing. But law is not everything. It does not perhaps make a demand upon all the resources of the intellect, nor enlarge a man's nature." Which was almost a paraphrase of Burke's famous sentence on the wall in his eulogy on Mr. Grenville. "One of the first and noblest of human sciences, a science which does more to quicken and invigorate the understanding than all the other kinds of learning put together. But it is not apt, except in persons very happily born, to open and to liberalize the mind exactly in the same proportion." Then Emerson, who seemed always to be seeking the final word, and to condense the whole of his thought into a sentence, added, "Keep your mind open. Read Plato." Those half-dozen words he uttered in the resonant tones of the platform, tones which came when he was deeply stirred and desired to stir his audience. They vibrated through the rooms as they vibrated through a great hall, tones which were meant to find their way, and did find their way, to the hearts of his hearers, an appeal to the emotions, to the conscience, to whatever there was in these thousands, or in the single individual, sympathetic to the speaker. I have never forgotten them. If I have not followed Emerson's advice as he meant it, or in full, I have followed it to a certain extent, desultorily, inadequately, and certainly with no settled purpose to become a Platonist or even an Emersonian. But it had an effect, and the effect has been permanent. One other great thinker, Pascal, has given the same counsel, not in words, but by his perpetual example. You cannot read Pascal without seeing that he never states one side of a case, but always two sides. Even in matters of faith he keeps an open mind. In matters of science it is equally open, and in all other matters. To this day it is disputed whether Pascal was a believer. He himself believed that he was, but he was a pupil of Montaigne, and Montaigne's motto, "Que sais-je?" is interwoven in every sentence of Pascal's speculations upon matters of faith, and upon all les choses de l'esprit. So I put these two influences, Pascal and Emerson, side by side. If this were the place, a parallel might be drawn. The Church, and for good cause, held Pascal for an enemy, and the Puritanism of New England, as well as orthodoxy in Old England and elsewhere, held Emerson for an enemy, also with good cause. Yet were they two of the most devout souls of all time. Why should the churches of France and of New England array against themselves the two finest minds of those two communities, centuries apart? Pascal's voice comes softly down the intervening generations, "Keep your mind open," and Emerson's is the clear echo of Pascal's, as Pascal's was of Montaigne. Emerson, too, sat for a time at the feet of Montaigne, chose him as one of his representative men, and said of Montaigne's essays, "It seems to me as if I had myself written the book in some former life." Pascal had already said, "Ce n'est pas dans Montaigne, mais dans moi que je trouve tout ce que je vois." Emerson had other stimulating suggestions ready. His talk overflowed with them, yet was never didactic. It was as if the suggestions presented themselves first to him and then to you. As if he shared his thoughts with you. So far was he from the method of the pulpit. Some errand called him away. He took down a volume and put it into my hand, saying, "Some day I hope you will learn to value this writer. He has much to say, and he says it in almost the best English of his century. He is a Greek born out of due time," a remark he has somewhere made about Winckelmann. It was Landor, a volume of the Imaginary Conversations. I read a dialogue there and then. I have read him ever since. I do not suppose anyone cares what I have read or not read, but I wish to give you Emerson's opinion, the advice he thought best for a boy studying law, and the effect of it upon the boy. For he would not talk of what he thought unsuited to us two, or to me. In a reminiscence or two of his tour in England in 1846 or 1847, he mentioned a visit to Coleridge. I had read the Table Talk and the Biographia Literaria, and I asked Emerson to tell me what he and Coleridge had discussed. "No," he said, "it would not interest you." In the same way, next morning, when he took me to Walden through the woods, he began upon trees and squirrels and other forest lore, then stopped and asked, "But do you know about trees and animals? Do they interest you?" I had to confess they did not, upon which he began again on books and matters of literature, and upon Thoreau. Of Thoreau he did not seem to care to say very much, but he showed me the lake and where Thoreau lived, and when he related of him, though his appreciation was critical, was touched with the kindness habitual to him. I had read the Week on the Concord and Merrimack Rivers, or perhaps read it later, and Walden, which is thinner, and I had heard then or since that some of Thoreau's admirers accused Emerson of borrowing from him. But there was not much to borrow, nor, for Emerson, anything. The friendship between the two men was close and lasted long, but if there were any question of borrowing or lending in the books of either, the debt was not on Emerson's side. Now and then, as we walked in the forest or through the streets, we met a farmer or other resident of Concord, and it was pleasant to see their greetings to their great townsman. On the heights he trod, no other set foot, but in the daily business and intercourse of life he was each man's friend, and each was his. One of them said to me, it was Rockwood Hoare, afterward Judge of the Supreme Court of Massachusetts and United States Attorney General, that half the affairs of Concord were on Emerson's shoulders. He was the chosen adviser, peacemaker, arbitrator between these hard-headed, practical people of Concord, the man to whom they went with their troubles, the man whose decision in difficult disputes was accepted without demur. "I don't suppose," said Mr. Hoare, "that Emerson ever opened a law book or the revised statutes, but he had a native shrewdness, an eye for the points of a case, a sense of equity, and a willingness to take pains which made him an ideal referee." I once told an eminent Whig who had been abusing Emerson as a mere visionary that his neighbors who knew him best trusted him in this way. "They are welcome to him," growled the eminent Whig. He also was welcome to them. He was the possession and pride of Concord. beloved by the people among whom he lived his life. I suppose his lines about the embattled farmers who fired the shot heard round the world are better known, and have thrilled more hearts than any others he ever wrote. They seem to be always on Concord lips. Yes, but Emerson himself had fired another shot heard round the world, or round so much of it as speaks the English or Anglo-American tongue. So when misfortune befell him, and his house was half burnt, and his health failed, they besought him to go abroad for rest. And while he was gone, they rebuilt his house for him in the exact similitude of the old. He was gone a year, all but 2 months, with his daughter Ellen, the true child of her father, and his most faithful and helpful friend. When Emerson returned, Concord turned out to greet him, built a triumphal arch beneath which he had, perhaps reluctantly, to pass, and so reinstalled him in his old, new home. This, of course, was long after the time of which I am writing, in 1872-3. But when he came to England, he knew that his friends in Concord were rebuilding his house. He could not speak of it without emotion. His state of health was such that emotion was hurtful to him, and his daughter used to ask us not to refer to the house. But whether we did or not, Emerson brooded over it, and was better and happier in the thought of his friends' friendship for him. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Emerson in England, English Traits, Emerson and Matthew Arnold. Emerson's last visit to England was made in 1873, after his health had failed. He had been in Egypt and on the Continent, hoping to recover the freshness of his mental powers, but that was not to be. In London he and his daughter Ellen, who gave to her father a loving devotion without limits, lived in apartments in Down Street, Piccadilly. It was only too evident that, even after 10 months of rest and travel, he was an invalid in mind. He could not recollect names, a failing common in advanced age, of course, but Emerson was only in his 70th year, and was to live 10 years more. He resorted to all kinds of paraphrases and circumlocutions. One of the men who seemed to me the most sincere and clear-minded I have met was, you know who I mean. I met him at your house, the biologist, champion of Darwin, with that lucid energy he talked to us. When I mentioned Huxley's name, Emerson said, "Oh, yes, how could I forget him?" But presently the name had to be given to him again. The power of association between people or things, and the names of them, had been lost. He was always, said the critics, a little déconcerté. Sentences, they insisted, succeeded each other without much obvious connection, or without the copula which would have brought them into their true relation. The truth is, he gave his reader credit for a little imaginative power. He took him into partnership. He was mindful of Voltaire's pungent epigram, "L'art d'être ennuyeux, c'est l'art de tout dire." He had his own theory of style and of diction. His temperament left him no choice. If his quickness of transition from one subject to another, or from one thought to another, left some of his readers toiling after him in vain, they were not the readers for whom he wrote. Why should they read him, if he wrote a language to them unknown? The interview between Huxley and himself, to which Emerson referred, was at breakfast, for breakfasts were then given almost as often as luncheons are now. There were a dozen or so people to meet him, men and women. I introduced each of them as they arrived. In each case they had been asked to make Emerson's acquaintance, but to some of them Emerson was an unknown name, or, if not wholly unknown, called up in their minds no clear image of the man or knowledge of his life's work. "Tell me who he is. Tell me what he's done. Is he English or American?" But I suppose there never has been a time when a knowledge of literature or of great spiritual influences has been an indispensable passport to social position. Nor was it because Emerson was an American that he was unfamiliar to these delightful and in many ways accomplished women. Years afterward, in 1888, I was engaged to lunch on the day when news of Matthew Arnold's death had come. Arnold had been so good a friend to me that I did not like going on this first moment to such an entertainment, but I thought the talk would turn on Arnold, and I went. My hostess was a woman renowned in the world, or in her world, for great qualities, known to everybody, and I should have thought knowing everybody who had, as Arnold had, a place both in letters and in society. I referred to his sudden death. "Ah, yes," she answered, "an American, was he not?" That may be set off against the unacquaintance of these other ladies with Emerson. What Emerson cared for was to meet the men and women who stood in some spiritual or intellectual relation to him, or who were his disciples. Mr. Alexander Ireland, in his biographical sketch of Emerson, quotes an illustrative story. It was in Edinburgh this same year, and Dr. William Smith, president of the Edinburgh Philosophical Association, was driving him about that wonderful city. Dr. Smith had told him of a worthy tradesman in Nicholas Street who is his enthusiastic admirer. When Emerson heard of it, he proposed to call on him. They stopped at the worthy tradesman's, and Dr. Smith went into the shop and said, "Mr. Mr. Emerson is at the door, and will be glad to see you for a few minutes." The 5 minutes were well spent, adds Dr. Smith, and the disciple was happy for the rest of his life. It was characteristic of Emerson, and of Emerson as an American. Very likely he did not quite understand how immense is the gulf which in this country separates the man who stands behind a counter from the man who stands in front of the counter. If he had understood, he would not have cared. What he cared for was the point of contact and of discipleship. It was the master who sought his pupil because he was his pupil. During Emerson's too brief stay in London, I called often in Down Street. Miss Ellen was anxious to protect her father against the pressure from many quarters for public addresses, and to decline as many private invitations as possible. At Oxford it was the same, but neither in Oxford nor in London did Emerson lecture except briefly at Mr. Thomas Hughes' Working Men's College. Between him and Tom Hughes (he was never called anything else) there was not very much in common, except sterling qualities of character. Hughes was a good and amiable Philistine, English to the tips of his fingers, who wrote one book, Tom Brown's School Days, which is immortal, and half a dozen others that are dead or were never really alive. But Hughes was one of our friends in the black days when we had few in England, working men excepted, and Emerson was too good a patriot to forget that, and too much a lover of manliness in men not to like one who had that supreme trait in a high degree, as Hughes had. So he made the exception in his favor, for the Working Men's College was an institution of high usefulness in which Hughes' heart was bound up. As for society, Emerson was an invalid, and able on that ground to decline invitations without offense. He had studied English society as one form of English life when here in 1848, and was content with that experience. "I do not care for classes," he said. The 19th century produced two supremely good books on American and on English civilization. Tocqueville's De la Démocratie en Amérique, and Emerson's English Traits, published in 1856. Tocqueville's work, published in 1835, remains the best book on the United States for the student who cares to get down to the foundation of things, who cares more for ideas, tendencies, and principles than for details. Of Emerson's the same thing may be said, yet no two treatises could be more unlike than those of the Frenchman and the American. But all I wish now to point out is the effect of English traits upon the English themselves. Roughly speaking, it puzzled them. It is one of the truest books ever written, yet to the English themselves its truth has never appeared quite true. On Emerson, as thinker, poet, philosopher, all kinds of judgments have been formed in England, and expressed, in some cases, with vehemence. He has always had an audience and a following here, and always enemies. But the book they least understand is the book about themselves. Looking into the egregious Allibon for an apt quotation concerning the traits, I found none, but instead a remark by Allibon himself that "Mr. Emerson's writings have excited considerable interest on both sides of the Atlantic." The space given to Emerson in the Dictionary of English Literature is less than a column, though 14 columns are not thought too many for Longfellow, nor are they. In the supplement, Emerson gets a little more attention, still grudgingly given. Allibon does not matter, and the perplexity of the Philistine struggling with a book he cannot understand does not matter. But let us go at once to the best of English critics, to Matthew Arnold. Alas, we fare no better. Arnold's discourse on Emerson has been resented by Emersonians as an elaborate disparagement of their master. It is not that. Arnold was incapable of disparagement, and while he denies to Emerson many gifts which his readers find in him, his appreciation is still sympathetic, and he lifts himself to own from time to time Emerson's real greatness. He thinks the Essays "the most important work done in prose in our language" during the last century, more important than Carlyle's. But he puts aside the English traits because, compared with Montaigne, La Bruyère, Addison, the traits will not stand the comparison. Emerson's observation has not the disinterested quality of the observation of these masters. It is the observation of a man systematically benevolent, as Hawthorne's observation in Our Old Home is the work of a man chagrined. And Arnold explains that Emerson's systematic benevolence comes from his persistent optimism. The book is too good-natured to be scientific. Yet, oddly enough, or perhaps not oddly, the criticism of the English Philistine is the exact opposite of Arnold's. The man in the street, if he has read the English traits, complains that the criticism of things English is too relentless, that Emerson always has the scalpel and the probe in hand, that the inquiry is not critical but anatomical, and the atmosphere that of the dissecting room. He is appalled when he sees the most cherished beliefs of centuries and blended races put under the microscope, and when character, aristocracy, plutocracy, the Church, religion itself, are made to take off their masks and yield up their secrets. They are not conciliated even when Emerson sums up the English as the best of actual races. What care they for comparisons with other races, or for the opinion of other races, or of transatlantic critics upon England and the English and the institutions of this little island? Emerson's criticism is chemical. It resolves things into their elements, their primordial atoms. No doubt, but neither the throne nor the Church is shaken, nor a single Act of Parliament repealed. Arnold, recalling the influences which wrought upon him as a student at Oxford, amid the last enchantments of the Middle Ages, said to an American audience in Emerson's own delightful town, Boston, "He was your Newman, your man of soul and genius, visible to you in the flesh, speaking to your bodily ears, a present object for your heart and imagination. That is surely the most potent of all influences. Nothing can come up to it. And that is the influence which descended beneficially upon us of a past or passing generation, to whom it was given to see Emerson and to hear him. As I think it all over, I began to doubt whether to have heard Emerson on the platform did not bring you a sense of greater intimacy than to have known him even in his Concord home. There was a time, during Theodore Parker's illness and absence, when Emerson and Wendell Phillips used to take his place at stated intervals, in both cases, I think, once a month. Before the great audience of the music hall, Emerson had precisely the same manner as with a few hundred people. He hardly seemed to be aware of his audience. He stood there behind Parker's desk, towering above it, his slight figure adjusting itself to whatever attitude suited his mood for the moment, never quite erect, the body never quite straight, the hands fumbling with his manuscript, turning over a dozen leaves at a time, turning back again another dozen, as if it scarce mattered in what order he read. Often he skipped. The large quarto pages were turned by the score, and there was no return. His mind seemed to be carrying on processes of thought quite independent of those he had inscribed on his manuscript. He felt his way with his hearers, and his unconsciousness of their presence was therefore apparent only. Between them and him there was the flow of invisible, mysterious currents, whether of sympathy or antipathy. In Mr. Gladstone's fine image, they gave back to him in vapor what he poured out in a flood upon them. But that, of course, was far more completely true of an orator like Mr. Gladstone than of a lecturer like Emerson, who read his discourse. But it was true in a measure of Emerson also. But Emerson was an orator, too. He was not always above the arts of the orator. He could, and did, calculate his effects, observing the while whether they told or not. He delighted in a crescendo. His voice rose and fell, and rose again, and he had unsuspected depths of resonant tone. At one moment clear and cold, then vibrating with emotion, in which the whole force of the man seemed to seek expression, then sometimes at the very end becoming prophetic, appealing, menacing, till the sentences came as if from the judgment seat. He once read Allingham's poem, The Talisman, as the peroration of his address in the music hall. I never heard anything like it, like the wild, strange melody of his voice, which had in it the intonations and cadences which give to many Slavic airs, and most of all to the Hungarian czardas, though that is dance music, a magic charm. I have spoken of the prejudice against Emerson which prevailed in Boston and elsewhere. It was most vehement in society. That worshipful company, which is necessarily a minority, and prides itself on being a minority, likes to set its own standards, and expects the rest of the world, so far as it comes in contact with these social lawgivers, to conform to these standards. They soon became aware that to no standard but his own did Emerson ever conform, save so far as civility and kindness bade him. He gave way readily enough in little things. It is a sign of greatness to hold little things of little account, an aphorism by no means universally accepted. However, it was not Emerson's manners to which society objected, or could ever object. He had the manners of a king, without the demands of a king. He was a republican king. He stood for equality, in the sense that he looked down on no man. The society view is different. Society exists in order to look down on all who are not within its sacred circle. They must be inferior because they are outside. But its objection to Emerson lay deeper. It recognized in him the natural enemy of privilege and prerogative. There were distinguished members of this distinguished body who regarded a man who took the liberty of examining the substructure on which all societies are built as an anarchist. They were afraid of him. They thought it safer to exclude him. By and by they compromised. Is not, or was not, Boston the home of culture? So, as Emerson's fame grew, the exclusion policy was seen to be feeble. But when the closed doors were opened, what was the astonishment of these excellent persons to discover that Emerson did not seem to care whether they were open or closed. He had his own life to live, and lived it, serenely aloof. Nothing dies so hard as a prejudice. I have one of my own, which lives in spite of my affection for Emerson, and my many debts to him, and my gratitude that he gave me a little of his friendship. I mean that on a too young mind he had, or might have, an influence not entirely for good. He set his ideals so high that, as you looked up to him and them, your feet sometimes went astray, or stumbled. He taught you, though he may not have meant it, to underrate precision of knowledge, and the value of details. When the things of the spirit and the spiritual life mattered so much, how could it be worth while to know all the tenses of Greek verbs, or to be aware of the rudiments of toe in the paleontological horse? There are sentences and pages in The Conduct of Life, and elsewhere, which refute this view, and I do not press it. But I know the effect, not of this or that essay, but of Emerson's attitude toward education, and his philosophic indifference to all but what is highest in thought. And I think even today I would not put his books into the hands of a boy who had not settled views about learning, and a conviction of the invincible necessity of an accurate method. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. A Group of Boston Lawyers, Mr. Olney and Venezuela. A name still remembered in Massachusetts is that of Judge Thomas of the Supreme Court, the court of highest jurisdiction in that state, and one of the few state courts whose decisions have always been cited with respect in the Supreme Court of the United States. It was recruited largely from the Suffolk bar. The Boston bar was known as the Suffolk bar, the name of the county. But, of course, other parts of the state supplied judges, and Worcester County was one. Judge Thomas lived and practiced law in the town of Worcester. He practiced politics, too, also of a very energetic kind, being a good platform speaker and a good organizer. There used to be a story that one morning, in the heat of an exciting campaign, Thomas knelt at family prayers and began his invocation to the Almighty, "Fellow citizens and Whigs of Worcester County." However that may be, he was a successful lawyer, a successful judge, and had attractive qualities not always to be found at the bar. I will tell you in a moment in what way he connects himself permanently with national and international history. I came to know about it because it was before Judge Thomas that I tried, at nisi prius, and lost, my first case in the Supreme Court. When the jury had delivered their wrongful verdict and had been sent about their business, Judge Thomas called me up and spoke to me with a kindness I have never forgotten. He thought I had tried my case well, told me I should do well at the bar, and offered very generously to help me if he could. After a time he resigned his seat on the bench and went into practice in Boston. A little later I called on him and asked whether he had room for a junior in his office. "There would have been room if you had applied earlier," said Judge Thomas, "but I have just been told by my daughter that she has engaged herself to a young lawyer, and he is to have the place I should otherwise have been glad to offer you." The name of that young lawyer was Richard Olney. It fell to my lot to see something of him in Washington 40 years later, when he was Secretary of State under President Cleveland. I saw him for some weeks during the height of the Venezuela crisis, almost daily. Whether I shall ever be allowed to tell the whole story of what went on during those weeks I do not know. If I were Mr. Olney, I would give my assent to the publishing of a complete statement. I say that because, in my judgment, we owe it to Mr. Olney, and among Americans to him only, that a way out of the difficulty in which President Cleveland's message had landed us was ultimately found. I know how it was found, and, except Mr. Olney himself, I don't think any other American knows. I am aware of the explanation which Mr. Cleveland published in the Century Magazine, and I think them models of unintentional disingenuousness. Moreover, I had means of knowing what was said and done on this side, in England, in the Foreign Office, and elsewhere, during those dangerous weeks, and I know why the settlement was postponed till next summer, when the American people, at white heat during December, 1895, and January, 1896, had cooled off and forgotten there was any crisis at all. But if I never had a chance of saying more, I wish to say now that Mr. Olney did a great service to his country, and to both countries. One of the greatest ever done by any man in his position, or in almost any position. I think Mr. Cleveland became aware that he had acted rashly, and with no full knowledge of the history of that boundary line between British Guiana and Venezuela, which he announced to the world his intention to withdraw to suit himself, with menace of war to Great Britain. I don't forget Mr. Olney's share in the dispatch of July, 1895, which began the trouble. He and Mr. Cleveland concocted that extraordinary document between them at Grey Gables. I suppose he knew also of Mr. Cleveland's message to Congress, December 12th, and perhaps approved of it. Indeed, he must have approved of it, or resigned. He must also have been responsible for the second dispatch, calling upon Lord Salisbury to send an answer to the July dispatch before the meeting of Congress in December. A demand perhaps unprecedented as between two powers of the first rank. I know, too, that some of Mr. Olney's language gave offense. Lord Salisbury thought him rude, an impression due mainly to the different uses made of the English language in Washington and in London, and to the non-existence in Washington at that time of that diplomatic freemasonry in both speech and act, and of those diplomatic conventionalities which prevail in other important capitals of the world. All that, and there is more, only emphasizes the delicacy with which Mr. Olney subsequently handled the dispute which Mr. Cleveland had envenomed. A new period in the negotiations began. I shall venture to say, even though Mr. Olney, out of loyalty to his President, might refuse to admit it, that with the new year of 1896 the conduct of the negotiations passed into his hands. That he reported to the President what was going on, I don't doubt. But a new spirit prevailed. The tone which had been so offensive in the original dispatch, and still more in the message to Congress, was dropped. Mr. Olney had a wonderful flexibility of mind. When he saw that one set of tactics had failed, he was quick to try another, and not only to try another, but to recognize the need of a wholly new departure. He was equally quick in invention, in devising expedients, in looking at facts with a fresh pair of eyes. A trained diplomatist he was not, but in this emergency he showed the qualities of a trained diplomatist, the resource, the tact, the fertility, and the power of divining what was in his adversary's mind. Lord Salisbury's was not an easy mind to divine. He had the gift of silence, and to a still more remarkable degree the gift of enveloping his thought in that language of diplomacy which, as I said, was not at that time a language very well understood in America. But Mr. Olney guessed pretty accurately at Lord Salisbury's purpose, and they carried on their exchange of views without very great friction. The truth is, both were bent on finding a solution. The point in which Lord Salisbury had the advantage was patience. Mr. Olney was under some pressure. Lord Salisbury was not. Americans will, I think, do well to bear in mind that, after Prince Bismarck's death, Lord Salisbury was regarded throughout Europe as a higher authority with a more commanding influence than any foreign minister then in power. He had immense experience, immense knowledge, and immense power of work, and fine natural gifts perfected by long practice. There were not many ministers who transacted great affairs with Lord Salisbury on even terms, but Mr. Olney was one of them. I find myself, however, going further than I meant to. I meant no more than to put on record, before it is too late, the testimony of an eyewitness, and my belief that, but for Mr. Olney, there might have been a very different ending to the quarrel upon which President Cleveland entered in his over-confident, clumsy way. I have departed from the order of time in these memories. I must often depart from it. I cannot begin a story and leave it half told, because the end belongs to later years. Mr. Olney has made so great a name and place for himself at the bar, as well as in the State Department, that no testimony or tribute can be of much importance to him. But it is important to me to offer it. A debt of gratitude may be easily borne, often much too easily. But if it can never be repaid, it can be acknowledged, and I acknowledge mine to Mr. Olney, at the same time that I remind others of what they also owe him. I do not regret having had to give way to Mr. Olney in Judge Thomas's office. If I had been admitted into that coveted place, I should have stayed in Boston and at the bar, and perhaps have had a prosperous professional life. But I should not have had the kind of experience which has made life interesting to me in so many various ways, and which I am now trying to make interesting to others. Mr. Rockwood Hoare, afterward Attorney General of the United States, whose name I have mentioned earlier, was counsel for the other side in my Supreme Court case. If my client had had a good defense, which perhaps he had not, a novice at the bar had little chance against a man with the learning and force of Mr. Hoare. He had, however, a spirit of scrupulous fairness. No man ever suspected Rockwood Hoare of unworthy devices. He was too able to need them, and too honest to use them. But he tried experiments, as every lawyer does. He put a question to a witness which I thought innocent enough, but a friendly lawyer who sat near called to me in a stage whisper, "Object!" So I objected, not the least knowing why. The judge looked to Mr. Hoare. "Surely," said Mr. Hoare, "my friend will not press his objection." Not knowing what else to say, I said I would withdraw the objection, if Mr. Hoare would say he thought the question competent. The judge smiled, and Mr. Hoare smiled at my ingenuousness, and said, "Well, I will ask the witness another question." Mr. Horace Gray was at that time reporter to the Supreme Court of Massachusetts. After he had become a judge of the Supreme Court of the United States, I used to meet him in Washington. One day he said to me, "You used to practice law in Boston." "Yes." "I think we must have met. I must have seen you in court. You tried a case in the Supreme Court before Judge Thomas." "Stop a moment. I can tell you the name of the case. You argued it afterward before the full bench. It was Krebs versus Oliver." And it was. 40 years had passed. Mr. Justice Gray had what may be called a memory. He had much else, an inexhaustible knowledge of case law, a power of dealing readily with complex matters, a fast hold of principles, an industry without limit, the cordial respect of his fellow judges, and a pleasant house in Washington, whereof the hostess was one of Washington's favorites. And he had a stature of somewhere between 6 and 7 feet, with a smiling face and massive head to crown this huge frame. He is gone. I wish he were not. Of the many members of this brilliant Suffolk bar, there was one of a very unusual kind of brilliancy. The brilliancy of invariable success was his. I believe it to be literally true that during many years he never lost a case which depended on the verdict of a jury. At the bar, of course, as elsewhere, nothing succeeds like success, and Mr. Durant's practice was very large. I have noticed that clients, as a rule, would rather win their cases than lose them. How did he do it? Nobody ever knew. His beaten rivals, or perhaps their clients, sometimes hinted at things nobody ever ventured to assert, since there was not a scintilla of evidence to justify insinuations. There was probably no secret save what lay on the surface. Mr. Durant was a good lawyer, who prepared his cases with a thoroughness that left no point in doubt, and no scrap of evidence unexamined. He knew to a nicety what would tell with a jury and what would not. He was not a man on whom it was possible to spring a surprise. His cross-examinations, without being showy, were deadly. As a speaker orator he was not he had no other conspicuous merit than clearness, the art of marshalling facts to fit his own theory of the case. When he rose, the jury were predisposed to believe. He had a way of turning to the jury whenever during the trial he had made a point, brought out a telling fact, or wrung an admission from an incautious witness. It was as if, from the beginning, he took the jury into partnership. It was a matter in which he and they were alike interested, and the only interest of either was to discover the truth. They said of him what was said by a juryman of another famous advocate: "It's no credit to him to win his causes. He's always on the right side." When Mr. Durant sat down, the jury were convinced that he, too, was on the right side, and their verdict was but the formal and legal ratification of the moral view, and, as they believed, of their own conscientious conviction. Hypnotism? I think not. The thing was not much heard of in those days. It is quite possible that Mr. Durant used discrimination, and never took a cause into court in which he did not feel sure of a verdict. But many a lawyer is sure of a verdict he does not get. There remains a residuum of mystery which has never been explained, and is probably inexplicable. Mr. Durant's presence explained something. He had a powerful head, chiseled features, black hair, which he wore rather long, an olive complexion, and eyes which flashed the lightnings of wrath and scorn and irony. Then suddenly the soft rays of sweetness and persuasion for the jury. He looked like an actor. He was an actor. He understood dramatic values, and there was no art of the stage he did not employ upon a hostile or unwilling witness. He could coax, intimidate, terrify, and his questions cut like knives. He had a stage name, like so many other actors. His real name was Smith, which perhaps was not generally known, but one day in court he was tormenting a reluctant witness who had been Jones and was now Robinson. "Mr. Jones!" cried Durant. "Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Robinson." "Yes, Mr. Smith," retorted the witness. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Durant." That cross-examination came quickly to an end. But I believe Mr. Durant's prestige continued while he remained at the bar. Then, having amassed a fortune, he abandoned the law and took to preaching. Whether he had the same success in saving souls as in winning causes, I never heard. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, Wendell Phillips. It was in the winter of 1860-61 that the Massachusetts allies of the Southern slave power made their last effort. Spite of Webster's death, with whom died the brains of the party and its vital force, these men were still powerful in Boston. The surrender of Anthony Burns in May, 1854, the birth of the Republican party at Worcester in July of the same year, the election of Mr. Henry Wilson as governor, the cowardly assault in the United States Senate on Charles Sumner by Mr. Preston Brooks of South Carolina in 1856, these events had indeed stirred the people of Massachusetts into revolt against the slave party in this free state. But there had come a lull. There were still hopes that a conflict between North and South might be averted, and that politics might do the work of arms. Mr. Franklin Pierce was president, but Mr. Banks had been elected Speaker of the House of Representatives at the first session of the 34th Congress in December, 1855. Mr. Blaine said that marked an epoch, and he described it in his brilliant 20 Years of Congress as a distinctive victory of the free states over the consolidated power of the slave states. But the Republicans were slow in coming to power, and their nomination of General Fremont in 1856 sowed distrust among the sounder men of the party. Mr. Buchanan's election seemed to confirm the ascendancy of the South, and the mind of Boston, or at any rate of State Street, reverted to commercial politics. The abolitionists were as much under a cloud as ever. From 1857 to 1860, things seemed to be going backward. The Harper's Ferry business alarmed the ingrained conservatism of Boston, and though the hanging of John Brown shocked a good many merchants and bankers, they could not understand, and were far from approving, Brown's scheme or Brown's methods. The state of feeling in Boston was, in short, confused, and the emotions of 1854 had gone to sleep. The crisis came in December, 1860. The abolitionists tried to hold an anti-slavery convention in Tremont Temple on the anniversary of the hanging of John Brown, or the day after. They do not seem to have expected trouble. At any rate, they took no sufficient precautions to keep the peace and keep control of their own meeting. A broadcloth mob, the phrase long since became classic in Boston, occupied the hall in force, captured the platform peacefully, elbowed the abolitionists off it, appointed their own chairman, Mr. Richard S. Fay, and passed their own resolutions. "Broadcloth," said Phillips, "does not make a gentleman." The convention was summoned to consider how shall American slavery be abolished. The John Brown anniversary was thought a suitable day for the discussion of that question, but Brown's death was referred to simply as "too glorious to need defense or eulogy." When Mr. Fay, the ringleader of the mob, thinking his work done, had departed, Mr. Frank Sanborn, the lawful chairman, resumed his place, and would have held the lawfully summoned meeting. Then the mob leaders, Mr. Murray Howe now at their head, made a fresh attack. The police sided with them, and the mayor cleared the hall. There is a little confusion of dates. Brown was, in fact, hanged December 2nd, the fateful day of Austerlitz and of the Third Napoleon's coup d'etat. But these events in Boston occurred, I think, on the 3rd. The men who had been driven out of Tremont Temple by the mob, of which the mayor finally took command, reassembled in the evening, very quietly, in a little hall in Belknap Street, on what was impolitely known as Nigger Hill, not far from the rather aristocratic Mount Vernon Street. Wendell Phillips, to an audience of perhaps 300 or 400, all the place would hold, made an unreported speech, red-hot with wrath. A little more than a year before, November 1st, 1859, a fortnight after Brown's attempt, and while he lay in prison waiting to be hanged, Phillips had spoken in Brooklyn and announced that the lesson of the hour was insurrection. But he weakened the force of that counsel by adding that the age of bullets was over, it was an insurrection of thought, like that of the last 30 years, he still had in mind. Now, here in Boston, and not for the first time, nor for the last, he was face to face with forces which were not intellectual nor moral, but forces of violence. Phillips could not readily shake off the influences of his whole public life. He still believed in moral suasion. He was presently to learn that moralities and the counsels of peace were a poor defense against men prepared to back their opinions with revolvers. But even after the hanging of Brown, at his grave in North Elba, Phillips could say, "I do not believe slavery will go down in blood. Ours is the age of thought." Perhaps the meeting of December 1860 marks the beginning of his conversion, but by no means its completion. He had long been used to mobs and mob law, but now the lesson was being pressed home. A memorable evening to me, because from it came my acquaintance with Phillips, whom I had never met. Under the spell, I suppose, of his passionate eloquence, I went home and wrote him a letter. I explained that I was a Whig, that my family and friends were Whigs, that I belonged in a hostile camp, but that I thought there ought to be free speech in Boston, and I would do what I could for that cause and for him if he would say what. I was, as most young or old men of Massachusetts then were, against slavery, especially in Massachusetts, but not an abolitionist. The next day, about noon, the door of my law office in State Street opened, and Phillips walked in. Without a word of preface, he said, "You wrote me a letter." "Yes." "Will you come and see me at my house this evening, and we will have a talk? This morning I have not a moment." Again I said yes, and the door closed and he was gone. Often as I had seen Phillips on the platform, it seemed to me I had never seen him till then. A clear, strong, dry north light came in at the windows and illuminated his face and figure. He had the bearing of a man to whom authority and sweetness of nature belonged in like degree. He has been called 1,000 times the Apollo of the platform. An Apollo he was not, except in graceful dignity and demeanor. If his masculine beauty appeared to derive from Greece, it had become Greco-Roman, and finally borrowed its blonde coloring from some Scandinavian Balder. So careless was he of mere conventionality that while he stood in the doorway, or just inside, the soft light gray felt hat he wore, since known as a Homburg hat, remained on his head. When I reminded him of it long afterward, he said with a laugh, "Well, you did not ask me to sit down." "No, you gave me no time." I mention it because with his hat on and his hand on the door, his manner and bearing were of a grave courtesy, like none other. And in this transitory attitude, just on the wing, there was a serene leisureliness, as if to hurry were unknown to him. His eye took in everything in these 10 seconds. There was not a word beyond what I have repeated, a purely business call to make an appointment. But I knew when he had gone that another influence had come into my life, stronger for the time than all others. I went in the evening, as I had been bidden, to the little house in Essex Street, where Phillips chose to live, as if to measure the breadth of the gulf that he had put between himself and the world into which he had been born, a world of easy circumstances, if not wealth, and bound together by 100 social ties, nearly all of which he had broken. Phillips had what at that time would be called wealth, for which he had other uses than mere expense on comfort. A narrow door opened into a narrow hall, out of which climbed narrow stairs, with a narrow landing halfway up, where the stairs turned, and at the top a still narrower passage to the door of the parlor. Inside, the same impression of restricted space, a room perhaps 16 feet by 14, and plainly furnished, a worn carpet on the floor, a large shabby sofa at the end nearest the door opposite the fireplace. Phillips was sitting on the sofa. He rose and held out his hand. "It's very good of you to come. I am afraid I was abrupt this morning." Then he plunged almost at once into the situation, with a forecast of what he thought likely to happen. "Not much, if anything, till the meeting of the Anti-Slavery Society in January. That, I dare say, they will try to break up. Lincoln has been elected President, and Andrew Governor. You know what I think of Lincoln, but Andrew I know well, and I do not believe mob law will be allowed to rule while Andrew is Governor." He had already described Andrew in Tremont Temple. "For the first time within my memory, we have got a man for Governor of Massachusetts, a frank, true, whole-souled, honest man." Alas! Andrew was to disappoint him bitterly in this one matter of free speech, though in no other. "But you are to speak in another fortnight at the Music Hall," I said. "Do you think they will let you alone then?" "Why," said Phillips, "that's on a Sunday," as if that would matter to men whose passions, interests, animosities, all led them to silence the orator whom they thought, honestly enough from their point of view, a public danger. He asked me if I had heard anything. I had not, but when Phillips told me he was going to speak on Mobs and Education, I answered, "But that's a challenge." "They can take it as they like," he replied, quite softly and coolly, adding, "If you hear anything, perhaps you'll let me know." Our talk lasted late, turned on some personal matters, then drifted far away to national issues, and much else. I thought Phillips, if anything, more eloquent in talk than in oratory, yet with never a sentence which had in it the ring of the platform. He was direct, simple, persuasive, and luminous. His frankness surprised me, but he told me afterwards he had made inquiries, and thought it safe to be frank. No doubt he saw that mine was a sincere devotion, and perhaps he was aware of the enchantments he wove about whom he would. At any rate, he gave me his confidence from the start. During the next fortnight I saw many men among my Whig acquaintances. They made no secret of their purpose to break up that Sunday meeting at the music hall. Soon these rumors became public. When the subject of Phillips' discourse was announced, the rumors spread and grew more menacing. The police felt themselves called on to take notice of what was likely to happen. Phillips, long used to dealing with mobs, seemed to think the police superfluous. Some of us who had looked into the matter well knew they were not. Seeing Phillips from day to day, I asked him again and again to promise his friends one thing, viz., that he would put himself and leave himself in their hands. He still thought we were making too much of a slight danger, but finally he promised. There had been mobs in Boston before this, where the police and the mob had acted together. They so acted when Richard S. Fay and Amos Lawrence and Murray Howe and their friends broke up the anti-slavery convention in Tremont Temple on the morning of December 3rd, this same month. And it was that mob from which Phillips was to take his text on this Sunday. A piquant situation, if it had not been something much more serious, with all the materials of a great tragedy. This time the mob leaders, whoever they were, had changed their tactics. They did not propose to capture the music hall or prevent Phillips from speaking. He was to be dealt with outside. None the less did the police and Phillips' friends, unaware of details, take measures to guard the interior. The police were in force in the lobbies and passages, and at the exterior approaches to the platform, but out of sight. Scores of them were in the building, and a much larger force in waiting hard by. The platform, which ran from one side of the hall to the other at the south end, was garrisoned by Phillips' friends, armed. The enemy also were armed, and no man could say what that Sabbath morning might bring forth. Naturally, we did not know of the decision of the mob leaders, all in broadcloth, to postpone their assault till the meeting was over. We expected trouble inside, and were ready for it. I said as little as possible to Phillips of what I thought likely to happen. I well knew that if he were told there was any peril in freedom of speech, his speech would be freer than ever. He always believed in personalities, saying, "In such a cause as ours, you must at all hazards rouse attention. Men whose minds are made up against you will listen to a personal attack when they will listen to nothing else. If I denounce the sin, they go to sleep, but when I denounce the sinner, they wake up." There was to be no going to sleep on this eventful Sunday. The speech on Mobs and Education is perhaps the most personal and the most merciless of all Phillips' speeches. The Tremont Temple rioters had delivered themselves into his hands. He knew every man among them, and the joint in every armor. Many of them were there on Sunday. You saw the arrow leave the platform and sink deep in the quivering flesh. The cheers were soon mingled with hisses. The air grew hot, but the majority were there to hear, and the hisses were silenced. There were passes of burning eloquence, of pathos, of invective, that tore its way through all defenses. "I have used strong words, but I was born in Boston, and the good name of the old town is bound up with every fiber of my heart. I dare not trust myself to describe the insolence of men who undertake to dictate to you and me what we shall say in these grand old streets." Thus spoke the aristocrat, the Bostonian, proud of Boston, and of his own descent from 6 or 7 generations of the Boston Phillipses, an aristocracy equal to the best. His contempt for the Fays and the rest of the cotton clerks was largely a contempt for the plebeian. Plebeians, to the Boston mind, most of them were. Fay is pilloried forever in this speech, and others were pilloried. I will quote one passage, not from Phillips, but a passage from Edward Everett on free speech, which Phillips himself quoted toward the end of his discourse. I quote it because Phillips used often to say that American oratory had few finer examples to show. "I seem to hear a voice from the tombs of departing ages, from the sepulchres of nations that died before the sight. They exhort us, they adjure us to be faithful to our trust. They implore us by the long trials of struggling humanity, by the awful secrets of the prison house where the sons of freedom have been immured, by the noble heads which have been brought to the block, by the eloquent ruins of nations, they conjure us not to quench the light that is rising on the world. Greece cries to us by the convulsed lips of her poisoned, dying Demosthenes, and Rome pleads with us in the mute persuasion of her mangled Tully. It is not often that a great orator opens his heart to us about the merits of a rival, or whispers to us any one of the secrets of his own or another's eloquence. I cannot remember whether Phillips ever paid to Everett in public the tribute I have often known him pay in private. If he had lived in an age when issues were less vital, or less deadly, he might have found in Everett a model. But Everett has no passion, and passion is an element in almost all Phillips' speeches. And passion, of quite another kind, fierce, vindictive, murderous, he was to meet in another 10 minutes. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, Wendell Phillips and the Boston Mobs. Phillips' speech had been all through one to stir deep resentment. The atmosphere of the music hall was seething with fierce passion, and it seemed likely enough there would be a rush for the platform when he had finished. If it had come, it would have been met. The little band of armed men who concerned themselves about his safety never left his side. But there was no rush. The plans of the enemy were of a different kind. The audience passed quietly out of the hall. A police officer came to tell us that there would be trouble outside. A mob, of course a broadcloth mob, had assembled. What the mob intended only the leaders of it knew, but he assured us that the police were strong enough to deal with it. But he said Mr. Phillips' friend should go with him when he left the hall, and keep with him. There were, I think, not more than half a dozen of us who were armed: LaBarnes, Hinton, Redpath, Charles Paulin, and one or two others. We told Phillips what he was likely to meet, and that we should walk next to him. When we got to the outer door, we found the police disputing with the mob the narrow passage, perhaps 50 yards long, from the hall to Winter Street. It was slow work thrusting these disturbers out, because Winter Street was crowded with the main body of rioters, and there was no room for more. But the police knew their business, and meant to do it, and did it. Inside the passage there was not space enough for an effective attack, even had not the police been too strong. But it took us, I judge, some 15 minutes to make our way from the hall door to the street. During this space of time, the mob in Winter Street roared at us. They seemed to think we were afraid to go on, and they flung at Phillips such insults as hatred and anger supplied them with. Coward, traitor, and so on, with threats besides. Phillips met it all with a smiling face. His hand was on my arm, so that if there had been any nervousness, I should have been aware of it. But the pressure of the hand was firm and steady. He was as cool, to use Mr. Rufus Choate's similitude, as a couple of summer mornings. The police who had been a rear guard, satisfied they were not needed there, had gone to the front. At first the mob gave little heed to the police. They respected the police, as in Tremont Temple, December 3rd, to be on their side. But this time an officer had command who knew only his duty as policeman. No politics, but to keep the peace and protect peaceful citizens. The officer was Deputy Chief Ham. I have since seen a great deal of police work in many parts of the world. In New York, London, Paris, Berlin, and elsewhere. Nowhere any better handling of a dangerous mob than this by Deputy Chief Ham. His force was none too large, but his mastery over the mob was never in doubt. In their hand-to-hand struggles in the little passageway, the police showed what they were made of. Of Phillips's friends, the number had increased as we passed from the platform, but if we had been alone we should have been swallowed up, or we should have been driven almost at once to use our revolvers. But the police were an impregnable wall. Once out in Winter Street, they formed in a solid square, Phillips and his friends in the center. The square was never broken. The mob were many thousand strong. There were wild rushes, there was the tremendous pressure of great masses of men, but against it all the police held good. Down Winter Street to Washington Street, along Washington Street to Essex Street, and in Essex Street to the door of Phillips' house, the mob kept us company, oozing and surging slowly on, reviling and cursing all the way. They thought they would have a chance at the house, but the deputy chief had taken possession there in advance, and when the door opened we passed comfortably in between the police lines. It had taken us an hour or more from the hall to the house. The distance is a short half-mile. It had been a murderous mob. Phillips' life was aimed at, and had been in imminent danger during that hour. The spirit of murder was abroad. The police warned us. They thought the peril over for the moment, but none the less remained on duty near the house. Men were stopped and asked to state their business. When I returned in the afternoon, an officer came up to me, but recognized me, nodded, and I went in. I found Phillips as cool as usual, the usual sunshine in his blue eyes. I told him what I had heard from the police, and that I thought his house ought to be garrisoned for the night. "But who will undertake that?" "Your friends know there is danger, and will gladly come." He seemed a little skeptical, and asked, "Will you come?" "Certainly." I explained to him our plans. He went into the back parlor, and brought out an ugly-looking pike. It was John Brown's, he said. No weapon could be more unfit for use in a narrow hall or on winding stairs. It might have a moral effect. It was agreed that 3 of us, whose names are above, should camp out that night in the parlor. When we arrived about 10 o'clock, we found the table laid, with food and drink for a much larger army. The night passed without alarm, as did following nights, but neither our vigilance nor that of the police relaxed. During these days, and long after, Phillips walked the streets of Boston with his hand on his revolver. I was sometimes with him. I said one day, "I am more afraid now they will try insult than injury." "Don't trouble about that. I can see over my shoulder, and before a man can touch me, I will shoot." He was a quick and good shot, as I found out next summer, when I used to stay with him in Milton, and we practiced at a target. But the memorable 21st of January drew on, when the annual meeting of the Massachusetts Anti-Slavery Society was to be held in Tremont Temple. Rumors again filled the air, and something more than rumors. I have already said I had friends in the other camp. One of them came to me to beg me to let it alone. "I care nothing about Phillips," he said, "but you are my friend, and I must tell you what I know, though I am betraying my own party." "Then don't tell it." But he insisted. His story came to this: that knowing we had organized in December for defense, they had organized for attack. A group of men outnumbering ours would go to the temple on the 21st, well led and well armed. Under the new mayor, Whiteman, a more subservient tool of the mob than his predecessor, Lincoln, the police would no longer be allowed to protect the abolitionists. This hostile band would wait on events a little, but if Phillips and his friends were in the same mood as at the music hall, they would be driven out of the temple. "What do you mean by driven out?" He answered gravely, "It would be truer to say carried out. We are determined to put down this mad agitation. They will not leave the temple alive." My friend spoke in perfect good faith, but it is needless to say I did not believe him, and I told him so. "Your friends talk, but they will not act. They well know that if they murder Phillips, they will be hanged for it." "But will you not advise Phillips to stay away, or at least to be moderate?" "No, I will not. If I did, it would be useless. But if you tell him what I say?" "He would disbelieve it, as I do." Our talk ended. I thanked him, but said his friends would find us ready; that I should, of course, consider what he had said confidential, but it would not alter our purpose. He wished me to tell Phillips, mentioning no names, and I might tell any of our party who could be trusted. Evidently he hoped they would be more impressed than I was. I did tell Phillips, who said, "You seem to have queer friends." I said something also to the two men who were to be stationed at the ends of the platform where the steps were, leading to the platform from the body of the hall, the two most dangerous points. The only change they made in their plans was to double the number of these outposts. From morning, when the convention assembled, till the noon recess, and then all through the afternoon, the temple was a scene of confusion, disorder, uproar, rioting even, but of no violence. The deep gallery opposite the platform was thronged by the rioters. The formal business of organization once over, they broke in upon every speech. Nobody was heard. Phillips, with all his tact in dealing with such gangs, could do little. Now and then a sentence rang clear. A message had gone from the temple to the State House, where Governor Andrew sat waiting and watching the course of events. An answer had come back by word of mouth, and had been misunderstood, as oral messages commonly are. In a lull, Phillips' voice was heard in a direct appeal to the gallery mob. "We have a message from the Governor. The State militia is on its way to the temple, and will sweep that rabble where it belongs, into the calaboose." The rabble thought it over for a while, in silence, but began again. When the adjournment came, Phillips said to me, "I'm going to Governor Andrew. Come." We found Governor Andrew in his room at the Golden Dome State House of Massachusetts. He greeted us cordially, and listened while Phillips stated his case. Phillips urged that the Anti-Slavery Society had a right to meet, a right to transact business, a right to the free use of that free speech which was a right attaching to citizenship in Massachusetts, and a right to be protected when that right was denied. Primarily, he said, it was the business of the police to keep order and give protection, but the police, acting under the orders of Mayor Whiteman, refused to do their plain duty. "Therefore," said Phillips, "I come to the Governor of the State to safeguard citizens of the State in the exercise of their rights." Said Governor Andrew, "Mr. Phillips, what do you wish me to do?" "Send a sufficient force of troops to Tremont Temple to put down the rioters and protect law-abiding citizens in the legal exercise of their legal rights." The Governor sat behind a table on which lay a copy of the Revised Statutes of Massachusetts. He opened it, handed it to us, and said, "If you wish me, as Governor, to act, show me the statute which gives me the power." But Phillips was not to be turned aside. He answered, in tones slightly less cool than before, "Free speech is a common law right. The power to which I appeal is a common law power, inherent in the Governor as the Chief Magistrate of the State." But Andrew said again, "Show me the statute," and again, "Show me the statute." And from that he was not to be moved. Seeing that his mind was made up, Phillips turned away abruptly, saying to me, "Come," and we departed. As we went downstairs, Phillips said, "I will never again speak to Andrew as long as I live." And we went back to the temple, knowing at last we had nothing to depend on but ourselves and our revolvers. Again, during the interval, my friend came to me. He said, "You will be allowed to hold your meeting this afternoon, though not without interruption. But the attack I have warned you of will be made this evening, and I once more beseech you to stay away." He knew, of course, it was impossible. What took place after that in the councils of the rioters I know not. I have always supposed that my friend, a man well known in Boston, went to the mayor and laid the case before him. I do not know. What is known is that before the hour when the society was to assemble in the evening, the mayor closed the temple. His decision was not imparted to us. Phillips and I drove to the temple, and only on arriving heard what the mayor had done. He was a weak mayor, disloyal, incompetent, but he had perhaps prevented a tragedy. I think Governor Andrew, aware of the probable course of events in the South and at Washington, desired to avoid anything like a conflict in Massachusetts. He said as much to me afterward. That was his excuse. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Wendell Phillips, Governor Andrew, Phillips' Conversion. There was one clear reason for the deadly hatred of the pro-slavery faction in Boston to Phillips. He was the real leader of the anti-slavery party. If he could be silenced, the voices of the rest mattered little. During 20 years, Garrison's influence had been declining, and Phillips had come steadily to the front. For the last 10 years he had stood alone. It was his voice which rang through the land. His were the counsels which governed the abolitionist band. His speeches were something more than eloquent. They were full of knowledge, of hard thinking, and the rhetorical splendor only lighted up a closely reasoned argument. What Emerson said of speeches and writings in general was absolutely true of Phillips's oratory. The effect of it was mathematically measurable by the depth of thought. He spoke all over the North. The conservatives had no match for him, therefore he was to be put down by other means. Passions ran, I think, higher in Boston during those winter months of 1860-61 and the early spring than before or since. Thanks to the pro-slavery faction on one side and the abolitionists on the other, Massachusetts was within measurable distance of civil war within her own borders. After Fort Sumter and Baltimore, these passions found an outlet elsewhere. For a time, the two northern factions merged into one people. But during all the years that have passed since, I have known nothing quite like the state of feeling which prevailed that winter. The solid men of Boston thought they saw the fabric of society dissolving, and their business and wealth and authority perishing with it. The solid world was to exist no more. Naturally, they fought for their lives and all the rest of it, and fought hard. Their hatreds were savage. Their methods were savage. We seem to be getting back to the primitive days when men stood face to face, and the issue of battle became a personal combat. The Lawrences and their friends were generally a little stout for the business of battle, but the allies whom they brought with them to Tremont Temple and the music hall and the streets were good fighting material. During all this time the abolitionists were, as they had been, a minority and on the defensive. But this was the state of things which Governor Andrew had in mind when he challenged Phillips to show him the statute. He did not want to make the state of Massachusetts a party to this conflict within itself. If to keep order in the streets, or to keep a platform open to Phillips, he were obliged to move, he meant to have the law with him. No refinements, no judge-made law, no generalizations, for the common law after an Atlantic voyage and 100 years' sleep is nothing, but a statute, printed, legible, peremptory, binding alike upon governor and citizens. There was no such statute. If anybody had happened to think of it, no doubt there would have been, but there was not. Therefore the governor sat still. He was of such a bulk that it seemed as if, while he sat still, nothing could move. He was in size and build not wholly unlike Gambetta, though he had two eyes, both blue, as against one black, fiery orb of the Genoese, and curling light brown hair instead of the black lion's mane which floated to Gambetta's shoulders, and a face in which sweetness counted for as much as strength. Like Gambetta, he was well served by those about him. He knew accurately what was going on, and all that was going on. He told me afterwards he did not know on what information we acted, but he was astonished we knew so much about what the enemy intended. When I reminded him that my associations were mostly with the other side, he reflected a moment and said, "Yes, that explains a good deal." I did not think it necessary to add that, after Tremont Temple, we were on good terms with the police also, since Phillips' appeal to Andrew had been based on the alliance between the police and the Lawrence mob, an alliance which had in truth existed at that time. But the winter wore on. Twice after the discourse on mobs and education, Phillips spoke in the Music Hall, January 20th, 1861, on Disunion, and February 17th, on Progress. Both times the mob supplied part of his audience inside and part of his escort outside. No violence was attempted. The police were too strong, and the examples of Deputy Chief Ham had proved they were in earnest. If there was any violence, it was in Phillips' speeches and language. He was never more provocative. His forecast of the situation was influenced by his wishes and theories. All his life he had been preaching disunion as the one remedy for the slave. Disunion seemed now at last within reach, and at all costs he would do what he could to promote it. Indeed, he thought it already accomplished. Within 6 weeks after Lincoln's election, South Carolina had replied by an ordinance of secession. Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia had followed, and all over the South United States forts and arsenals had been seized by State troops. What was Phillips' comment? "The Lord reigneth, let the earth rejoice, the covenant with death is annulled, the agreement with hell is broken in pieces, the chain which has held the slave system since 1787 is parted." He pronounced a eulogy on the Southern state which had led the way. South Carolina, bankrupt, alone, with 100,000 more slaves than whites, 4 blacks to 3 whites within her borders, flings her gauntlet at the feet of 24 millions of people in defense of an idea. A month later he was in the same mood. It was a trait of Phillips, not a good one, that he attacked most mercilessly the men who hated slavery as much as he did, but could not go as far as he did. In this February speech there is a long lampoon on Dana, counsel for the slave in all the fugitive slave cases, but never denying what lawyer ever did deny that there was a constitutional obligation to return fugitives. It is human nature, but not the best side of it. Such a reproach came ill from a man who denounced the Constitution as a covenant with death because of the compromises with slavery embedded in the great instrument of 1787. Of these compromises, the rendition of fugitive slaves was one. Phillips himself could not deny it. The difference between him and Dana was that Dana would bow to the law and Phillips would not. Dana would do what he could by legal means to rescue the fugitive. He defended him in the courts. Phillips would have defended him in the streets. Both men were needful to the time. The abolitionists were very far from disdaining the use of legal weapons. When Theodore Parker had been indicted, and the court, at the instance of his counsel, quashed the indictment on purely technical grounds, Parker exulted. "It is a triumph for the right. We have broken their sword." There came, however, the moment when Phillips had to cast in his lot, for good or evil, with either North or South. He hesitated long. He thought and thought. He talked with his friends, with the man in the street, with the men who had lately mobbed him. One morning he came into my office. His sunny face was clouded. He looked anxious, almost ill. He had to make the most momentous decision of his life, and he could not yet make up his mind. He said, "I came to talk to you because I know you are against me. What I have said to you before makes no impression. You still think I ought to renounce my past 30 years of it, belie my pledges, disown every profession of faith, bless those whom I have cursed, start afresh with a new set of political principles, and admit my life has been a mistake." "Certainly not the last," I said, "and as for the others, are you not taking a rhetorical view, a platform view? But I will go further. I don't think it matters much what you sacrifice, consistency, principles, or anything. They belong to the past. They have nothing to do with today. The war is upon us. You must either support it or oppose it. If you oppose it, you fling away your position and all your influence. You will never be listened to again." And so on. He sat silent, unmoved. Nothing I could say, nothing anybody could say, would move him. All his life long he had thought for himself. in a minority of one. It had to be so now. We talked on. Finally I said, "I will tell you what I once heard a negro say. When my massa and somebody else quarrel, I'm on the somebody else's side." Don't you think the negro knows? Do you really doubt that a war between the slave power and the North, be the result what it may, must end in freedom? I am not sure that I ever did hear a negro say that, but I hoped that Phillips would open his mind to the negro, if not to me. And I think he did. I trust this little artifice of debate was not very wrong. I had to urge what I could, but I knew Phillips would decide for himself. He left saying, "I will see you again tonight." I went to his house. When I opened the door of the parlor, there lay Phillips on the sofa, asleep. 10 minutes later he awoke, lay silent for another minute, and then said, "We shall not have to discuss these things any more. I am going to speak next Sunday at the music hall for the war and the Union." And he began at once to consider how he should announce his conversion. Having gone over, he took his whole heart with him. No compromise, no transition, not one word to retract, not a hint of apology or explanation. Yesterday an abolitionist to whom the Constitution was a covenant with death and an agreement with hell. Today, a soldier for the Union. Presently he said, "It will be the most important speech of my life. I don't often write, as you know, but I shall write this, and will read it to you when it is finished." 2 days later he sent for me again, and these were the first sentences I heard. "Many times this winter, here and elsewhere, I have counseled peace, urged as well as I knew how the expediency of acknowledging a Southern Confederacy and the peaceful separation of these 34 States. One of the journals announces to you that I come here this morning to retract those opinions. No, not one of them. I said, 'Mr. Phillips, you will never get beyond that. They will not listen. Then they will be the last sentences I shall ever utter in public. But do you listen?' And he went on, in his finest platform manner and voice, 'No, not one of them. I need them all. Every word I have spoken this winter, every act of 25 years of my life to make the welcome I give this war hearty and hot.'" He knew what he was about. When it became known he was to speak for the Union, Charles Paulin came to me and asked whether I thought Phillips would like the music hall platform hung with the American flag. "Yes," said Phillips, "deck the altar for the victim." And decked it was, a forest of flags, and the flags told the story, long before Phillips opened his mouth. There was not a note of remonstrance as he announced his refusal to retract. And again he went on, "Civil war is a momentous evil. It needs the soundest, most solemn justification. I rejoice before God today for every word I have spoken counseling peace. But I rejoice also, and still more deeply, that now, for the first time in my anti-slavery life, I speak beneath the stars and stripes, and welcome the tread of Massachusetts men, marshaled for war." I never saw such a scene. The audience sprang up and cheered and cheered and cheered. The hall was a furnace 7 times heated. The only unmoved man was Phillips. He waited, and once more went on. "No matter what the past has been or said, today the slave asks God for a sight of this banner, and counts it the pledge of his redemption. Hitherto it may have meant what you thought or what I thought. Today it represents sovereignty and justice. Massachusetts has been sleeping on her arms since '83. The first cannon shot brings her to her feet with the war cry of the Revolution on her lips." And so on to the end. It was a nobler speech even than in the printed report, for that came from his manuscript, and often he put his manuscript aside and let himself go. The inspiration of the moment was more than any written words. When it was over, there was again a mob outside. A mob that would have carried the orator shoulder high to Essex Street. The honest, strong face of the Deputy Chief of Police wore a broad smile. He had done his duty. His responsibilities were ended. He, too, had fought his fight. Phillips took it all coolly. It was such a triumph as comes to a man once in his career, and once only — the finest hour in Phillips's life. He never reached a greater height of oratory, nor an equal height of devotion. For his triumph was over himself. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, William Lloyd Garrison, A Critical View. In explaining why Wendell Phillips was the target for every shot in the winter of 1860-61, I said it was because he was the real leader of the anti-slavery party during all the later and more critical years of the long struggle for freedom. No doubt, Garrison at one time held the first place among the abolitionists. He was the first of them in time, or one of the first. He had had the good fortune to be mobbed and led through the streets of Boston with a rope about his body. He had founded a weekly paper, The Liberator. Georgia had offered $5,000 reward for his arrest. He had unflinching courage, and needed it all in the 30s and later. But he had very moderate abilities. His force was a moral force. He had convictions, and would go to any length rather than surrender any one of them. But he had almost no other of those gifts and capacities which make a leader. He had no organizing power. He was not a good writer. He was not a good speaker. He could not hold an audience. He could not keep the attention of the public which he had won in the beginning. He did not attract to the abolitionist ranks the ablest of the men who were ready to make a fight against slavery. They did not care to serve under Garrison, under a leader who could not lead. They went into politics. So it happened that the abolitionists had become a dwindling force. If Phillips had not entered on the scene, with his wonderful oratory, his natural authority on the platform and off, his brilliant love of battle, his temperament, at once commanding and sympathetic, his persuasive charm, the abolitionist would have been well-nigh forgotten. He had all the moral force of Garrison, and the intellectual force which Garrison had not. Phillips himself would never allow this to be said if he could help it. He recognized Garrison as leader, and was perfectly loyal to him. So far as he could, he imposed his own view on the public. It was so abroad as well as at home. When Garrison came to London, a meeting was held in St. James's Hall in his honor. Mr. Bright spoke, and others spoke, hailing the worn-out champion as the herald of American emancipation, which perhaps he was. Boston, which has periods of generous penitence, gave him $30,000. Others than Bostonians paying part of the money, and accepting a bronze statue and put it up, I forget where. It has ever since been the fashion to recognize Garrison as the moral educator of the North on the slavery question, the schoolmaster of his period. Very possibly my liking for Phillips warped my opinion at the time. But now, after all these years, I think myself impartial. I had a knowledge of the situation. If it is a wrong view, why was Phillips and not Garrison the shining mark at which the pro-slavery people aimed in those critical years from 1854 to 1861? No other theory will explain that. When I used to express an impatient opinion of Garrison, and of Phillips' submission to him, I was rebuked for it. Said Phillips, "You are unjust, and you do not know the facts, or you do not make allowance for them. Like other young men, you are of today. Garrison's work had been done before you were old enough to know anything about it, and he is for all time. I don't say that there would have been no abolitionist movement but for Garrison, since abolition was in the air, and the anti-slavery fight had to be fought. It would have been fought in a different way without him, and perhaps later. You underrate the moral forces and Garrison's capacity as a leader. He was a leader, and is. Intellectual gifts do not make a leader. The soldier whom other soldiers follow into the breach and to death need not be a great captain, nor understand the art of war. What he understands is the art of getting himself killed and of inducing the men behind him to do the same. Garrison took his life in his hand. For many years he was leader of a forlorn hope. He held extreme views. He had to hold them. He drove men away from the abolitionist camp. They were better elsewhere. He was not a politician, but politics were not what we wanted, nor what the cause wanted. What it wanted was inspiration, and that's what it got from Garrison. I have put this in quotation marks, but I do not mean that Phillips said it all at once, nor perhaps in these words, but the passage reproduces as accurately as I can the substance of what I've heard him say in many talks about Garrison. I do not expect anybody to accept my view against Phillips's, but I must give my own, right or wrong. I saw something of Garrison, publicly and privately. I had no dislike for him, but neither had I any enthusiasm. As I recall the impressions of those days, it seems to me that I have never known a man of so much renown as Garrison, with so slight an equipment for the business of leadership, or even of apostleship. When I try to sum him up, I am embarrassed by the want of material. After all, what did he say or do? Borrowing from Isaiah a phrase of condensed passion, Garrison had called the Constitution a covenant with death and an agreement with hell. Without Isaiah's help, he produced the only other phrase which, out of all his writings and speakings, has kept a place in the general memory. I will not equivocate, I will not excuse, I will not retreat a single inch, and I will be heard. That was his pledge in the first number of The Liberator. It was finely said, and well, he kept it, so long as it mattered what he kept. I have often heard him speak. I cannot recall one single effort of anything that could be thought oratory. He was a tiresome speaker. Of rhetoric, or of that art which goes to the making of good speeches, he had no trace or tinge. Between him and his audience there was no give and take. He just stood up on the platform and hammered away. He was a fanatic, pure and simple. He had a message to deliver, and he delivered it, as a gramophone delivers its messages. He was what they call a record. If he impressed his hearers, as he sometimes did, it was by the passionate fervor of his beliefs and of his animosities. He was at white heat. More often he wearied them. They got up and went away. I suppose people read The Liberator. Dr. Johnson said you could write anything if you set yourself to it doggedly, and so it is of reading. But the average reader feels himself entitled to a little help from the writer, and from Garrison he got none. This, however, was in the early days of journalism. It was 10 years before Horace Greeley founded the New York Tribune that The Liberator was born. A newspaper was then a newspaper, whether it had any news or not, and even when its editorials were written, as the elder Bennett said the New York Herald editorials were written, for men who could not read. The printed page had an authority because it was printed. An authority which hardly survived Prince Bismarck's epigram on the newspaper, just printer's ink on paper. The Liberator was violent, bitter, prolix, and dull. But the Puritan preachers were all this, yet men sat contentedly for hours beneath their intolerable outpourings, as do the Scotch to this day. Carlyle had heard Irving preach for hours on end. I have sometimes had to sit under the Scottish preachers when staying at a highly ecclesiastical house. On these occasions I used to dream that I was reading The Liberator, or listening to Garrison in the Boston Melodeon. The a priori method was common to both, and the absence of accurate knowledge. They did not master their subjects, nor their trade. As to what Garrison did, I am quite willing to accept the history of his time as it is commonly told. I take all that for granted, all his services to the anti-slavery cause, and with all drawbacks they were great. Still, I do not think they explain his immense fame. He was a captain in the army of the Lord, if you like, but a captain who won no battles. there was one final victory based on a long series of defeats, a victory in which he had a share, though not a great share. Perhaps a better saint than captain, but in Rome's long catalogue of the canonized, how many first-rate names are there? You can become a saint quite cheaply if you know how. There are 50 or more huge volumes of the Acta Sanctorum, mostly lies, yet extremely interesting as examples of the use to which the human imagination can be put for ecclesiastical purposes. A Benedictine labor, ere yet science had shaken the foundations of clerical fairy tales by its demand for evidence, the acutest minds accepted them. So late as the 19th century, they were still accepted. After his conversion, Newman, perhaps the finest mind of his time, swallowed whole all the fictions to which the Church of Rome had given the imprimatur of infallibility. Garrison's exploits are less legendary, but are they much more substantial? His fame rests on generalities. To look at, he was neither soldier nor saint. He had not, on the one hand, the air of command, nor, on the other, the sweetness or benignity we expect from one of the heavenly hosts. His face was both angry and weak. His attitude on the platform was half apologetic and half passionate. His speech at times was almost shrewish. It was never authoritative, though always self-complacent. So was the expression of his face, with its smile which tried to be amiable and succeeded in being self-conscious. There was no fire in his pale eyes. If there had been, his spectacles would have dulled it. He stooped, and his most vehement appeals, they were often extremely vehement, came to you sideways. It was an unlucky effect, for there was nothing shifty or crooked in the man's nature, but he had a role to play, Isaiah if you like, and played it as well as his means would allow. It was the indomitable honesty of the man which gave him such authority as he had. That is not a bad eulogy in itself. Bad or good, nothing I can say will diminish his reputation, nor do I wish it should. When a legend has once grown up around a man, it keeps on growing. It has been decreed that Dickens shall be a great novelist, and Gladstone a great statesman, and Browning a great poet, and Herbert Spencer a great philosopher. Each of these men was great in other ways, but the legend is invincible. So, no doubt, with Garrison. He will remain the liberator of the slave. By the time the cold analysis of history reverses that verdict, personal partialities will have ceased to count. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Charles Sumner, A Private View. The anti-slavery leaders who emerged about the same time from the groups of mediocrities enveloping them were Wendell Phillips and Charles Sumner. So essentially was Sumner an idealist that he might naturally have cast in his lot with those who preferred ideals to party politics, but other influences finally prevailed, and he embarked on that career which, in due time, made him the leader of the anti-slavery forces to whom freedom seemed possible by political methods. On the whole, even among the group of men which included Andrew, I think Sumner must be put first. His province was larger, the range of his activities greater, and there were more moments than one when he was the most conspicuous figure in American public life. Of his scholarship, his legal attainments, his multifarious and accurate knowledge, his immense powers of work, everybody has heard. I do not enter upon that. The Sumner I shall speak of is the Sumner I knew. In the account first published in the New York Tribune of my first meeting with Bismarck in 1866, I said that I had heard much from Bismarck, which I could not repeat. On my return, I saw Sumner. Almost instantly he asked me what it was Bismarck had told me, which I could not repeat in print. The question was embarrassing enough, and I answered rather slowly, "Mr. Sumner, much of what Count Bismarck said that seemed to me confidential related to diplomatic and international matters, and you are chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. It would not have been said to you." Sumner reflected a moment, and then answered, "I suppose you are right. I won't ask you about anything which you think you ought not to repeat. But you must consider that, notwithstanding all that Bismarck has accomplished, he is still an unknown force. My own belief is that the future of Germany lies in his hands. The man who could defy the public opinion of Europe in that business with Denmark, who could defy the public opinion and Parliament of Prussia, who could govern 4 years without a budget or a majority, who could make war without supplies and without his country behind him, and his king only a convert at the last moment to his policy, that man, though he has put Austria under his feet and Prussia in Austria's place at the head of Germany, is, in my judgment, only at the beginning of his career. He is the one supremely interesting figure in Europe at this moment. I have never met him, probably may never meet him, but it is important to me to know all I can about him. Violate no confidence, but tell me what you can. I will make no use of it except to inform my own mind. When I have to deal with Count Bismarck, I want to be able to picture to myself what manner of man he is. In diplomacy, a knowledge of men is half the battle." This long speech was characteristic of Sumner. He was seldom brief or simple. His mind overflowed. In private, as in public, he was oratorical. The sentences, as they came from his lips, seemed to have passed through a mold. He spoke with a model before him. The most sincere of men, he was never content to be himself and nobody else. In the murmur of the flowing periods he often uttered, you heard echoes of Cicero, of Bossuet, of Burke. Perhaps it was true of him, as Emerson said, not of him, that his library overloaded his wit. He moved as if in armor, a mixed but apt metaphor. The chair in which he sat was a platform, and his one listener was an audience. He neglected, in his private talk, none of the arts of the rhetorician. Whoever has heard Sumner in the Senate or in Faneuil Hall must remember the imposing presence of the man, his stature, and the leonine head with its waving black mane, which every moment he tossed from his forehead, only to have it fall again half over his eyes. The strong features stood out sharply, the eyes were alight, the lips molded into plastic form the most stubborn sentences, and the whole blended into one expression after another at the will of the speaker. Each expression the visible image of his thought. He was so intent on bending his audience to his will that he used without stint every weapon at his command. In private, all this was a little overwhelming. As it comes back to me in memory, my view of it is probably more critical than it was when I sat and looked and listened, but it still seems to me extremely fine. In England, the country of all others where simplicity counts for most, Sumner was thought emphatic, and the English do not like emphasis, but they liked Sumner. He was first here as a young man in 1838 and 1840, when he was still in the late 30s, and these mannerisms were presumably less mannered or less aggressive. But the men and women whom Sumner then came to know were men and women who dwelt on the heights. I suppose the average of serious culture at that time in that class was at least as high as it is now. They liked a man with a full mind. Sumner had that, and he poured it out in a flood. Macaulay had taught his set, or the several sets to which he more or less belonged, to endure conversation which took the form of monologue and rivaled the laborious accuracy of a cyclopedia. People suffered under him. Lady Holland and Hayward, and Lord Melbourne, and others rebelled, but there were not many who rebelled. Sumner's path had therefore been made plain, nor was he dogmatic in Macaulay's way. He was human, and his enthusiasms were human, and he was sympathetic. But when Sumner, in 1869, made his indirect claims speech in the Senate, seeking to induce the government to demand from England indirect damages for the depredations of the Alabama, his popularity in this country came to a sudden end. His best friends were those who resented this speech most hotly, and Mr. Bright most of all. To Mr. Bright I once undertook to defend Sumner, or to explain him, for I thought he had been misunderstood. But Mr. Bright would not have it. "The only defense is silence," he exclaimed, and he was the more angry when I said, "That will do for an epigram," and we never referred to it again. So far as I could, I satisfied Sumner's interest about Bismarck, whom I had seen at short range, and with whom, on the evening in question, I had spent some 3 hours alone. Sumner asked question after question, with one definite object: he wanted to understand the man himself. Once or twice he put a searching interrogatory on matters of diplomacy, or on the relations between the King and his great minister, which had to be answered with reserve. He showed an astonishing knowledge of purely Prussian politics, and even of Prussian politicians. He asked if it was true that Louis and other liberals had owned they were wrong in opposing Bismarck, and when I said yes, exclaimed, "Then they showed more good sense than I expected." I spent some days with Mr. Sumner in his house in Lafayette Square, in Washington, now part of a Washington hotel. A plainly furnished house, hardly a home, chiefly remarkable for its books and for Sumner. He was a kindly host, anxious that his guest should make the most of his visit, and see the men he wanted to see. I wanted to ask him why he had, on a former visit, advised me not to see Lincoln, but I did not. But Lincoln was now dead, and among the giants who survived him, Sumner was the most attractive personality. He became more attractive still some years later, in 1872, when he came to Europe for the rest which his long warfare, first with President Johnson and then with President Grant, had made imperative. He came first to London, staying, or as the English perversely say, stopping, at Penton's Hotel, St. James Street, then a hostelry of repute, now extinct. He had a large suite of rooms on the ground floor at the back, gloomy and intensely respectable. I dined with him the night of his arrival. "I don't know what kind of a dinner they will give us," said Sumner, "but you shall have a bottle of Chateau Lafite of 1847, and the rest will matter less." He loved great Bordeaux, as all good men do, and his talk flowed like old wine, a full, pure stream, with both flavor and bouquet, and not much of the best claret has both. It is not possible to repeat much of Sumner's talk, for it was mostly personal and intimate. But I asked him whether he still felt the effects of those coward blows which Preston Brooks had dealt him from behind as he sat imprisoned in his chair in the Senate. He was not sure. He doubted whether he had ever completely recovered, though it was now some 16 years since that particular piece of South Carolina chivalry had been perpetrated. He thought everything had been done for him which could be done. What he told me may or may not have been printed. I do not know. When the moxa was to be applied to his spine, Dr. Charcot proposed to give him an anesthetic. "But," said Sumner, "does not the effect you seek to produce, the counter-irritation, depend more or less on the pain the patient would endure without the anesthetic?" "Yes," Charcot admitted reluctantly, "it probably does." "Then let us go ahead without ether," said Sumner, and they did. I understood the treatment consisted in laying along the spine cotton wool soaked in oil and setting fire to it. When, after 2 or 3 days, the burn is partly healed, the operation is renewed, and the pain, of course, more severe. But no ether was administered. After his first attack of angina pectoris, the pain, said Sumner, which I endured in a single second from one of those spasms, was more than all I ever suffered from all the applications of the moxa. We went together from London by way of Boulogne to Paris, staying 2 nights at Boulogne at one of the beach hotels. Sumner was like a boy. His 61 years sat lightly on him, and his interests were as fresh as I had ever known them. He loved the sea and the sea air, an air so much more exhilarating on the southern coast of the Channel than the northern. He was amused to hear that the customs authorities had passed all our luggage, his and mine, because I had told them he was a senator, and still more amused later when the Dover customs on our return had shown him the same indulgence as the Honourable Charles Sumner, honourable denoting in England not political distinction, but membership of a family, the head of which is a peer. In Paris, as in London, we had rambled about the bookshops. "I dare say," remarked Sumner, "you thought from my books at home that I cared nothing for books as books, or for bindings, but you will see." And he proceeded to buy a certain number of so-called fine bindings, which, alas, were not so fine as they ought to have been. Less than 2 years after his last months in Europe, he died. I have still much to say about him, and there are many letters of his to me which I hope to print, but they are not here, and I must end. When I remember what has been said so often of Sumner by men who did not know him or did not like him, I may be allowed to end with a tribute of affection. I thought him, and I shall ever think of him, one of the most lovable of men, more than loyal to his friends, delighting in kindnesses to them, of an implacable honesty, sincerity, devotion to duty, and to high ideals, an American to whom America has paid high honor, but never yet enough. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Experiences as Journalist during the Civil War. My obligations to Wendell Phillips are mixed, and one of them was an introduction to the Tribune. In the autumn of 1861 I wanted 2 things, a holiday and a chance to see something of the war and the Negro question at short range. At that time, Mr. Charles A. Dana was managing editor of the Tribune, with Mr. Sidney Howard Gay as his first lieutenant. Phillips gave me a letter to Mr. Gay, the result of which was that Mr. Dana asked me to go to South Carolina for the Tribune. A word about Mr. Dana. He had the reputation at that time of being what the cabman called that Mr. John Forster, who was, among other things, the friend and biographer of Dickens, a arbitrary gent. I suppose Mr. Dana was arbitrary, in the sense that every commanding officer must be arbitrary. But my relations with him, or my service under him, lasted some months, during the whole of which period I found him considerate and kindly. He liked, I think, to assign a man to duty and judge him by the result, which meant that the man was left free to work out his own salvation, or damnation, as the case might be. I was, of course, perfectly new to the business of journalism, and equally, of course, made many mistakes. But Mr. Dana was not the kind of manager who fastened on this mistake or that as an occasion for chastising the offender. He judged a man's work as a whole. In the office, I am told, he sometimes thought it needful to speak plainly in order to enforce a steady discipline. He had been known to walk into the room of one of the departmental editors, in full view and hearing of the whole staff, and remark, "Mr. X, you were disgracefully beaten this morning," in the tone in which he might have said it was a fine day. But the next morning Mr. X was not beaten, nor the next. Very possibly between me and Mr. Dana's wrath, if I roused it, stood Mr. Gay, a man of soft manners and heart. I cannot remember that, directly or indirectly, any reprimand ever came to me from Mr. Dana. From Mr. Greeley there came more than one, all well deserved. With the business of managing the paper, Mr. Greeley did not much concern himself. With the results he sometimes did, and when the Tribune did not contain what he thought it ought to contain, he was apt to make remarks on the omission. While I was at Port Royal in South Carolina, there was a skirmish at Williamston in North Carolina, 100 miles away. Mr. Greeley thought I ought to have been at Williamston. Very likely I ought, but Lord Curzon had not at that time announced his memorable definition of enterprising journalism, an intelligent anticipation of events that never occur. That epigram, delivered in the House of Commons, may be supplemented by an axiom. The business of a war correspondent is to be, not where he is ordered, but where he is wanted. In the early days of the Civil War, or for that matter in the late days, the American press had little of the authority it has since acquired. The heads of great departments of government still held themselves responsible primarily to the President. Berths on battleships were not then at the disposal of the first journalist who wanted one. When I asked Commodore Stedman of the Bienville to take me to Port Royal, he politely told me it was against the naval regulations to allow a civilian on board a ship of war. When I asked him who had a dispensing power in such matters, he said, "If the Secretary of the Navy should order me to receive you as a guest, I should do so with pleasure." I thanked him, and with the courage of which ignorance is the mother, telegraphed Mr. Wells. No answer. I telegraphed again, saying it was the wish of Mr. Dana that I should go to South Carolina on the Bienville. The effect of Mr. Dana's name was magical, and this time an answer came, that Commodore Stedman had orders to give me a berth. I suppose the journalists of today will hardly understand how there could have been a difficulty. But there were to be many difficulties. Commodore Stedman was as good as his word, and better, and a kind host. Admiral Dupont had captured the Port Royal forts by the time I arrived. A finer example of the old type of naval officer than Admiral Dupont our naval service never had. Captain Raymond Rogers was his flag captain, another example not less fine. General W. T. Sherman was in command of the land forces. The winter passed slowly away. There was not much to do except study the Negro question, which was perhaps more attractive when studied at a distance. General Butler, bringing the mind of a lawyer to bear on the problems of war, and desiring a legal excuse for annexing the personal property of the enemy, had announced that the negroes were contraband of war. For him, the maxim that laws are silent amid arms did not hold good. He liked to make laws the servant of arms. The negroes naturally came soon to be known as contrabands. There were some months during which they were called hardly anything else. I called them so in my letters. It was characteristic of Phillips that after a time he wrote to me to suggest that Butler's phrase had done its work, and that the Negro was a Negro, a man entitled to freedom on other grounds. But it was long before the word passed out of use. Butler had chosen the psychological moment. The contrabands, with Mr. Phillips' permission, who crowded the camps were mostly from the cotton and rice plantations of South Carolina and Georgia. If you were not already a convinced abolitionist, they were not likely to convert you. But it was becoming daily clearer that the Negro had a military value. Not at Port Royal, however, where he was only a burden. It was not an eventful winter at Port Royal. There were expeditions by land and sea, and there was the taking of Fort Pulaski, which I saw, but I was glad to return to New York in the spring, and then to join General Fremont in the Shenandoah Valley. The name of that commander was still one of promise. Except the name, there was not much else for the purpose of war, but he had a charm of manner and a touch of romance, and a staff on which one or two foreign adventurers had places and did weird things. General Cluseret was one, an impostor who afterward found a congenial home in the Paris Commune, with other impostors. That campaign came to naught, and when General Pope, in July 1862, was put in command of the Army of Virginia, I found my way to the headquarters of that redoubtable warrior. With him in command of the Third Army Corps was General McDowell. I don't know why one's memory chooses trivialities as proper objects of its activity, but it sometimes does. One of the most vivid among the impressions of those days is the stout figure of General McDowell on his horse, which he sat ill, his uniform awry, his sword pushed behind him as far as it would go, his strapless trousers ending abruptly halfway between knee and ankle, then a space of bare flesh, and then some inches of white stocking, and then a shoe. But he had military gifts, if not a military air. He was talking with General Pope, whose unhappy proclamations about his headquarters in the saddle had already been issued. Unlike McDowell, Pope looked a better soldier than he was. His 6 weeks' generalship on the Rappahannock ended with the second Bull Run, which there was now no Billy Russell to describe in words that blistered yet were honest words, and with Chantilly. The West suited Pope better than the East, and to the West he returned. In these 6 weeks he had made nothing but mistakes and achieved only defeats. Personally, General Pope was pleasant to deal with. It was while he commanded the Army of Virginia that Mr. Stanton, then Secretary of War, or perhaps General Halleck, issued orders for the expulsion of all correspondence from the armies in the field. General Pope sent for me and told me of the order. Impressed at that time with the sternness of War Office rule, I answered meekly that I supposed I must go. Said General Pope, "This is not an official interview. I imagine you needn't go till you get the order." A battle was thought to be imminent. Any respite was welcome. I thanked him, went back to my tent, took what I most needed, and rode off to an outpost where I had a friend. The official notification may have been sent to my tent, but never reached me. And so it happened that I saw such fighting as there was on the Rappahannock, and at the second Bull Run, better called Manassas. Interesting to a student of war, not inspiriting to a patriot, and not now to be described even in the briefest way. My only aim is to give the reader of today some faint notion of what a war correspondent's life in those days was like. One incident I may note as an example of what may happen to a general who neglects the most elementary rules and precautions of war. At the end of a day's march, at sundown, but the heavens still light, General Pope bethought himself that he should like to see what the country ahead of him looked like. With his staff and a bodyguard of some 60 sabres, he rode up a low hill with a broad crest, open ground about it for 100 yards, and beyond that in front a thick, far-spreading forest line. General Pope and his staff dismounted. The cavalry was ordered to dismount and loosen their saddle girths. Just as this operation had been completed, there came from the wood beyond the open ground a rifle volley. As we stood between the sunset and the enemy, we were a pretty fair target. There was no time for orders. Everybody scrambled into his saddle as best he could, and away we went. But the firing woke up the advance guard of our army, and they also began firing. It soon appeared that General Pope had unwittingly passed outside his own lines, so that as we rode away from the fire of the rebels, we rode into the fire of our own troops. It was hot enough, but luckily did not last long. The hill partly protected us from the sharpshooters in gray, and our fire was silenced after a moment. But the horses were well frightened. It was impossible to pull up. We scattered, and the horses went on for a mile or so. I never before so much respected the intelligence of that animal. There was nothing to do but sit down in the saddle, but the horses never made a mistake at full speed over an unknown country, stiff with fences and brooks, and nobody came to grief. Nor, which seems more wonderful, was anybody hit by the bullets. A good many remarks were made which hit General Pope. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Civil War, General McClellan, General Hooker. The failure of Pope's campaign and his retreat upon the capital demoralized his army and demoralized Washington to an extent which few remember. The degree of the demoralization may, however, be measured by the reappointment of General McClellan to the command of the Army of the Potomac and of Virginia. In the absence of any general whose name inspired confidence, General McClellan was thought a synonym of safety, or at any rate of caution, and he had not wholly lost the confidence of his men. He was not expected to enter upon large operations. An engagement near Washington was, however, thought probable. On a hint from a friendly official, I rode out one afternoon from Washington to the army headquarters, expecting to be away at most a day or two. My luggage consisted of a mackintosh and a toothbrush. I was absent 6 weeks. But this was not so tragic as it sounds, for Maryland was a country in which, even with a war afoot, it was possible to buy things. In the interval I had seen 2 battles, South Mountain and Antietam, which came as near to being real war as could be expected under General McClellan. Correspondents were not now allowed with the army in the field any more than in General Pope's time. We were contraband. But so long as we yielded nominally to the inhibition of the War Office, nobody seemed to care. The War Office was then named Edwin M. Stanton. To this day I have never been able to understand how Mr. Stanton, a man all energy, directness of mind and purpose, scorning compromise and half measures, and scorning those who practiced them, came to assent to the replacing of General McClellan at the head of the Army of the Potomac. But he did, and at first General McClellan seemed to justify the new hopes newly placed in him. He might have sat still, but after providing for the defense of Washington, he moved out upon an aggressive defensive campaign. General Lee had entered Maryland, and McClellan went in search of him. He moved slowly, but he moved. His soldiers, so far as I could judge, believed in him in spite of his disasters in the Peninsula. His generals, I think, did not. I saw and talked with some of them, for I found myself making this campaign as a volunteer aide-de-camp to General Sedgwick. I had met General Sedgwick before, and when I had to consider how I was to get leave to go with the troops, I went to General Sedgwick and told him my difficulty. "Come along with me," he said. That was all the appointment I had. It would not have been possible in a European army, but in the armies of the Union many things were possible, and it was quite sufficient to take me outside of Mr. Stanton's order about correspondence. I was not a correspondent. I was one of General Sedgwick's aides. His kindness to me was a service for which I could never be too grateful. It was a still greater service because General Sedgwick belonged in the category of fighting generals who were none too popular with the general commanding, since he, mixing politics with war, believed in half-beating the enemy. Sedgwick, so far as I know, had no politics. Certainly he had none in the field. He was there to fight, not to build bridges over which the rebels might come back into the Union. It had become known that General Lee had entered Maryland to enable her people to throw off a foreign yoke. He was not, as it turned out, a welcome guest. Maryland would have been much obliged to him if he had stayed on the other side of the Potomac. McClellan, taking time to think things over, and perhaps not liking to be considered a foreign yoke, advanced toward Frederick, Lee's headquarters for the moment, at the breakneck pace of 6 or 7 miles a day. I suppose McClellan must have known that Lee wanted Harper's Ferry. But even after Lee's general order had come into his possession, with specific directions for the movement of each division, McClellan hesitated and finally took the wrong road. Hence the Battle of South Mountain, a picturesque performance, part of which I watched by the side of General McClellan himself. At the moment he was quite alone, his staff away carrying orders, an officer now and then returning, only to be sent off again at once. The general presently saw that a stranger was standing near him, and asked a question or two. I offered him my field glasses, but he said he could see very well, and declined them. There was in his appearance something prepossessing, if not commanding, something rather scholarly than warlike, amiable, well-bred, cold, and yet almost sympathetic. His troops were slowly forcing their way up the steep mountain-side upon which we looked. It was, in fact, from a military point of view, a very critical moment, but this general commanding had a singular air of detachment, almost that of a disinterested spectator, or of a general watching manoeuvres. The business of war seemed to be to him merely what Iago calls the bookish theatric, and he himself a great arithmetician. He had the face of a man of thought. Napoleonic, said his idolaters, who called him the young Napoleon, not considering dates, or not aware that when Napoleon planned and won his great Italian campaign, a masterpiece of war, he was 27. When McClellan planned and lost his Peninsula campaign, he was 37. But there he stood, an interesting figure, as if star-gazing, compact, square-chested, his face well-moulded. That he was directing the assault of the forces struggling up yonder hill no human being could have guessed. Whether his tailor had been too stingy in the material of his uniform, or nature too lavish in the contents of it, he was uncomfortable. He and his clothes did not seem made for each other. There were wrinkles, there was a missing button, nor was he a well-set-up figure. It may well enough have been because of his military career, but I thought an air of indecision hung about him. Men had died by hundreds, and were yet to die because he could not make up his mind, nor push an attack home. They were dying now, as he looked on. They lay dying and dead on the opposite slope. For when he had at last made up his mind, he had made it up wrong. The Battle of South Mountain was a victory in a sense, but it need never have been fought. A position which might have been turned had been forced, and the road to Antietam lay open. Again, it was like McClellan, on approaching Sharpsburg and the battleground of Antietam, to halt and think it over. If he had struck at once, he would have found Lee's army divided and the path weakly held. But McClellan had it not in him to do anything at once, or to do it once for all. The armies faced each other idly all that day. In the afternoon I heard that a flank movement on the enemy's left was to be tried under General Hooker. So I rode over and joined that general's command. It was well known that Hooker would fight if he was allowed. He was already called Fighting Joe, a well-earned sobriquet. He put his troops in motion about 4 o'clock that afternoon, himself at the head, as usual, doing his own reconnoitering. I rode with the staff, not one of whom I knew. Nobody took the trouble to ask who I was or why I was there. For aught they knew, I might have been a rebel spy. General Hooker had his own way of doing things. This was what might be called a reconnaissance in force. 2 brigades in line, pushing steadily forward, a force of cavalry in advance, 2 divisions following. By the time we came in touch with Lee's left, it was dusk. We could see the flashes of the rebel rifles which drove Hooker's cavalry back upon the infantry division. Hooker played the game of war as the youngest member of a football team plays football. He had to the full that joy of battle which McClellan never had at all, and showed it. Between the man by whose side I had stood 2 days before at South Mountain and the man near whom I now rode, the contrast was complete. McClellan was not a general. He was a council of war, and it is a military axiom that councils of war never fight. He surveyed the field of battle beneath him at Turner's Gap as a chess player surveys the board. At the naval battle of Santiago, as the Spanish ships were sinking, our blue jackets began to cheer. Said Admiral Phillips, "Don't cheer, boys, they are dying over there." If everything else about Phillips should be forgotten, that will be remembered, and he will be loved for it, for this one touch of human feeling for a human enemy amid the hell of war. But for the pawns and pieces the chess player sends to slaughter, he has no regrets. I don't say McClellan had none for the men whom his mistaken strategy drove to death. All I say is that, as I looked at him, I saw no sign of it. A general, we are told, can no more afford to have feelings amid a battle than a surgeon with the knife in his hand can feel for his patient. Well, it may be. But Napoleon, who is always cited as the highest example of indifference to the lives of men, is perhaps the best example to the contrary. He would sacrifice a brigade without scruple for a purpose. Never one single armed man without a purpose. He had men enough to consume for victory, never one to squander. He was an economist of human life, though for purely military reasons. It is awful to reflect how many thousands of Americans in these early Civil War days were sent to death uselessly by the ignorance of their commanders, or, as in McClellan's case, by his irresolution and his incapacity for the handling of troops in the field. General Hooker's was a face which lighted up when the battle began. The man seemed transformed. He rode carelessly on the march, but sat straight up in his saddle as the martial music of the bullets whistled past him. He was a leader of men, and his men would have followed him, and did follow him, wherever he led. Hesitation? Delay? He hated them. "If they had let us start earlier, we might have finished tonight," he muttered. But tonight was upon us, and even Hooker could not fight an unknown force on unknown ground in the dark. It was 9 o'clock when we went into camp, Union and rebel lines so close that the pickets got mixed and captured each other. Camp is a figure of speech. We lay down on the ground as we were. I slept with my horse's bridle round my arm. At 4 o'clock next morning, with the earliest light of a coming dawn, and as soon as a man could see the sights on his rifle, the battle began. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, Civil War, Personal Incidents at Antietam. General Hooker was about the first man in the saddle. The pickets had begun sniping long before dawn. My bivouac was within sight of his tent. The old man, said one of his staff, would have liked to be with the pickets. No doubt. He would have liked to be anywhere in the field where the chance of a bullet coming his way was greatest. Kinglake has a passage which might have been written for Hooker. That accomplished historian of war remarks that the reasons against fighting a battle are always stronger than the reasons for fighting. If it were to be decided on the balance of arguments, no battle would ever be begun. But there are generals who have in them an overmastering impulse of battle. It is in the blood. Temperament prevails over argument, and they are the men who carry on war. Hooker was one of them. He loved fighting for fighting's sake, and with the apostles of peace at any price, he had not an atom of sympathy. He would have thought Herbert Spencer something less than a man, as he was, and Mr. Carnegie, if he had been anything then but the boy he has never outgrown, a worthy disciple of an unworthy master. No, I am not keeping you waiting for the story of Antietam, for I am not going to retell it. But General Hooker, on that day a hero, has had hard measure since, and I like to do him what justice I can. I liked the man. My acquaintance with him began that morning. To hear him issue an order was like the sound of the first cannon shot. He gathered up brigades and divisions in his hand and sent them straight against the enemy. That is not at all a piece of rhetoric. It is a literal statement of the literal fact. His men loved him and dreaded him. Early in the morning he had scattered his staff to the winds, and was riding alone on the firing line. Looking about him for an officer, he saw me and said, "Who are you?" I told him. "Will you take an order for me?" "Certainly." There was a regiment which seemed wavering and had fallen a little back. "Tell the colonel of that regiment to take his men to the front and keep them there." I gave the order. Again the question, "Who are you?" "The order is General Hooker's. It must come to me from a staff officer or from my brigade commander. "Very good. I will report to General Hooker that you decline to obey." "Oh, for God's sake, don't do that!" "The rebels are too many for us, but I had rather face them than Hooker." And on went his regiment. I returned to Hooker and reported. "Yes," he said, "I see, but don't let the next man talk so much." And I was sent off again. I was with Hooker when he was wounded, about 9 o'clock. He was, as he always was, the finest target in the field, and a natural mark for the rebel sharpshooters. It was easy to see that they followed him, and their bullets followed him wherever he rode. I pointed that out to him. He replied with an explosion of curses and contempt. He did not believe he could be hit. No rebel bullet was to find its billet in him. He was tall and sat high in his saddle. He was, of course, in uniform. No khaki in those days, but bright blue, and gilt buttons and all the rest of it. His high-colored face itself a mark, and he rode a white horse. Not long after I had spoken, a bullet struck him in the foot. It was the best bullet those troublesome gentlemen in gray fired that morning. He swayed in the saddle and fell, or would have fallen, if he had not been caught. Then they carried to the rear the hope of the Union arms for that day, and for other days to follow. I saw him again about 4 in the afternoon. I had been asked to see him by 1 or 2 of General McClellan's staff, who knew I had been with General Hooker in the morning. I have said long since what the errand was they wished to lay upon me, or what I supposed it to be. General Wilson explained to me, on the publication of that article, that I had mistaken the meaning of the men I talked with; that the officers who asked me to go never designed that I should suggest to Hooker to take command of the army, but only to find out whether he could resume the command of his own corps, and perhaps of another, not waiting for orders, apparently. It does not much matter, for I, of course, declined to carry any such message as I thought was proposed to me. It was for the officers themselves, if for anybody, to carry it. If they had any such purpose in mind, it was mutiny, patriotic but unmilitary. Well might they lose patience when they saw the promise of a shattered rebellion fade before their eyes. But that day was not yet, happily, since a premature victory over the South would have left great questions unsettled. This scheme, or dream, was none the less interesting because it showed, as I thought, what McClellan's own officers thought of his generalship on that fateful day, and possibly of something besides his generalship. But I went to the little square red brick house where Hooker had been taken, and was allowed to see him. It needed no questions. He was too evidently done for, till that day and many days to come had passed. He was suffering great pain. I told him I had come by request of some of General McClellan's staff to ask how he was. "You can see for yourself," he answered faintly. "The pain is bad enough, but what I hate to think is that it was a rebel bullet which did it." His courage was indomitable. His contempt for the rebels not one whit abated. He asked for the latest news from the field of battle. I told him it was no longer a field of battle, that McClellan was resting on his arms, that he would not use his reserves, and that there was every prospect that Lee would escape with his beaten army across the Potomac. He raged at the thought. "Unless," I added. "You need not go on," retorted Hooker. "You must see I cannot move." It tortured him to think that his morning's work was half thrown away, and that McClellan, with some 14,000 fresh troops, was content to see the sun go down on an indecisive day. Into his face, white with the pain which tore at him, came heat and color and the anger of an indignant soul. The surgeon shook his head, and I said good-bye. I rode back to headquarters, only to find that the decision had been taken, or perhaps that McClellan was incapable of any decision. His mind halting as usual between 2 opinions, and the negative in the end prevailing over the positive. He had an irresistible impulse to do nothing he could leave undone. I asked for General Sedgwick. He had been badly wounded, I think thrice wounded, but had fought on till the 3rd. And been carried off the field. Nobody could tell me where he was. I saw him once again. A rebel bullet laid him low at Spotsylvania. One of the best generals we had, a man of utterly transparent honesty, simplicity, and truth of character, trusted, beloved, ardently followed by his men, a commander who had done great things, and was capable of greater. Since it was too late to get anything through to New York that night, I wasted some hours in one camp and another. Perhaps they were not wasted. I heard everywhere a chorus of execration. McClellan's name was hardly mentioned without a curse. Not a soldier in the ranks who did not believe it had been possible to drive Lee into and over the Potomac. At 9 o'clock in the evening, I started for Frederick, 30 miles away. My horse had 2 bullets in him, and I had to commandeer another from a colleague, who objected but yielded. I reached Frederick at 3 in the morning, sleeping in the saddle a good part of the way, as I had been up since 4 o'clock of the morning before. The telegraph office was closed, and nobody knew where the telegraph clerk lived. I thought it odd that in time of war and after an important battle the government at Washington should have kept open no means of communication with the general commanding, but so it was. Frederick was the nearest, and so far as I knew, the only available telegraph office. There was no field telegraph. The wires were not down, but the operator was sleeping peacefully elsewhere. He reappeared about 7. I asked him if he would take a message. After some demur, he promised to try to get a short one through. I sat down on a log by the door and began to write, giving him sheet after sheet, till a column or more had gone, as I supposed, to New York. The Tribune had been notified that a message was coming. But neither my private notice to the Tribune nor my story of the battle was sent to New York. It was sent to the War Office at Washington, and such was the disorder then prevailing that it was the first news, or perhaps only the first coherent account, of the battle which reached the War Office and the President. They kept it to themselves during all that day. At night, in time for next morning's paper, it was released, wired on, and duly appeared in Saturday's Tribune. I never doubted that when my telegram had once been sent I should find a train to Baltimore. There was none. I saw one official after another. Nobody knew, or nobody would say, when a train would leave. It might go at any moment, or not at all. I tried in vain for a special. There could be no special without military warrant. I wired the War Office and got no answer. It was trying work, for what I had hoped was to reach New York in time for Saturday morning's paper. Finally, I was allowed to travel by a mixed train, which arrived in Baltimore some 10 minutes before the Washington express for New York came in. That is all the margin there was. The cars were lighted by oil lamps, dimly burning, one at each end of the car, hung near the ceiling. I had to choose between the chance of wiring a long and as yet unwritten dispatch from Baltimore and going myself by train. The first word at the telegraph office settled it. They would promise nothing. So, by the light of the one dim oil lamp above my head, standing, I began a narrative of the Battle of Antietam. I wrote with a pencil. It must have been about 9 o'clock when I began. I ended as the train rolled into Jersey City by daylight. The office knew that a dispatch was coming. The compositors were waiting, and at 6 o'clock the worst piece of manuscript the oldest of them had ever seen was put into their hands. But they were good men, and there were proofreaders of genius, and somewhere near the uptown breakfast hour the Tribune issued an extra with 6 columns about Antietam. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. A Fragment of Unwritten Military History. By this time, September 1862, Mr. Dana had retired from the Tribune, and Mr. Sidney Howard Gay had become managing editor in Mr. Dana's place. The natural gift of command which belonged to Mr. Dana had not descended upon Mr. Gay. It never does descend, but he was capable of a quick decision, and when, having returned that morning from Antietam, I saw him in the afternoon, he was in a managing editor state of mind. With much firm kindness of manner, he suggested that I should start that evening to rejoin the army. I said yes, because in my inexperience and in my artless awe of my superior officer, I did not know what else to say, and I took the night train to Washington. With the discomforts of the night railway service between New York and Washington, I had already made acquaintance. They were considerable, but less than they are now. There was then no overheated Pullman car. There was no overbearing colored porter to patronize you and to brush the dust from other people's clothes into your face and to heat the furnace, by which I mean the steam-heated car, 7 times hotter. There was no promiscuous dormitory. When Lord Charles Beresford was last in Washington, 4 or 5 years ago, he told me one afternoon he was going to New York by the night train. When I suggested that the day service was less unpleasant than the night, he answered, "Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I can sleep on a clothesline." There spoke the sailor lad of whom there are still traces in the great admiral of today. I have never tried the clothesline, but I had lately been sleeping for many nights together on the sacred soil of Virginia, or the perhaps less sacred soil of Maryland, thinking myself lucky if I could borrow 2 rails from a Virginia fence to sleep between. I'm not sure whether I like the stiff seats of the old-fashioned coach much better, but I am quite sure I should prefer the open air and the sacred soil and the Virginia rails to the luxurious stuffiness of the modern sleeping car. The only real luxury I know of in American railway travel is the private car. However, I might as well have stayed in New York, for I was soon invalided back again with a camp fever, and then remained in the office to write war editorials and others. But I was to make one more journey to the field, and once more to see General Hooker. General McClellan, thinking it over for a month and more after Antietam, had finally crossed the Potomac, dawdled about a little, and been ordered to Trenton, New Jersey, well out of the way of further mischief. General Burnside had succeeded McClellan, had fought and lost the Battle of Fredericksburg with the maximum of incompetency in December 1862, had McClellanized till January 25th, and had then yielded up the command of the unhappy Army of the Potomac to General Hooker. Fighting Joe spent some 3 months in getting his army into good fighting order, then tried his luck against Lee and Stonewall Jackson at Chancellorsville. Luck in the shape of a bullet, whether Union or rebel, took Jackson out of his way, but Lee, perhaps for the first time, showed the greater qualities of generalship, and Hooker, at the end of a 3-day battle, was defeated, the Union forces recrossing the Rappahannock on the night of May 4, 1863. I must apologize for restating, even in the briefest form, facts which everybody knows. I do it because soon after Chancellorsville I was sent again to the Army of the Potomac on a mission of inquiry. It was almost the blackest period of the war, the darkness before dawn. A dawn which was to come from the west as well as from the east. The army was demoralized, so was public opinion, so, I think, were the military authorities in Washington, and nobody knew where to look for a commanding officer. There remained not one in whom the President or the Army of the Potomac had faith. They were groping for a general, and groping so far as the East was concerned, in the dark. My business was to throw such a light as I could on the causes of Hooker's defeat, and to find out, if I could, whom the Army of the Potomac wanted as leader. And I was given to understand that the results of my inquiry would be published in the Tribune. They never were. I spent rather more than a week with the army at one headquarters or another. General Hooker, to whom I of course presented myself in the first instance, very kindly asked me to be his guest, but that was impossible. I could not be the guest of the man whom I was to investigate. I told Hooker my errand. As general commanding, he had the right to order me out of the lines, which would have brought my mission to an end. Instead, he offered me all facilities consistent with his duty. "If I am to be investigated," he said, rather grimly, "it might as well be by you as anybody." Indeed, he had a kindness for me, and had offered me, or tried to offer, after Antietam, a place on his staff, which military regulations did not permit. It was not necessary to tell him I had every wish he might come well out of the examination, but I had. So I went about to one general and another, and from one corps to another, and talked with men of all ranks and of no rank. I knew General Sedgwick best, and went to him first. He was a man of action rather than words, and was reluctant to talk. Besides, his share in the battle had been greater than anybody's but Hooker himself. He told me what his orders had been, and how he had tried to carry them out. Up to a certain point he had been successful. He had crossed the Rappahannock in the early morning of May 3rd, carried the heights near Fredericksburg by noon, advanced toward Chancellorsville with intent to turn Lee's rear, till he brought up against an immovable rebel force late in the afternoon. He held his position all night, and during most of the next day, the 4th. Then Lee, who was at his best, brought up more troops, and forced Sedgwick back across the river at night. He had lost 5,000 men. From what Sedgwick told me, and from what others told me, I gathered that this was the critical point of the battle. If Hooker could either have kept these rebel reinforcements busy elsewhere, or have strengthened Sedgwick earlier in the day, the rebel lines would have been broken or turned, and the battle won. But he was outmaneuvered by Lee here and elsewhere. That is Chancellorsville in a nutshell. Hooker was, I suppose, overweighted with the command of an army of 120,000 men. As a corps commander and for fighting purposes he had no equal, but he was pitted against a general whom European critics have praised till they seem inclined to put him on a level with Hannibal or Moltke, where he certainly does not belong. But he was good enough in these May days of 1863 to defeat General Hooker. There have been stories in print to which I refer because they have been in print. It was said of General Hooker, as it was said of a greater general in this Civil War, that he drank. Lincoln's wish to send a barrel of Grant's whiskey to every other general in the Union armies had not then been expressed. But in the first place, having heard this rumor before I left New York, I asked everybody likely to know, and not one witness could testify to having seen General Hooker the worse for whiskey. There is, in the second place, a statement that while Hooker was standing, on the morning of the 3rd, near Chancellor's Inn, the porch was struck by a cannon shot, and a beam fell on Hooker's head. He was not disabled, but the working power of his brain, at high pressure night and day for some 60 hours, may well have been impaired. One story may be set off against the other. Rightly or wrongly, the Army of the Potomac had lost confidence in General Hooker. It had also lost confidence in itself. It was a beaten army, and the soul had gone out of it. On both points the evidence was overwhelming. There could be no doubt that I must report to Mr. Gay that the demoralization was complete. When I set myself to discover a remedy, in other words, a possible successor to General Hooker, I was at a loss. General Sedgwick's officers and men believed in him, but the army as a whole thought he was in his right place as a corps commander. Other names were mentioned and put aside. There was no reason why officers high in rank should talk freely to me. There was every reason they should not talk freely to the representative of the Tribune, if the Tribune was to publish an account of the state of public opinion in the army with reference to a new commander. I endeavored to make it clear that all statements on this matter would be treated as confidential. Still, as you may imagine, there were difficulties. If one man was named more often than another, it was General Meade. I was encouraged by a number of officers, mostly staff officers, as I had been at Antietam in connection with General Hooker, to see General Meade and lay before him what my friends declared to be the wish of the army, or of a great part of the army. They wanted him to succeed General Hooker. It did not seem desirable to pledge myself to anything. But I did see General Meade. I had met him but once before. He was just mounting his horse and proposed that we should ride together. Explaining that, though I came on no mission and with no authority, I had been asked to lay certain matters before him, I gave him such an account as I could of what my friends thought the army wanted. When he saw what was coming, he turned as if to interrupt. "I don't know that I ought to listen to you," he said. But I asked him to consider that I was a civilian, that I was in no sense an ambassador, that I brought no proposals, that he was asked to take no step whatever, not even to say anything, but only to hear what others thought. Upon that, I was allowed to go on. I said my say. From beginning to end, General Meade listened with an impassive face. He did not interrupt. He never asked a question. He never made a comment. When I had finished, I had not the least notion what impression my narrative had made on him, nor whether it had made any impression. He was a model of military discretion. Then we talked a little about other things. I said good-bye, rode away, and never again saw General Meade. But Gettysburg was the vindication of my friend's judgment. Thinking I had done all I could, I said good-bye to General Hooker, who asked no questions, went back to New York, made a full oral report to Mr. Gay, and asked him whether I was to write a statement for publication. He considered a while, and then said, "No, it is a case where the truth can do only harm. It is not for the public interest that the public should know the army is demoralized, or know that Hooker must go, or know that no successor to him can yet be named. Write an editorial, keep to generalities, and forget most of what you have told me." I obeyed orders. But the orders were given 40-odd years ago. Such interest as the matter has is now historical, and so for the first time I make public a part, and only a part, of what I learned in that month of May, 1863, on the banks of the Rappahannock. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The New York Draft Riots in 1863. Notes on Journalism. One more battle I saw, known as the Draft Riots of 1863. I arrived in New York on the Monday evening, and journeyed south through the city by the light of the Roman Catholic Orphan Asylum in flames, a stray Negro or two hanging to a lamp-post here and there. This was the flank movement of the rebellion, an attempt not only to prevent the enforcement of the draft, which President Lincoln had too long delayed, but to compel the Unionist forces to return northward for the defense of their homes. A mad scheme, yet for near 4 days New York was in possession of the mob. I never understood why, since a couple of good regiments would at any moment have restored order, as the event showed. For want of them, New York had to defend itself, and did it rather clumsily, enduring needless disasters and losses, both of property and life. The Tribune office was marked for destruction, but was armed and garrisoned, and only once did the mob effect an entrance. Then they swept into the counting-house on the ground floor and made a bonfire of such papers as they found. For a moment there was danger, but the police came up from the Spruce Street station, the rioters fled, and the fire was put out. Upstairs in the editorial rooms we knew nothing about it till it was all over. Afterward a better watch was kept. Friends of the Tribune volunteered, and there was no lack of men, nor were the police again careless. Another rush was stopped by the police in the square. As I sat at my window, looking on the City Hall, I saw this rebel effort. But the police broke the solid mass of rioters as cleverly as it could have been done in Paris, where such matters are understood better than anywhere else in the world. Once scattered, these ruffians became easy victims. The police did not spare them. I not only saw, but heard. I heard the tap-tap of the police clubs on the heads of the fugitives. At each tap a man went down, and he did not always get up again. The street was strewn with the slain. While these incidents were occurring, an effort was made to keep Mr. Greeley away from the office, partly because he was a man of peace, and we thought scenes of violence would be unpleasant to him, partly because he was in danger, both in the office and as he came and went. But he would listen to no appeal. The post of danger was the post of duty, and he stood by the ship. Mr. Greeley's passion for peace sometimes carried him far, but never showed itself in an ignoble regard for his personal safety. Sidney Howard Gay's successor in the managing editorship of the Tribune was Mr. John Russell Young, who brought with him a new life and freshness, and something not very far removed from a genius for journalism. If, in the profession of journalism, there be room for genius, there is room, at any rate, for originality, and for bird's-eye views of things, and for an outlook upon the world which leaves no important point uncovered. There is room for courage, and for quickness of perception, and for an intuitive knowledge of what is news and what is not. All these qualities Mr. Young had. That the end of his relation with the Tribune was less happy than the beginning offers no reason, to my mind, for denying him the tribute which is his due. It seems hard to believe that in 1866, in the early summer, the first news of the Austro-Prussian War came to us in New York by ship, but it was so. Mr. Young walked into my room one morning with a slip of paper in his hand from the News Bureau at, I think, Quarantine, announcing the Prussian declaration of war, June 18th, and the advance of the Prussian forces. "I should like you to take the first steamer to Europe," remarked Mr. Young, and walked out again. It was a Monday. The next steamer was the Cunarder China, from Boston to Liverpool via Queenstown, on the Wednesday. I sailed accordingly, and on reaching Queenstown was met by a telegram announcing the Austrian defeat at Sadowa, or, as the Prussians prefer to call it, Königgrätz, July 3rd. The war was over. There were other military operations, but an armistice was agreed to July 22nd, and the preliminaries of peace were signed at Nicholsburg, July 26th. On the following day, July 27th, 1866, the laying of the new Atlantic cable, the first by which messages from the public were transmitted, was successfully completed by the Great Eastern, and on the 28th a friendly message from the Queen was sent to the President of the United States. The President was Mr. Andrew Johnson, and it took him 2 days to reply. It would have made a difference to us in America if the war news of May and June could have reached us by cable. Even such grave events as Austria's demand for the demobilization of the Prussian army so far back as April, and the proceedings in the Federal Diet at Frankfurt in June, made no great impression on American opinion. I suppose we were already in that state of patriotic isolation when events in Europe seemed to us like events in an ancient world. The Austro-Prussian conflict was not much more to masses of Americans than the Peloponnesian War. Nor, in truth, did news from abroad, by mail, ever present itself with the suddenness and authority it derived from the cable. It came by mail in masses. It came by cable with the peremptory brevity which arrested attention. The home telegraph was diffuse. It was the cable which first taught us to condense. A dispatch from London was not, in the beginning, much more than a flash of lightning, and went into print as it came, without being written up, and was 10 times the more effective. I had gone on from London to Berlin, and it was in Berlin that the news came of a break in the peace negotiations and the sudden arrest of the homeward march of the Prussian troops, which had begun August 1st. I sent a dispatch to the Tribune announcing this and hinting at the renewal of hostilities as a possible consequence. The news came from a source which was a guarantee of its truth, and true it was. But the diplomatic difficulty was soon adjusted, and again the Prussian columns flowed steadily northward. This message, which for the moment was sufficiently startling, was, I think, the first news dispatch which went by cable. It ran to near 100 words, and the cost of it was just short of £100, or $500. The rate from London to New York was then 20 shillings a word. We wasted no words at that price. Mr. Weaver was then manager of the Anglo-American Telegraph Company, a man who thought it good policy to coerce the public. He understood much about cable business, not much about human nature. He considered himself, and for the time being he was, at the head of a monopoly. People who desired to send messages by cable to America must do so upon his terms or not at all. It never seemed to occur to him that there might be such a thing as a prohibitory rate, or that a business could not be developed to the greatest advantage by driving away customers. He was quite happy if he could wring an extra sovereign from the sender. He thought it a good stroke to compel each sender of a message to add the word London to his signature. It was another 20 shillings in the treasury of the company. Mr. Weaver enacted many vexatious restrictive laws, the discredit of which fell in great measure upon Mr. Cyrus Field and other directors of the Anglo-American Telegraph Company. It was Mr. Weaver's business to make rules. It was the business of the public to obey them. At that time there was between the public and the Anglo-American Company no direct intercourse. We were obliged to hand in our messages over the counter of one of the two inland telegraph companies, which between them had a monopoly, the British and Magnetic and the Electric. Mr. Weaver sat in solitary state in Telegraph Street. You approached his office as you would approach a shrine, a temple of some far-off deity. During the next few years I had often to discuss matters with Mr. Weaver, whose regulations embarrassed and delayed press messages. He was opposed to all concessions to the press. He framed a code under which press messages, at a reduced rate, were dealt with as he chose. He would give us no assurance as to when he would begin or when complete the transmission of such messages. He would interrupt the transmission of them in a purely arbitrary way, so that the first half of a message might reach New York for next morning's paper, and the last half for the day after. At last there came a crisis. I had filed an account of the Oxford-Harvard four-oared race from Putney to Mortlake, a column and a half long, in good time for next day's Tribune. It did not appear till the day following. I had gone with it myself to the city and handed in my dispatch over the counter of the British and Magnetic office in Threadneedle Street. The office of the Anglo-American was but 2 minutes distant. My inquiries about the delay were met with civil evasions. The Anglo people said they sent on the dispatch as soon as they got it. The British and Magnetic people said it had been forwarded to the Anglo in the ordinary course of business. Under that specious phrase lurked the mischief. It came out after much pressure that in the ordinary course of business, and by rule of the Magnetic Company, every dispatch for the cable must be copied before it was sent on to the Anglo. The staff in attendance when I committed my message to the Magnetic consisted of a boy at the counter. It was his duty to copy the dispatch when not otherwise engaged. He completed his copy early the next morning. This was finally admitted. I then saw Mr. Weaver, and put all I had to say into 2 sentences. First, the delayed dispatch would not be paid for, since it was the Anglo which made itself responsible for the delay by refusing to receive the message direct from the sender. Second, unless this rule was abolished, I would notify the Tribune that it was useless to forward messages from London, and advise the editor to direct their discontinuance. Then came a curious thing. Mr. Weaver, having reflected on this ultimatum for some 30 seconds, said, "Mr. Smalley, I will agree to your proposal on one condition, that you tell nobody you are allowed to hand in your message to us. We do not intend to alter our rule. We make an exception in your case." I do not suppose Mr. Weaver was aware that he was giving me a great advantage, or that he meant to give it. But although the copying regulation of the magnetic was abolished, direct access to the Anglo was a great security and a great saving of precious time. It was to mean in the following year of 1870 that dispatches could be sent through to New York as filed, and in time for the regular morning issue, which otherwise would have arrived, in whole or in part, late. It was one among several causes to which was due the success of the Tribune in the early months of the Franco-German War. The fact did not become known in the world of journalism till some time in the late autumn of 1870. In February 1870, the British government had taken over the inland telegraphs, and with them the duty of receiving transatlantic dispatches. The government could have enforced the old rule, had it chosen, but it did not choose. The executive officer of the Post Office was Mr. Scudamore, secretary to the Postmaster General, who had no good will to the press and none to me. Probably he knew nothing about the matter. But since 1870 the cable offices have all been thrown open, or special offices open for the receipt of messages, and you may now file cable messages for America in any post office or any cable office. The English postal telegraph service is wonderfully good, far better than any telegraph service in America, but I should never file a press message in a postal office if within reach of a cable office. All this is highly technical, and I suppose of no interest to anybody but journalists and telegraph managers. But there are other experiences which I hope may be found worth reading by a less select audience. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. How the Prussians, after Sadowa, came home to Berlin. There is much more to say on this subject of cabling, which I touched on, perhaps prematurely, in the last chapter, but it can wait till certain incidents in Berlin have been described. Ever memorable to me was this visit to Berlin in 1866, and for two things. I saw something of the two greatest forces in Prussia, or two of the three greatest, the Prussian army and Count Bismarck. The third, whom I saw, but only saw, was the King, whom his grandson has since rechristened William the Great. The 7 Weeks' War was just over. There were generals of the army who expected to enter Vienna in triumph, as 4½ years later the German armies were to enter Paris. But Count Bismarck had vetoed this project, by no means desiring to leave an indelible scar of defeat and humiliation on a kindred German capital. He wished, and the King wished, that in the future, and in the near future, Berlin and Vienna should be friends. In the interest of that wise policy, the purely military ambitions of these generals, the Red Prince perhaps among them, who were soldiers and nothing else, were repressed. A consolation was allowed them in the shape of a triumphal re-entry into Berlin. So, on the 20th and 21st of September, the garrison of Berlin and Potsdam, 50,000 strong, but dividing their strength between the 2 days, marched through the Brandenburger Gate and up the Unter den Linden to the Opera Platz. By good luck, I had rooms in the Hôtel du Nord, then the best hotel in Berlin, midway in the great avenue of Berlin. And being on the second floor, I could look well over the trees and along almost the whole stretch of this fine street, 100 yards wide. It was such a spectacle as presents itself but seldom to the human eye, German or other. All things considered, it cannot often have been surpassed. The whole world was looking on, for here was Prussia, but 3 months ago a second-class European power, which had suddenly stepped into the front rank. So dazzling was her rise that the Emperor Napoleon, looking out of the Tuileries window upon a transformed Central Europe, was already demanding compensation for Sadowa, and demanding vainly. The leadership of Germany had passed in a night from Austria to Prussia. The Germanic Confederation had been dissolved, and the North German Confederation, with Prussia the all-powerful head of it, had come into existence. With the refusal of Count Bismarck to listen to the demands of Napoleon, Prussia stood out in Central Europe as the German state which at last was to resist all attempts from beyond the Rhine to impose the will of a French ruler upon the German people. It was a declaration of independence, and of something more than independence. When the head of that great column of victorious troops emerged from the Great Gate, what Berlin saw was the instrument by which these vast changes had been brought about. There were men of prophetic mind who saw in it the instrument of greater changes yet to be. But sufficient for the day was the glory thereof. All Berlin was in the streets, or in this one street, or in the windows and on the housetops of the Unter den Linden. As they cheered, I did not think the volume of sound comparable to what one hears in London on great days of public rejoicing. There was rejoicing, of course, and there was enthusiasm, but it was of the grave German kind, none the less deep for being less resonant. I cannot remember being much impressed by these demonstrations, nor by the flags and other decorations. The Prussian flag, with its black and red, was a less cheerful piece of bunting than the tricolor or the Union Jack. The Germans have, nevertheless, ideas of ornament and of art values, perhaps midway between the French, who are supreme in such matters, and the English, who have no ideas at all except to hang out all the flags they possess and trust to luck for harmony and effect. None the less was the Unter den Linden garlanded with banners, and the better houses or larger buildings were glowing with color and contrasts. But the military display was the important thing, and it was magnificent. The King came first, riding a little in front of his headquarters staff and of the generals who were in his suite. Whether he might be called William the Great or not, he was on that day a kingly figure. The officers with him numbered, I should think, perhaps 150, mostly well mounted, in uniforms which, whatever they might be singly, were splendid in the mass. They were perhaps too splendid. One would have liked to see these men in the clothes in which they had marched and fought, with the stains of war upon them. But that, I suppose, would have been abhorrent to the German mind, and especially to the German military mind, with its deep devotion to etiquette and its worship of routine and all forms of military technique. But the echoes of Austrian battlefields had not yet sunk into silence, and we knew well enough that these were no holiday warriors. They rode slowly. When the King and his staff had passed, there came a surprise. The procession seemed for one moment to have come to an end. There was an open space of perhaps 50 yards. In the center of it rode 3 men. The 3 were Von Roon, Minister of War, Moltke, and between them Bismarck, in a white uniform, as Major of Cuirassiers. It was when they came into view that the cheering rose highest. The King was popular, and the greeting of his people had been cordial, but the 3 men behind him were the real heroes. Von Roon had organized the forces of Prussia, Moltke had guided them to victory, Bismarck had planned and brought on the war. The Carnot of Prussia, the soldier of all soldiers of Prussia, next after the great Frederick, the brain and will and directing force of Prussia, these 3, and in all Europe no other 3 comparable to them, singly or together. So here they rode, these 3 by themselves, apart as if all that had gone before and all that was to come after were there in homage to them. The king and his headquarters staff were but the advance guard to these three. The 25,000 troops who followed were but their rear guard. These servants and priceless possessions of the state were encompassed about by all that was brilliant and all that was useful in the state, themselves excepted. They bore themselves as befitted their services and their places, with a dignity, a serene disregard of everything but their duty, which belonged to real greatness. Berlin hailed them with cheers of a kind which had been given to no other. I do not know that any of the three was precisely what might be called popular. Popularity was not what Von Roon or Moltke or Bismarck had sought. But Berlin knew, and Prussia knew, that but for these three there would have been no day of victory for the fatherland. The troops came past in the formation known as company front, and as the Prussian companies were 100 strong or more, the effect was admirable. Berlin was thronged with soldiers for days after this, and the individual Prussian soldier was not then a very imposing object. He was well set up, but he and his uniform were not always on good terms. In short, he was too often slovenly or slouching. He had, moreover, a stiffness of bearing which reminded you of Heine's bitter account of him in earlier days, that he looked as if he had swallowed the ramrod with which he had been thrashed. But in the mass you saw nothing slovenly, and the stiffness, perhaps, helped his officers to dress that company front in a straight line across the broad street. The front was, in fact, perfection, and so was the marching, and as these bodies of drilled men moved up the Linden, they looked like what they had proved themselves, irresistible. They swept on with a movement as of some great natural force. Regiment after regiment swung past. There was never a break or halt. The machine was in its best working order. The men carried their heads high, crowned with victory, and so the tide of war poured through this peaceful street. The Prussian uniform was not a brilliant one. In point of mere costume, these troops were not comparable to many others. The Austrians were far more smartly dressed, and the English and the French. But this blue and red looked workmanlike, while as for ornament, well, what ornament was needed beyond the word Sadowa, which might have been, but was not, embroidered on the collars of their tunics? You saw also that this was a citizen army. The German people were in these ranks, as the Prussian people. The words have since become almost convertible, though there are millions of Germans who will not agree to that. The regimental officers were well enough mounted, and, so far as one could judge from a parade like this, were good horsemen. They sat well down in their saddles. A good seat and good hands go together, or ought to go together, but do not always, and the hands seemed heavy if a horse turned restive. But another thing became clear as you looked. The officers were of the elect. The Prussian aristocracy was in the saddle. There has never been a time since the great Elector of Brandenburg when it was not in the saddle, actually and figuratively. To adopt Bismarck's phrase at a much later day, in a great speech at Jena, this country of Prussia has never been ruled from below. It was not in 1866. Nor have the Junkers and the nobility of Prussia ever failed to pay with their persons when the need arose. In that murderous cavalry charge at Mars-la-Tour, the ranks were crowded with the sons of princes and dukes and counts, and all the rest. They rode, no small part of them, to death, and knew they were riding to death, but no thought of rank or riches stayed them, nor did any one falter. It is impossible not to think of these later things as the memories of these September days in 1866 come back. I looked on, then, at the beginnings of what was foreordained to happen. This was the army. These were the very men who were to close about Sedan in that other September of 1870. Long after that I was to see them again in the Opera Platz and unter den Linden, when the king, who now rides with his grave gallantry of bearing at their head, was to be buried on one of the coldest and perhaps the blackest day Berlin ever saw. The splendor had departed. The triumph of 1866 had given way to mourning and gloom. And on the architrave of the Brandenburger Tor, draped and shrouded, like all Berlin, in black, stood out in white letters the last greeting of Berlin to its old-time king, Vale senex imperator. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. A Talk with Count Bismarck in 1866. 1. By one of those pieces of good fortune which descend only upon the undeserving, I came to know Count Bismarck before I left Berlin. I was advised to present my letter at the Landtag, and as the Count was said to be in the house, I sent it in. He came out to the antechamber where I was waiting, and there for the first time I looked into the pale blue eyes whence had flashed the lightnings that had riven the power of Austria on the field of Sadowa. Now they had a kindly and welcoming look in them. "But," said Count Bismarck, "I have not a moment. A debate is on, and I am to speak at once. Come to my house in the Wilhelmstrasse at 10:30 tonight, and we can have a talk. Meantime, you might like to hear the debate." And he called to an official to take me into the chamber, shook hands again, and away he went. I heard his speech, marveled at the sight of a parliamentary chief in full military uniform, marveled at the tone of authority, which also was military, marveled again at the brevity and directness of the orator, who took no thought of rhetoric, and hardly cared to convince, but rather to command. It was the oratory of the master of many legends. True, the 4 years' conflict between him and the Prussian Parliament was over, but true also that on both Parliament and minister that conflict had left a mark. In his voice there was still a challenge, and in the silence of the chamber still something sullen. He had won. They had lost in a struggle upon which, as Herr Lloyd told me, they ought never to have entered. Would never have entered had they known. Lloyd and his party of so-called liberals confessed themselves not only beaten, but wholly in the wrong. At 10:30 I rang at the outer door, which was more like a gate, of the palace in the Wilhelmstrasse. It was opened by a soldier who asked my name, and when he heard it, told me I was expected, and asked me to follow him. I was taken upstairs to a large empty room on the first floor. In a moment out came Count Bismarck's famous Atlatas, Herr Lothar Bücher. The Count was engaged with the Minister of War, but if I would wait, would see me presently. I waited 10 minutes. Again the door to the left opened, and forth came von Roon, the mighty organizer of war himself, of course a soldier, since in Prussia everybody who counted in affairs of state was a soldier, and still is. You had need to visit Berlin in those warlike days to understand what was meant by the phrase that Prussia was a camp. Then you had need to visit it again in time of peace to understand that whether in peace or war, Prussia was still a camp, and as much in peace as in war. What it is now, I cannot say. I have not been in Berlin these last 15 years, but between 1866 and 1893 I was there many times, and every time it was a camp. The garrison of Berlin and Potsdam was never, I think, less than 40,000 men. The streets of Berlin were always thronged with officers, and on the broad sidewalks of the Unter den Linden or the Friedrichstrasse there was scarce room for anybody else. The youngest lieutenant wanted all of it to himself. To each other these officers were civility itself, but the civilian had no rights they were bound to respect. I had already seen something of this all-pervading military spirit and military supremacy, and sat reflecting on it in this great salon where I waited for Count Bismarck to be at leisure. When Herr von Roon came out, he recognized me, I suppose, as a stranger, and, civilian though I was, gave me the greeting he thought due to Count Bismarck's guest, which I returned. There was almost a halt as he strode past. His face was turned to me, and I could read in it the stern record of a long conflict, of vast responsibilities and years of unceasing toil. A rugged face enough, but the light of victory in his eye. He, too, had fought and won. Curiously enough, among the men I met at that time in Berlin, the man who Bismarck accepted seemed to have most of the statesman in him, with the statesman's civic virtues and traits, was this Minister of War. Not because he was minister in the sense in which an English Secretary of State for War is minister. The English War Minister is never a soldier. He is a parliamentary chief, and his authority over the army denotes the supremacy of Parliament over the whole military hierarchy from commander-in-chief down to the drummer boy. But of parliamentary supremacy there had been for these last 4 years in Prussia none whatever. The Minister of War was not responsible to Parliament. He never has been. He is not now. He was then responsible to the King of Prussia, as he is now to the German Emperor. When, in May, 1863, the Chamber protested to the King that the attitude of the Ministry to Parliament was arbitrary and unconstitutional, as it was, the King made answer that the Ministry possessed his confidence, and sent the Parliament about its business. That is, he prorogued Parliament, announced that he would govern for the present without a Parliament, and as matters did not mend, and the Chamber again in December refused to vote a war budget, the King dissolved it. Parliamentary government existed at that time in Prussia under the Constitution, but in name only. These reflections were cut short by the reopening of the door, and Count Bismarck entered. Still in uniform, nor did I ever see him except in uniform, whether in public or private, till I visited him in his home at Friedrichsruh in 1893, where he wore a black frock coat and black trousers, crowned, when he went out, by a soft, broad-brimmed gray felt hat, quite shapeless. He had, more than any man I ever met, the manner of the grand seigneur, in which distinction of bearing and a grave, even, gentle courtesy went together. He was sorry, he said, to have kept me waiting, but the business of the state, you know, comes first, and though one crisis is over, another succeeds, and we know not yet what the end is to be. This I understood to refer not to Austria, for the Treaty of Prague had been signed in August, but to France, where the Emperor was brooding over his lost prestige and lost hold on southern Germany, and was meditating demands which might compensate him for the loss of the power of meddling with matters which were none of his business. As he said this, we walked into his private room or cabinet, the very center of the spider's web. A comfortable, plain, workmanlike little room, a writing desk, the chief piece of furniture, large enough to fill the whole of the further corner, a sideboard opposite, a small table with ashtrays, a few chairs, and that was all. The curtains were drawn. The room, German fashion, seemed a trifle close, and as if old Frederick William's tobacco parliament had been held here all these last 150 years or more. There was a rug in the center which had to do duty for the carpet, which in Germany, as elsewhere on the continent, never covers the whole floor. As we were sitting down, the Count behind his desk, a door opened, opposite to the one by which we had entered, and there appeared a lady whom I had never seen, the Countess Bismarck. When she saw me, she said to her husband, "You have not been in bed for 3 nights. I hope you don't mean to sit up again." Of course I rose, saying, "At any rate he shall not sit up for me." But the Count laughed, came out from behind his desk, took me by the shoulders, thrust me down into the chair again, all with an air of kindly authority not easy to describe, and said, "Sit where you are. I want to talk to you." As I thought it over afterward, I supposed Count Bismarck had some object in mind other than the pleasure of my conversation. He knew that I was the representative of the Tribune. My letter to him had stated that. He knew what the position and power of the Tribune were, and especially of its influence with the Germans in America. And it seemed to me that in view of the relations between the Germans at home and the Germans beyond the seas, he thought it might be worth while that his view of the situation should be put before the Germans in America, and before the Americans also, in an authentic, though not an authoritative way. Count Bismarck did not say that. It was my conjecture, upon which I acted to a certain extent, as I will explain more fully by and by. Countess Bismarck looked on at this performance, which she plainly did not like, but presently smiled and said to her husband, "Well, if you will sit up, you must have something to drink," went to the sideboard, mixed a brandy and soda, took it to him, put the glass to his lips, and stood by him to see that he drank the whole, which he did with no visible reluctance. He handed the empty tumbler to his wife and thanked her. She put her arm about him, kissed him, looked at me reproachfully but amiably, and vanished. A truly domestic, truly German, altogether charming little scene. Many years later, after Count Bismarck had become Prince Bismarck, and a greater figure in Germany than the world had seen, I met Princess Bismarck again at a dinner in Hamburg given by Mr. William Walter Phelps, American minister at Berlin. Mr. Phelps had long been a friend of the Bismarck family, and on easy terms with the head of that family, who liked and respected him. It was a case of sympathy between opposites. No contrast could be more complete than the contrast between Prince Bismarck and Mr. Phelps, but their relations were, as so often happens, all the more friendly for that reason. I was presented to the Princess, and after dinner inquired whether she remembered this midnight incident in the Wilhelmstrasse. She asked me to describe it, and I told her what had happened. She had wholly forgotten it. I asked her if I might some day narrate the story. "I don't see why you should not," she answered. Years after that I again saw the Princess at Friedrichsruhe, and she asked whether I had ever repeated my tale. I said no, but that I still meant to avail myself of her permission, as I now do. The Princess thought, I imagine, she would like to see the Prince portrayed in this intimate way and in this relation to his wife. Her life had always been lived in and for his. She knew well what the world thought. To the world he was always the Iron Chancellor. But in private life he was the affectionate, loyal husband to whom one woman had devoted all she had, all her love, truth, worship, and adoration which perhaps not many men have deserved or received from any woman. There is much in Bismarck's love letters, which are hardly love letters, about his wife, and much in other Bismarck books, notably in Sidney Whitman's Personal Reminiscences, the best of them all. The Princess will ever live as an amiable figure, and, if she had not been that, would still live as the wife of the one great German of his time, as the woman who had known how to captivate a fancy once supposed to be wayward, and to make it and him her own. The quality which distinguished her was sweetness of nature, which she never lost during a life harassed by many solicitudes and vexed by illness. 2. The Countess von Bismarck having departed out of the little room, the King's minister plunged at once into his subject, which was nothing less than the history of the last 4 years, during which he had ruled over Prussia. Much of what he said I repeated in the Tribune no very long time after. All that he said, or all that I could remember, I put down in writing that night before I slept. It contained, however, so much that obviously was not meant for print, and could never be printed, that, after using as much as I thought could properly be published, I destroyed my manuscript. I had said to Count Bismarck as I left that he knew he had been talking to a journalist, and yet had said many things he could not wish made known to the public. He laughed and answered, "Well, it is your business to distinguish." It is, therefore, still my business to distinguish. I may perhaps say a little more than I could while both the Emperor and the Prince were alive, but not much. For in truth I have never quite understood why confidences cease to be confidences when those who imparted them, or those whom they concern, are dead. A man who quits this world leaves his reputation, if he has any, behind him. Indiscretion may affect his memory as they might have affected his living fame. In this case they would exalt Count Bismarck's fame, but it might be at the expense of others whom he had no desire to belittle. So I keep for the most part to generalities. Of the king he spoke with astonishing freedom, yet never a word to injure the sovereign whom he served. I will quote once more a sentence I have repeated before now. You are a Republican, and you cannot fully understand the loyalty I cherish to a king to whose ancestors my ancestors have been loyal for hundreds of years. Yet it comes to this, and of this truth history has long since taken account, that between Count Bismarck and his august master there was a long-continuing conflict. If the king had won, there would have been no Austro-Prussian War, nor any Franco-German War, nor any German Confederation, nor any Germany as we know Germany today. When, therefore, the present German Emperor puts forward his grandfather as the author of these changes, he is making for his grandfather a false claim. While he was still Prince William of Prussia, he said, "Whenever I hear a great event in my grandfather's reign discussed, I never hear his name mentioned, but always Bismarck's. When I come to the throne, it is my name you will hear as the author of the policies and deeds of my reign." William II has kept that pledge, but that is no reason why he should try to rewrite the history of his grandfather's time, or to rob Prince Bismarck of the renown which belongs to him and which the world awards him. Powerful as he is not powerful enough for that. This is a digression, but it will serve to bring out the main fact that there was a contest between the king and Bismarck in 1866, and that not the king but Bismarck came out triumphant. In the long war with Parliament, the king and his minister were together, and the king was as loyal to his minister as the minister was to the king. But when the critical moment came, it still has to be said that Bismarck's was the seeing eye and the deciding voice, and his, not the king's, was the directing mind. Over the heads of the Parliament and people of Prussia, and against the wish of the king, who only at the last moment and by one last argument had been persuaded to consent, did Bismarck pursue his way. "It was not," said Bismarck, "till I had convinced the king that his honor as a soldier was involved, that he would agree to the war with Austria. No political argument moved him. The vision of a united Germany with himself at the head of a German Confederation did not dazzle him. 'Austria is my brother,' he said. 'The war would be fratricidal. The Emperor and I are bound together by many ties, by many interests, above all by affection and by loyalty. I should think it treacherous to attack a sovereign who has given me many proofs of goodwill, and to whom I have given pledges. Nothing will induce to do it.' Yet," continued Bismarck, "he had allowed me to take step after step, each one of which led inevitably to war. In the long conflict with the Parliament he was one with me. Only by his support was that conflict maintained or victory possible. No money was voted for 4 years. We laid hands on the public revenues, but the government had to be carried on in part by money supplied out of that royal treasure fund which for generations the kings of Prussia have hoarded for kingly purposes. The preparations for war were nourished from the same source. The war with Denmark was paid for to a certain extent out of the same royal purse. The Landtag never assented to the Schleswig-Holstein enterprise, nor would vote a solitary thaler to carry it on. Before that, when I became minister in September 1862, my first act was to announce to the Chamber that I proposed to govern without a budget. The Chamber protested against that as unconstitutional, which of course it was. 6 months later, the Chamber invited the king to dismiss his ministers. He replied that his ministers had his confidence, and a week later, instead of dismissing us, announced that he proposed to govern without a parliament. All this time I was preparing for war with Austria after Denmark. The king must have known what it all meant, but he did not stay his hand nor withdraw his confidence from me. After the peace with Denmark, there was no longer any reason for military preparations except Austria, but the king still allowed me to go on. In January 1865, the Parliament again rejected the public budget. The king rejoined by seizing all the public revenues in the name of the state. The public knew nothing of what I had in mind. The Parliament knew nothing. If it had been possible to take Parliament into my confidence, the budget would have been voted. The Liberals have admitted that. But to take Parliament into my confidence would have been to take Austria into my confidence. It could not be. It was necessary to strike suddenly, to strike before Austria could assemble her reserves, or take advantage of her immense resources, or bring into line all the discordant races of that great empire. How much did I tell the king? Well, as much as was necessary for the time being. The great struggle with his Majesty was put off till the moment of conflict was near, till it was necessary to throw off the mask. Besides, you must consider that I had to deal not only with the king, but with the various court influences which surrounded him. They were almost all hostile to me. Many of them were very powerful with the king. I might spend 6 weeks in coaxing him to assent to a particular measure. When he had promised, in would come some grand duchess, and in half an hour undo my 6 weeks' work. I interrupt the flow of this speech to remark that, long after this, Prince Bismarck repeated to the same complaint about grand ducal interventions. They never ceased. They were never relaxed. There was no conciliating these great personages. They had policies and purposes of their own, which were never those of Germany, but always of some German principality with which their personal interests were bound up. There is nothing so selfish as a second-class royalty, a serenity with a dukedom which a pocket handkerchief would cover. Bismarck continued. In the end, Austria played my game for me. She demanded in April, 1866, the demobilization of the Prussian forces, which had begun to put themselves on a war footing in March. Then I knew the Lord had delivered her into our hands. I laid the demand before the king, saying, "I do not know whether your Majesty is prepared to surrender the command of your army to your brother of Austria." He took fire at once. Then it was that he felt his honor as a soldier was attacked. From that moment the difficulty was to restrain him. We were not quite ready. It would have been dangerous to declare war at once. It was dangerous, perhaps, to let the moment of the king's anger pass, lest counsels of peace should again prevail. But one risk or the other had to be taken, and I chose the latter. 2 months later, June 18th, war was declared, and the king issued a manifesto to his people, which was everything that could be wished. All the rest was in the hands of the God of battles. Then a pause, and a piercing glance, then on he went. After Königgrätz there were the same difficulties. The king could not at first understand why this career of victory was to be interrupted. He was king no longer. He was field marshal, commanding the forces of Prussia. He had won a great battle. The power of Austria was broken. Vienna lay at his mercy. Germany was waiting to know whether Austria or Prussia was to be her future master. Well, no, not master, but which of the two was to be the chief state in Germany and the true leader of the German people? What other sign of supremacy could be so visible, so convincing, as the Prussian armies in Vienna, Prussian troops encamped in the Praetor, the Danube bridled and bridged by us Prussians? When an enemy's capital lay at the victor's mercy, why should he not enter it? What great soldier ever refrained? Thus, said Bismarck, spoke the king. I ventured to remind His Majesty of his reluctance to make war on the Emperor of Austria, and to ask whether, now that he was vanquished, he wished him to be humiliated also. That seemed to touch him. We talked long. He was surrounded by generals and princes who urged him on, but in the end he came round to my view, which had been his own view before the war. So here we are in Berlin, and not in Vienna, and please God we shall all be friends again, and some day there will be one Germany, and not 2, or 20, or 50, as in times past, and today. The fruits of our triumph are yet to gather. Twice during this discourse I had risen to go, but Bismarck said, "No, I've not finished." The third time it was long past 1 o'clock, and I said, "If I don't go now, Countess Bismarck will never let me see you again." This amused him, and he remarked, "I suppose you think I am getting sleepy." But sleepy he was not. He had talked for near 2 hours with unquenchable energy and freshness, and with a force of speech in which no man was his rival. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, American Diplomacy in England. 1. The ministers and ambassadors who have represented the United States in England have an interest individually and as a body. So long a line of men, mostly distinguished, is almost a dynasty. Some of them are totally forgotten, some are remembered faintly, some have left a lasting impression. I have known a round dozen of them. The public memory is short. If I say that to Mr. Charles Francis Adams it was permitted to do a great service to his country abroad than to any American since Franklin, or since his grandfather, John Adams, who might perhaps as a diplomatist be ranked above Franklin, if I say this, there are Americans to whom it will seem doubtful. But since Adams' greater service consisted in a just menace of war to England if she let loose the Alexandra, the current histories, written in days when every act of hostility to England was applauded, right or wrong, have done him justice. He was right, 1,000 times right, and we cannot remember it too often. But what Americans ought also to remember is this, that when Mr. Adams flung his glove in Lord Russell's face, it was done neither from temper nor impulse. It was the considered act of a minister who had weighed all the chances, who had made up his mind that open war was better than covert hostility, and that it belonged to him to accept the responsibility. Whether Mr. Seward would have backed up his minister may be a question had the minister's "this means war" been met by Lord Russell with "then war it is." But the British government knew, even Lord Palmerston knew, they were in the wrong, and they gave way. But they gave way only because Mr. Adams had put the alternative of war before them. It was very far from being his only service or his only triumph, but it was the greatest of all. It is not too much to say that the diplomatic fortunes of the United States were in the hands of the American minister to Great Britain from 1861 to 1863, and indeed to the end of the Civil War. A weak man or an incompetent minister would have brought us to the dust. Adams, of course, was neither. He was a match for anybody in his business as minister. He had the intellectual qualities, and he had the personal qualities. Moreover, he was an Adams. He belonged to the governing classes, to one of the few great American families in whom the traditions and gifts of government are hereditary. The philosopher who divided the population of Massachusetts into men, women, and Adamses made a strictly scientific distribution. The Adamses were of that minority which under one name or another, and in all countries alike, governs. It governs none the less when it sees fit to allow the democracy to believe itself all-powerful than when it takes command as an aristocracy. I knew Mr. Adams. Mr. R. H. Dana, Jr., who smoothed so many paths for me, gave me a letter to him. This was in 1867. The days of tumult and conflict were over. His great work was done, but he remained minister till 1868. The legation was then in Portland Place. Mr. Moran was Secretary of Legation, an excellent official whose service in that position in London lasted 17 years, and was finally rewarded by promotion to Lisbon as minister. He was a good watchdog. A secretary, of whatever rank, has to be that. Like Horatius, he has to keep the bridge, albeit against his own countrymen. They are the Volscians. When I asked to see Mr. Adams, Mr. Moran very properly wished to know why, and when I produced Mr. Dana's letter, Mr. Moran seemed to think it was addressed to him, and not till I had explained that it was Mr. Dana's, who was Mr. Adams' friend, and that I had no other business than to present this letter, did Mr. Moran's vigilance relax. We became friends afterwards. When I saw the minister, he departed a little from his official manner, greeted me kindly, and said, "You have brought me a very strong letter. What can I do for you?" When I thanked him and said I wanted nothing, he relaxed a little further, laughed a little, and observed that most of his countrymen who called at the legation had an object. He talked with a singular precision. His was a mind of precision, like the modern rifle, equally good at short range and long if you adjust the sights. But good as was his talk, what impressed you most was the silent power of the man, the force in reserve, the solidity and the delicate temper of the metal. I dwell a moment on the relations between traveling Americans and their legations or embassy, which to the untraveled may seem unimportant, because now as much as ever, and perhaps more than ever, the duties of a minister, of an ambassador, of the embassy, are so often misunderstood by that portion of the public from America which is intent on immediate admission to Buckingham Palace. I have known many secretaries since Mr. Moran's time. They have been, as a rule, willing and competent, really desirous to be of service to their countrymen. There is no other embassy than the American on which such demands are made as on ours in London and in Paris, and to some extent in other capitals. These demands are addressed first of all to the ambassador or ambassadress. I shall take a single instance. There is each year a large number of Americans who desire to be presented at court, and who think it the duty of the ambassador to arrange for their presentation. Many of these applications are sent by letter well in advance of their coming. There are hundreds of such applications, literally hundreds. 400 or 500 this year from American ladies who thought themselves, and were, worthy to appear before the King and Queen at one of the 3 courts presently to be held. The number of presentations which the ambassadress is entitled to make at each of the 3 courts is 4. That is a rule, an ordinance of the King, who has the sole authority in such matters. Sometimes, in some special case, upon reason assigned, the rule is relaxed and a presentation may be made outside of it, but all such requests are rigidly scrutinized and the margin is very narrow. The exceptions are units. In these circumstances, with 400 candidates for 4 presentations, what is an unhappy ambassadress to do? The American, used to the easy ways prevailing at the White House, supposes they must be equally easy at Buckingham Palace, or that upon a word from the American ambassador, in these days of pleasant Anglo-American relations, all doors will fly open. If they do not, each one of the 400 regards hers as a case for exceptional favor. She has come 3,000 or 4,000 or 6,000 miles in order to lend the distinction of her Republican presence to these royal functions. What is an ambassador for, if not to give effect to these good intentions? The Lord Chamberlain stands at the door with a drawn sword, but is an American ambassador to be intimidated by a mere officer of the royal household? It is in vain to answer that even a king has a right to say whom he can receive and whom he cannot. Le charbonnier est maître chez soi, but not, they think, the King of England. The perplexities arising out of this American eagerness to witness these royal splendors are innumerable. The resentment arising out of inevitable refusals is a burden which every ambassador has to bear, and every secretary too. Grievances are of many kinds. It is not so many years since an American minister was asked by cable, almost ordered, by a distinguished fellow countryman, to engage lodgings for him in London. It is not many more since an eminent statesman, arriving after levees and drawing-rooms were over, desired a secretary to arrange that he and his family should take tea with the Queen at Windsor Palace. These are cases occurring, not in musical comedy, but in actual life. There are others, relating not to royalty, but to society, and to various forms of English life. But it is already only too evident that the diplomatic duties of an ambassador are not his only anxieties. The others, so far as I know anything about them, have always been borne cheerfully. Everything has been done for the American in London that could be done. He is taken care of to an extent that the Briton abroad never is, nor ever expects to be. But to all human effort there is a limit. 2. Mr. John Lothrop Motley. Since Mr. Adams's retirement in 1868, we have had 3 ambassadors, whose ability as diplomatists entitles them to places in the front rank. If you take account of other kinds of ability, and of ministers, there are more than 3. Mr. Motley was a brilliant historian, whose Rise of the Dutch Republic and History of the United Netherlands gave him a lasting European reputation, and added distinction to American literature. But neither his 6 years of service as minister to Austria, 1861–7, nor his year and a half in England, 1869–70, proved him a great diplomatist. Austria was not then, and is not now, of the first importance from an American point of view. We respect her wise old emperor. We do not, I think, agree with Mr. Gladstone in saying you can nowhere put your finger on the map and say, here Austrian rule has been beneficent. She never was a model to us, and is not now. But since we like courage, and clear-sighted decision, and the recognition of facts, and like the men who have these gifts, we have not joined very heartily in the European outcry against the Austrian annexation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are a world power for certain purposes only. We stand aloof from purely European complications. They are, as a rule, no affair of ours. We learned to our cost, or possibly our mortification, not very long ago, that Austria, effete or not, was capable of giving us a lesson in diplomacy, or at least in diplomatic etiquette, by which we, or our late President, may or may not have profited. Mr. Motley, though he wrote excellent dispatches and made no diplomatic or social mistakes in that difficult Austrian capital, had not the smooth temper or the patient arts which are essential to success at critical moments. He was impetuous, explosive, rhetorical, prone to interpret his instructions in the light of his own wishes or convictions. Socially, he was a force, even in Vienna, because of his personal charm, his distinction of appearance and of manner. Socially speaking, he was an aristocrat. He was the first American minister in London to establish himself in a house suitable to the dignity of the post, Lord Yarborough's in Arlington Street. He was known to be Count Bismarck's friend. That of itself gave him a kind of celebrity, for Count Bismarck was then a comparatively unfamiliar personage in England, where the outlook of the average man on the continental horizon was not wide. One of the first questions Count Bismarck asked me when I first talked with him in the Wilhelmstrasse in 1866 was whether I knew Motley. "Yes." "Are you going to Vienna?" "Yes." Then, of course, you will see Motley. Be sure you give him a message from me, a warm message. I have never forgotten our university days together at Göttingen, our friendship. He knows that, but tell him again, and tell him I hope to see him in Berlin before he goes home." As he spoke, there came into the eyes of the Iron Chancellor a look I had not seen before. The steel blue softened into the blue of the skies after rain, as the Chinese say. His friendship for Motley was an affectionate friendship. Later, I talked with Motley about Bismarck, and of course delivered my message. "Yes," said Motley, "we were boys together at Göttingen. His was a different life from mine. I dare say you have heard the stories about young Bismarck's exploits. In those matters he was like most students of his time and of his class. The Prussian Junker is a being by himself. But we became friends, and friends we have remained. We don't often meet, but the friendship has never died or decayed." Another thing made Motley far otherwise popular in England: his passionate Americanism. Mr. Price Collier is of opinion that Englishmen do not like Americans. I do not agree with Mr. Collier, but whether they do or not, they like an American to be an American. They liked Mr. Motley because his patriotism burst forth in all companies and at all times. It made him, or tended to make him, reluctant to compromise on any question where the interests of his country were concerned. But compromise is of the essence of diplomacy, most of all as between the greatest powers of the world. If nobody ever yielded anything, negotiations could end only in surrender or in war, the two things which it is the business of diplomacy to avoid. Nothing Motley ever did in diplomacy was of such service to his country as his two letters to the Times early in the Civil War and his memorable outburst in the Athenaeum Club. To write the letters, he violated the unwritten law of diplomacy, for he was then minister to Austria. To make the Athenaeum speech, for it was nothing less, he departed from the other unwritten law, which makes a club neutral ground, and makes anything like an oration impossible. But Motley had, among other qualities, the quality of courage. His invective in the Athenaeum against the very classes among whose representatives he stood was magnificent, and it came very near being war, or a declaration of war. He would keep no terms with the men who were enemies of his country in such a crisis as that. If it had been anybody but Motley who thundered against the ignorance and prejudice of the Confederate allies who then gave the tone to English society, I imagine the committee of the club might have taken notice. But Motley fascinated while he rebuked. When he had done denouncing them as renegades to English ideas and enemies to liberty, they liked him the better. I can think of no incident so like this as Plimsoll's defiance of the House of Commons, when he rushed into the middle of the floor and charged his fellow members with sacrificing the lives of English sailors to the cupidity of English shipowners, and so compelled the House to adopt the load line. History has taken note of Plimsoll's exploit. Motley's may never appear in pages which aim at historical dignity, but to this day, when near half a century has passed, Motley's is still remembered, still spoken of, still admired. There are men living who heard him. The English do not entirely like being reminded of their mistakes about us at that period, but they bear no malice against the man whose admonition did much to bring them to their senses. On the contrary, through all these 40-odd years, you might have heard Motley spoken of with admiring goodwill. Before all things, he loved his own country. Next to his own country, longo intervallo, he loved England, and it may be doubted whether we have ever sent a minister, or anybody else, to England, whom the English themselves have loved as they loved Motley. His deep blue eyes shine star-like across all that interval of years. He carried his head high. His stature was well above the usual stature of men. In all companies he was conspicuous for beauty and for his bearing, and from the confusion and forgetfulness of that crowded period he still emerges a living force of brilliant memory, an American, as Dean Stanley said of him, in whom the aspirations of America and the ancient culture of Europe were united. There is supposed to be still a mystery about his recall by President Grant, but it is an open-air mystery. Grant struck at Sumner through Motley. Any weapon was thought good enough to beat Sumner with. Motley was his friend. Sumner had made him minister. It was deemed possible to humiliate Sumner and to teach him a lesson. The interests of the country were not allowed to stand in the way of this high purpose, and so Motley went. Or rather, he did not go. Asked to resign in July 1870, he disregarded that request. Grant hesitated, or perhaps Mr. Fish, then Secretary of State, hesitated. But in November of the same year, Motley was recalled. An act without precedent, and happily never repeated. No charges were made. There were none to make. Motley's diplomatic record, his personal character, were spotless. The childish scandal started at Vienna never had a rag of evidence to support it, nor anything behind it but anonymous personal animosity. His departure from England left no stain upon anybody except upon President Grant, and upon such officers and ministers of his as stooped to be the instruments of his ill will. 3. 2 ministers and 2 ambassadors. Mr. Lowell may be compared with Mr. Motley as an example of our American method of appointing ministers who not only are not, for they could not be, trained diplomats, but whose character is essentially undiplomatic. Mr. Motley was, however, so much more a man of the world than Mr. Lowell that they cannot be bracketed. There is a similarity, but no identity. Until Lowell came to London, he was a recluse. Motley had never been that. Lowell had been a professor in Harvard University. Motley, though a student and historian, was not what the English call donnish, whereas Lowell had often the air of lecturing the company as if a company of pupils. Delightful as his talk was, the touch of the pedagogue was there. Indeed, it may be doubted whether life in a university, which is a world by itself, is ever a good training for diplomacy. An ambassador ought to be a man of the world. It is perhaps the first and highest of his qualifications, but not a man of a world. A thorough knowledge of the Greek aorist or of the proceedings of Antigonus in Asia Minor is not needed in the conduct of delicate negotiations, nor did Lowell find his familiarity with Spanish literature of much use at the Foreign Office, or in that larger Foreign Office known as English society. Society was to Lowell, in the beginning of his English experiences, a stumbling block, and to the end he only too often made a misstep. He was liked all the same. The English are a people who can make allowances, nor do they expect a non-Englishman to be cast in an English mold. They recognized his positive merits. They did not dwell on what they thought defects. I suppose I have before now told what I have always thought a characteristic saying of an English host as Lowell drove away from his door. "I need not tell you how much I like Lowell, or how delighted I am to have him here as often as he will come. But from the moment he enters my house till he is gone, I am in a panic." The panic into which this genial host fell was due to Lowell's fighting spirit, surely not the spirit of a diplomatist. To that, and to a passion for accuracy which he allowed to become pedantic and aggressive. He left behind him a path strewn with victims, a renown for brilliancy, a just repute for many amiable and delightful traits. But the qualities essential to a minister were not among them. Mr. E. J. Phelps, who came after him, was a lawyer, and a lawyer may perhaps be expected to be more combative than a professor, but it was not so. Mr. Phelps took Mr. Lowell's house in Lowndes Square, a respectable dwelling in a very good square, but by no means an ideal legation. When Mr. Phelps became its tenant, the atmosphere changed. The climate was a softer climate. The amelioration was due, in part, to Mrs. Phelps, who was beloved. Mrs. Lowell had been an invalid. Her husband used to say, "My wife has no acquaintance, and I have no invention," as an excuse for social shortcomings. But Mrs. Phelps knew a great many people, and charmed those whom she knew. It is doubtful whether an abler man than Mr. Phelps ever came from the United States to London as minister. He was hailed at once as a brother by his brethren of the bar, and they put him on a level with their best. His simplicity of character, his humor, his truthfulness were evident to everybody. Intellectually, he was anybody's equal. As minister he had, like all his predecessors, his trade to learn. But he soon learned what was essential. Learned diplomacy as if it were a new cause he had to master for a great trial. His mind was judicial. He ought to have been Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. With the promise of a nomination to that great post in his pocket, he went home. But he returned. The will of Mr. Pat Collins of Boston, hating Phelps because he would not, as minister, be the instrument of Irish ill will to England, had proved stronger than the will or the word of the President. Mr. Cleveland's surrender, no doubt under strong political pressure, deprived us of Mr. Phelps' services as Chief Justice, and he became a law lecturer at Yale. He was a jurist who would have adorned either place. He was also an orator who leaped into fame by a single speech, at the farewell dinner given him in London, although indeed his speech at a dinner of welcome on his arrival was scarcely less felicitous. "A masterpiece of oratory, dignified, eloquent, and pathetic," said Lord Rosebery, a judge of oratory if there be one. We have sent to England so many different kinds of ministers and ambassadors that they must be praised, and happily most of them can be praised, with discrimination, and also with brevity, for I cannot go on forever writing on a single topic. I pass to Mr. Hay. The mansion Mr. Hay leased in Carlton House Terrace was, like all those on the south side of that short street, looking on St. James's Park, adequate and even imposing. It was like unto the larger one on the corner, formerly Lord Ardilaun's, now Lord Ridley's. When Mr. Blaine entered it one evening at a concert, he said to the friend who was with him, "This is the first really palatial house to which you brought me." Not a palace, but palatial. Mr. Hay knew as well as any American then living, or better, what a part social influences could be made to play in diplomatic life. He played that part with distinction. He was born for it. He had cultivated his natural gifts in half a dozen European capitals. He had such a knowledge of England and the English people that it has always seemed a pity he did not write a book about them. But he left a record as ambassador which tells the story. He was a man who carried his point without a collision. He loved England and was beloved. When President McKinley sent for him to come home and be Secretary of State, Hay said, "I am a soldier and must obey orders, but all my fun in life is over." As it turned out, it was not over. A still greater career opened before him, and he was the first American Secretary of State to make an imaginative use of his opportunities, and a great name in Europe and Asia alike. He was the first American Secretary of State to take the lead in a world-embracing policy, to unite the European powers in support of it, to extract a binding pledge even from Russia, to bring Japan, not very willingly, into this charmed circle, and to lay the foundations of American influence in China, broad and deep. We often talk of America as a world power. We have a right to, and whatever be the more recent, and perhaps in some cases rather doubtful, extension of our authority, we owe what is best and most lasting in our position abroad to Hay. None of all this could Hay foresee when he quitted London for Washington. What he knew was that he was relinquishing a place for which he had proved his fitness, and embarking upon the unknown. This sorrow at leaving England was genuine, and the sorrow of his English friends, and, if ever there be such a thing as a general sorrow, of the English public, was not less. The late Queen said of Hay, He is the most interesting of all the ambassadors I have known." If the authority for this is wanted, it was said by the Queen to Lord Pauncefote, then British ambassador to the United States, and Lord Pauncefote repeated it to me, with leave to repeat it to others, as I now do, by no means for the first time. To Mr. Hay succeeded Mr. Choate. I hope it will be taken as a compliment if I say Mr. Choate was better liked the longer he stayed. He had, when he arrived, a frankness of speech which is sometimes called American, and is, no doubt, characteristic of certain individual Americans. There is in Mr. Henry James Bostonians an American banker, settled in England, to whom his son, provoked by a remark of the father to a noble lord who was his guest, observes, "Well, father, you have lived here a long time, and you have learned some of the things they say, but you haven't learnt the things they don't say." It is inevitable. In new social circumstances, time is of the essence. It is no reproach to Mr. Choate that he found it so. He had and has an exuberant wit, one somewhat contemptuous of conventions and established forms. He poured it out in floods. He gave free scope to its caprices. When it had become chastened by experience, the English delighted in it, as we Americans have long delighted in it. But time was needed on both sides. The English and Mr. Choate had to become accustomed to each other. In the end they did. A beautiful harmony grew up, and before Mr. Choate went home he was an accepted figure in the society which at first had sometimes a questioning spirit. He, too, lived as an ambassador ought to live, and in Carlton House Terrace, like Mr. Hay. From the beginning, the Foreign Office had found in him, in Bismarck's phrase, a man with whom it was possible to do business, for he had a kind of preternatural rapidity in mastering great affairs, and a marked skill in the composition of public addresses. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Two Unaccredited Ambassadors. They were both from Boston. In the days when they first became known in England and began their work of conciliation, as between England and the United States, Boston was still Boston, and New York had only begun to be New York. The latter statement may be challenged, but the very men who take most pride in the New York of today ought to be the first to accept it, for Manhattan was not then the magnet, as London has always been, which drew to itself whatever was best from other parts of the land. Boston was still the Athens of America. There were excellent names elsewhere, and at least one man of genius who owed neither birth nor culture to Boston. But the capital of Massachusetts was none the less the literary capital of the United States. Emerson, Holmes, Lowell, Longfellow, Agassiz, R.H. Dana, Jr. were all living and all in the fullness of their powers. Theodore Parker, the greatest force in the American pulpit, was just dead. Chief Justice Shaw had been for 30 years the head of the judiciary of his own state and a revered authority throughout the Union. Wendell Phillips had no rival as an orator. Harvard was the first of American colleges. The ideas of New England, which were the ideas of Boston, had spread and taken root, and new commonwealths in the West were nourished on them. Nay, these ideas, and these conceptions of law and social order, were the foundation stones on which new states were built. No theologian had arisen to dim the fame, a great yet somber fame, of Jonathan Edwards. Daniel Webster, disappointed, defeated, slept by the solemn waves of the Atlantic, but you cannot think of Boston or of Massachusetts without him. Nor did the disasters of his last years much lessen the homage paid him at death or his immense influence on the political thought of the whole country. If the intellectual preeminence of Boston in those days was somewhat grudgingly admitted by New York, It was incontestable. New York presently redressed the balance, not so much by her own creative efforts as by drawing much of what there was best in Boston to the banks of the Hudson. I believe Mr. Howells's migration at a later period was thought to be the decisive sign. One of many. Commercial influences prevailed over the purer influences of literature. The publisher took command. But I apprehend that Mr. Howells did not forsake the Charles for the Hudson without many regrets. The atmosphere was not the same. Old Abernethy used to say, "If you live in the best air in the world, leave it and go to the second best." Unconsciously, perhaps, Mr. Howells obeyed that medical prescription. He went to the second best. Did he find a tavern club in New York? Over the noctes coenque of that pleasant company in Boston, Mr. Howells used to preside, with a genial charm all his own. It was so long ago that I may be forgiven if I remember in print one of those evenings which owed so much to his presiding genius. He spoke, and was the cause of speaking in others. He had the tact which drew from others more than they supposed they had to give. He gently compelled the most reluctant of guests from their chairs. There was a brief eulogy on the victim. It was Mr. Howells's art to paint a portrait so vivid, albeit flattering, it needed no name to be recognized. "If," said he, "you were in any doubt of his identity, you will recognize him by the look of determined unconsciousness on his face." I reckon it among the highest of Mr. Howells's many services that he has been at times an interpreter between England and America, and in more senses than one. There is a sense in which every American writer who reaches an English audience is an interpreter, or, better still, an ambassador, the business of an ambassador being to keep the peace. For when Lord Dufferin was complimented on his diplomatic fame, he answered, "Ah, that is all a mistake. So long as we succeed, you never hear of us. It is when we have failed that the world begins to know of our existence." That, however, is a malapropos anecdote, and tells the other way. But in such papers as these there must be anecdotes. Mr. Howells was not a silent ambassador, and he would not have been an ambassador had he been silent. His books spoke for him. The English thought, and still think, that his writings had some qualities which it does not suit the parent stock to consider distinctively American. They liked the reserve, the simplicity, the continual, though implicit, reference to English literature. It was partly because of the homage he paid to the great masters that they presently came to accept him also as a master. They were quite aware that his homage was sometimes reluctant. When it went further, and, as in his unlucky criticism of the greatest of English masters in fiction, became a caricature, they resented it, but they bore no malice. How can you bear malice against a writer with so much sweetness of nature as Mr. Howells? Besides, what he has written about England is sympathetic, and is thought sympathetic by the English. If it be also at times critical, the English accept the criticism as it is meant. Nothing is truer about them than their indifference to criticism. They regard Mr. Howells's essays as so many studies, and these studies as interpretive. What he has lately been writing of provincial towns is almost a revelation to the Londoner, who himself is sometimes called provincial, and does not mind. Another Bostonian, Mr. Henry James, took a longer flight still. All the way from Boston to London, and so to Paris and Italy, in all of which he is equally at home. It was, I think, Colonel Higginson who, in his patriotic impatience of the expatriated American, winged a shaft at Mr. James, and at those who called him cosmopolitan. "In order to be truly cosmopolitan," said this eminent colonel, "a man ought to know something of his own country." To which Mr. James has lately made the best possible reply by a book on his own country, which is an appreciation like no other of recent days. And I will say this, that if Colonel Higginson supposes an American or a Russian or a Japanese can win favor with the English by trying to be English, he is profoundly mistaken. The English like an American to be an American. If he is a writer, they like his writings to be American. Who are the American authors most popular in England? I will take the dead only. They are Hawthorne, Emerson, Lowell, Longfellow, Holmes, Dana, and Walt Whitman. Others, perhaps, but if there are others, they are all like these I have named. American to the fingertips, American in thought, in language, in method, nay, if you like, in accent. That is why they are relished in England. I do not include Poe. He is better understood in France than in England. His genius is perhaps more Gallic than Saxon. So much so that when the American ambassador delivered a discourse at the celebration in London of Poe's centennial, it was as if he had spoken on a topic remote from the minds of this English people. They read him because he was an American ambassador, or because he was Mr. Whitlaw Reid, and for his graceful mastery of the topic and of the English language, but to them he seemed to be announcing a discovery. When Mr. Henry James adopted his new manner, the manner in which all his books since the Awkward Age have been produced, his English readers turned away from him, or many of them did. The change coincided, or nearly so, with his change from pen and ink to dictation, a perilous experiment. But whatever else may be said of it, Mr. James has gradually won back his English public. To them, the matter is more than the manner, as in Mr. Meredith's case also. The American is now thought a more distinguished writer than before. I use the word distinguished as he uses it, meaning that he has more distinction as a writer and turns out more distinguished work. They are no longer repelled by his colloquialisms, by his Gallicisms, by his obscurities, by his involutions of structure, or by the labyrinthine length of his sentences. Through all these they now perceive pierces the true genius of the man. Therefore is he another ambassador, another of those Americans who, from having become known abroad, have added luster to the fame of their own country, where, in European estimation, it most needs luster, namely, in the domain of letters. By the time the New Yorker of today has read thus far, if he has read, it may have become clear to him how great a part of all the renown in literature we have abroad comes to us from Boston. All the American writers best known here and most read, Whitman excepted, are of Boston, or of the state in which Boston is, or was, the final expression. If another exception were to be made, it would be Lincoln, whose greatest pieces of prose, and most of all the Gettysburg Address, are well known to Englishmen who know anything of America. If what Dr. Johnson said in the preface to his dictionary, "The chief glory of every people arises from its authors," be true, then what do we Americans not owe to Boston? Supposing, that is, we care for the judgment of a foreign nation, which Browning declared to be like the judgment of posterity. For some of these Bostonians, London has a personal affection. Emerson is beloved, Lowell was an immense favorite, a favorite notwithstanding his combativeness in a society which prefers toleration to excursions on the warpath. Holmes, during his visits here, was idolized, and as the autocrat of the breakfast table he is idolized, and quoted day in and day out. Of Longfellow's poems in the pre-copyright days, more copies were sold than of Tennyson, and when he was here, the English thought him almost one of themselves. Dana's 2 Years Before the Mast is the one story of the sea which among many rivals seems likely to be immortal in England, and is, meantime, the one which, in circulation year after year, far exceeds all others. And Dana was one of those Americans on whom the English found an English birthmark. There was a time when Mr. James and Mr. Howells used to be bracketed as if they hunted in couples, which was not a discriminating view, though a popular view. It expressed itself in the jingle about Howells and James young men, of which the music hall was the proper home, and there it related to a firm in Regent Street, now extinct. But it was sung by the daughters of a house where Mr. James was a guest, and almost in his hearing, to the horror of its mistress. To all popularity there are penalties, but the popularity of Mr. James is perennial. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Some Account of a Revolution in International Journalism. 1. Returning to New York in the early autumn of 1866, and spending the winter in the Tribune office, I was again sent abroad the following year, this time under an agreement to remain till 1870. I was to go as the exponent of a new theory of American journalism in Europe, a theory based on the belief that the cable had altered all the conditions of international news gathering, and that a new system had to be created. I had been long enough in London and on the Continent to be convinced that London must become the distributing center of European news for America. I talked it over with Mr. Young on my return. Mr. Young had a mind open to new ideas, and he was unusually quick in deciding. But this suggestion struck him at first as a proposal to impair the authority of the managing editorship. He thought, naturally, there ought to be but one executive head, and that a European manager, no matter how strictly subordinated to his chief in New York, would, at such a distance, acquire too much independence. The proposal, moreover, was far-reaching and had no precedent. Not that the want of a precedent troubled Mr. Young much. He had spent much of his time as managing editor of the Tribune in disregarding precedents and laying down laws of his own. But this scheme, he presently saw, would never have been thought of had not submarine telegraphy taken a practicable shape, nor would such a scheme have been of much practical use so long as news went by mail, nor could it be tried till a great many details had been thought out. Under the old system, each Tribune correspondent reported directly to New York. Had that system remained unaltered, the triumph of American journalism in Europe would have been impossible. That all the European representatives of this paper should report to London instead of New York might seem no very great matter, but in truth it was vital. When it had once been decided to establish a Tribune office in London, a revolution had taken place. There was to be a responsible agent in charge. He was to organize a new administration. He was to appoint and dismiss other agents all over the Continent. He was, subject, of course, to orders from New York, to transmit news to New York. He was to be the telephone between Europe and the managing editor in New York. But he was to relieve the New York office of its supervision over the European staff. What St. Petersburg and Vienna, Berlin, and Paris had to say to New York was to be said through London. There would be an economy of time. Orders could be sent from London, and results received much more quickly than from New York. In an emergency, as was presently to be shown, the difference was enormous. The notion of the centrality of London, of its unity as a news bureau, was perfectly simple. But it took years for that one simple notion to get itself completely accepted and acted upon. I will give one illustration. When the fatal days of July, 1870, were upon us, I thought I saw a great opportunity. The Tribune alone had an organization in Europe competent for the work of supplying war news. But as I did not know how much news New York wanted, I cabled a question to the editor, then temporarily in charge. The answer came back that I was to go to Berlin. It would have been a fatal step. I should have come under German military rule, and cabling from Berlin at that time and much later was a slow and uncertain business. Nor could the plans I had in mind have been carried out from Berlin. There would have been a censorship upon every dispatch, and censorship means not merely mutilation to suit a bureaucratic ideal, but delay. Berlin, moreover, was remote, while London is on the road to New York, and, spite of the cable, the delay from that cause also would have been injurious. In short, I disobeyed the New York order. I explained, of course, but I pointed out that an unfettered discretion was essential to success, and I asked to be allowed a free hand, or to be relieved. I was given the free hand. These methods have since become so familiar that there is little need to explain them, but at that time they were not merely novel, but were derided by journalists of great experience. Mr. James Gordon Bennett was one of those who scoffed at them, and presently was one of those who followed them and made a large use of them, greatly to his own profit and to that of the considerable news organization he controlled. But at first he said nothing would induce him to set up in London a rival office to New York. Now every important journal in the United States has offices in London, and subsidiary offices in Paris, and often in other European capitals, but the authority of New York or Chicago remains what it was. The idea once accepted, somebody had then to be appointed to London. Mr. Young asked me to go. I declined. I liked leader writing much better than news collecting. I thought the power of influencing opinion through the editorial columns of the Tribune the most enviable of all powers. The London scheme, moreover, was an experiment, and I did not think I had had enough experience with news to justify my undertaking so large a business. But Mr. Young pressed it, saying it was my scheme, and I ought to put it in operation. He might, had he chosen, have issued an order, and I should have had no choice but to obey or resign. But that was not his way. He trusted to persuasion. He treated his subordinates as, for some purposes, his equals, and he did not care for unwilling service. He was a past master in the art of stating a case and in the use of personal influence. In the end, he convinced me, not only that I ought to go, but that I wanted to go, and I gave in, still with misgivings, but not without a certain enthusiasm at the prospect of doing a new thing in journalism. It was like Young to say, as he did at parting, "Remember, I don't care about methods. You will use your own methods. What I want is results." The incredulity with which the Tribune experiment was first received gave way slowly, but it gave way. I suppose it was the news service of the Tribune in the Franco-German War in 1870 which finally convinced the most skeptical. So I will pass to that, stopping only to explain one other matter. It was in 1870 also that the first International Newspaper Alliance was formed. The papers which formed it were the Tribune of New York and the Daily News of London. I saw at the beginning that it was desirable to be in a position to know what news would go to New York through Reuter and the Associated Press. That knowledge was only to be had inside of a London newspaper office, and it was with that view chiefly that I first made a proposal to the Daily News. I suppose I chose that paper because I knew its editor and manager. I did not think it likely that the Daily News Service from the battlefield would, at first, add much to our own, nor did it. But I went to Mr. (afterward Sir) John Robinson with an offer to exchange news, whether by telegraph or mail, on equal terms. We to give them everything we had, and they to do the like by us. The offer was very coldly received. Mr. Robinson could see no advantage to his paper from such an agreement. I told him what we were doing and intending to do. Still he was incredulous, and he finally said no. I told him I did not mean that either paper should narrow its operations at the seat of war in expectation of help from the other, nor that either should credit the other with its news. It was to be a war partnership, and each would put all its forces in the field. But he would not have it. It was Mr. Frank Hill, then editor of the Daily News, who came to the rescue. The news department was none of his, but he had an all-embracing intelligence, and when he heard what the offer was, he pressed it upon his colleague and finally secured its acceptance. The credit for whatever benefit inured to the Daily News from this partnership was therefore due originally to Mr. Frank Hill, and not to Mr. Robinson. It remains true that Mr. Robinson was a very distinguished journalist, and that his work at a later period of the war was of a high order. If he had done nothing but secure the services of Mr. Archibald Forbes, he would have earned a lasting renown as manager. But before Forbes's work had begun to tell, the Daily News, receiving and publishing the Tribune dispatches as its own, as it had an absolute right to do under our agreement, had won a great reputation for its war news. Sir John Robinson is dead, but I published a statement on this subject while he was living, which was brought to his attention. I said then, as I say now, that the Daily News owed to the Tribune almost the whole of the war news by which its reputation was at first acquired. This period lasted down to the surrender of Metz, perhaps later. My statement was never disputed. It may still be found in Harper's Magazine, where the facts are set forth much more fully than here, and it was this article in Harper's which Sir John Robinson read. We had ceased to be on good terms. I forget why. He grumbled a little at the publication of the story, though without reason, but he attempted no denial, and no denial was possible. The matter was much discussed at the time in the American press, and there were many criticisms, based on an absolute ignorance of the real arrangement between the two papers. Further confusion grew out of the fact that one of the Tribune's war correspondents had a contract with the Pall Mall Gazette, then owned by Mr. George Smith, and edited by Mr. Frederick Greenwood, one of the great journalists of his time. This contract left him free to deal with us, but not with any London paper. It followed, therefore, that some of the Tribune dispatches appeared in the Daily News, and some in the Pall Mall Gazette. Our New York friends could not understand this tripartite agreement, but then it was not necessary they should, and our comments were much more amusing than they would have been if they had known the truth. The mind moves with great freedom when unhampered by facts. 2. American methods, said certain English journalists seeking to account for the Tribune's successes in the Franco-German War. The phrase, whether meant as eulogy or criticism, was, at any rate, explanatory, for we had had 4 years of Civil War experience from 1861 to 1865, while the English, unless we reckon the Indian Mutiny, had to go back to the Crimean War in 1854 for precedents in war correspondence. Moreover, the one great triumph of English journalism in the Crimea was not a triumph of method. It was a triumph due to the genius and courage of one man, Dr. Russell, who exposed through the Times the murderous mistakes of army organization and army administration, and so forced the War Office and the Horse Guards to set their houses in order. It was a great public service, perhaps the greatest which any journalist in the field ever performed. But it was not exactly journalism. It had little or nothing to do with that speed and accuracy in the collection and transmission of news which, after all, must be the chief business of a correspondent. It has never been imitated. It never will be until another Russell appears to rescue another British army in another Crimea. That great exploit was not primarily journalistic, but personal. I do not suppose it occurred to any of the many able newspaper managers in London that in dealing with a European war they would find a rival in an American journal. They knew there was an Atlantic cable, but probably thought, if they thought about it at all, that the cable tolls would be prohibitive, for, as we shall see in a moment, they had not yet grasped the idea that the telegraph is only a quicker post. Putting the question of cost aside, it does not matter how a piece of news or a dispatch or a letter is transmitted, whether by rail or by steamship or by wire. What matters is that it should get there. Today, this is a truism. 40 years ago, it was a paradox. in Europe, if not in America. There had been great achievements in the transmission of news long before the telegraph was invented. It may be doubted whether they were not, some of them, greater than those due to the telegraph, but so far as the use of the telegraph is concerned, we are dealing with the beginnings. The year 1870 is a year of transition, if not of revolution. I think we are entitled to remember with satisfaction that in telegraphic news enterprise, even in Europe, it was an American journal which led the way, and that the Tribune was that journal. In forming their war plans, the managers of English journals, as I was saying, left American journals out of account. Perhaps they knew, in a dim kind of way, that the Tribune had an office in London, but the office had been there for 3 years, and no other American journal had yet followed the Tribune's example. Important dispatches had been sent from this London office to the New York office by cable, but the London managers, if aware of the existence of the cable and of the Tribune office in London, had not coordinated these two pieces of knowledge. The area of all possible competition in war was news confined, in their view, to the Fleet Street and Printing House Square. They sat content, true Britons as they were, in their belief in their own supremacy, a supremacy often challenged, never overthrown. The Times was still the Times, the Morning Post was still a threepenny paper. The Daily Telegraph was still the organ of the small shopkeeper. The Daily News was the mouthpiece of nonconformist liberalism, with no great pretensions to any other sort of authority. The evening journalism was not supposed to be eager for news, except news of that peculiar description which offers its readers an afternoon sensation, and is unaccountably omitted from the next morning's papers. The news journalism was yet to be born. The Daily Mail had never been heard of. Lord Northcliffe, the man who has done more than all others of his time toward the creation of a new journalism in England, and who is almost more a statesman than a journalist, was then just 2 years old. Moreover, the outbreak of war was unexpected. Lord Granville was then Foreign Secretary, and of an unshaken optimism. Lord Hammond, permanent Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, had announced a fortnight before that never since had he held a place in that office had the sky been so free from clouds. Monsieur Émile Ollivier has lately retold with skill in the Revue des Deux Mondes how the war was brought on, but there is nothing in his elaborate special pleading to show that any reasonable man ought to have expected the French Emperor, or even Monsieur Ollivier himself, to follow the unreasonable, mad, arrogant policy they did follow. Nor can Downing Street, or Fleet Street, or Printing House Square be blamed for not being aware that the conduct of affairs in France was in the control of men who would play into Bismarck's hands. For, let Monsieur Ollivier say what he will, Bismarck's opportunity would not have come had not France, after Prussia had withdrawn Prince Leopold's candidature for the throne of Spain, demanded a guarantee that it should never be renewed or never be supported by Prussia. Never had events moved so quickly. Prince Leopold was first heard of July 4, 1870. On the 12th he renounced his claim. On the 13th, Benedetti laid before the King of Prussia, at Ems, the demand of France for guarantees. On the 14th, Earl Granville woke from his deep dream of peace, and strove to bring France and Prussia to terms. On the 15th, the Emperor declared war, the Chamber approving by an overwhelming majority. There are in journalism two ways of dealing with a war crisis of this kind. One way is to send into the field everybody you can lay hands on to cover, tant bien que mal, as many points as possible, and so take your chance of what may turn up. The other is to choose the 2 best men available, and send one to the headquarters of each army. I preferred the latter, perhaps because there was a difficulty in finding good men, and there were but 2 from whom I expected much good. These were Mr. Holt White, an Englishman, and Monsieur Maisonneuil, a Frenchman. Mr. White was ordered to join the Prussians, and Mr. Maginel to accompany his own countrymen. The same instructions were given to both. Very simple, but I believe at that time quite novel in England. Each was to find his way to the front, or wherever a battle was most likely to be fought. They were to telegraph to London as fully as possible all accounts of preliminary engagements. If they had the good luck to witness an important battle, they were not to telegraph, but unless for some very peremptory reason, to start at once for London, writing their accounts on the way or on arrival. If they could telegraph a summary first, so much the better, but there must be no delay. The essential thing was to arrive in London at the earliest moment. They were to provide beforehand for a substitute, or more than one, who would take up their work during their absence. These instructions were based on the improbability that any single correspondent could anticipate any very important news which governments, the news agencies, and the Rothschilds would all three endeavor to send first. I reverse the order in which a minister once said to me news of war or of high politics usually arrived. Such news, he said, comes to the Rothschilds first, next to the press, and to the government last of all. Besides, the mere fact never contents the public. It wants the full story. There was never much chance of sending the full story by wire from the battlefield or from any town hard by. Nor, indeed, from any capital, even from a neutral capital. Only when once in London was a correspondent master of the situation. Mr. Holt White carried out his instructions with an energy, a courage, an intelligence to which no tribute can be too high. In the first instance he witnessed the battle, not an important one, except that it was the first, of Spicheren, and wired a column or so to London. It was, I believe, the first battle story of any length ever sent by wire from the Continent to London. English journalism, as I said above, had not yet regarded the telegraph as anything but a means of transmitting results. The full account was to come by mail. I had told Mr. Robinson I meant to use the telegraph in this new way, but he was not ready to believe it could be done. So when I carried Mr. White's account to the Daily News office, after cabling a rewritten copy to New York, I took with me the original telegraph forms as well as the second copy. The dispatch as telegraphed by Mr. White was slightly condensed, had been carelessly handled, and was not in good shape for the printers. I handed my copy to Mr. Robinson. He looked at it with undisguised suspicion. "It is your handwriting," he said. I admitted that. "And the battle was fought only yesterday?" "Yes." "It could not have come by post?" "No." "Well, then, how?" "By wire." "A dispatch of that length? It is unheard of." But I thought this had gone far enough, and showed him the telegraph forms. "Still," he said, "do you expect me to print this to-morrow in the Daily News?" "Print it or not, as you choose. It will certainly appear in the Tribune. I have done as I agreed in bringing you the dispatch. You, of course, will do as you think best about publishing it." I repeat this because it indicates better than I could otherwise the journalistic state of mind at that time in respect of Continental telegrams. Mr. Robinson was at the head of his profession, yet this was his reception of this piece of news. In the end, Mr. Frank Hill, the editor, was called into consultation. He had no hesitation, and, as before, finally brought his colleague to reason. The telegram duly appeared next morning in the Daily News, heralded by a leading article in which the telegram was rewritten, its importance pointed out, the celerity of its dispatch and arrival dwelt on, and so the readers of the Daily News had every opportunity to admire the enterprise of that journal. This was very far from being Mr. Holt White's most brilliant exploit, but it was his first. He had not the luck to see the Battle of Worth, the earliest of the grave disasters of the French. No journalist had. That great engagement and the defeat of Marshal McMahon were foreseen by nobody, the Germans themselves excepted, and there exists no account of the battle in the newspapers of the day, save such as came by hearsay, or, much later, the official reports. But when the bare facts were known, they were thought prophetic, and the military critics of Pall Mall and Whitehall said gravely, "This is the beginning of the end." End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Holt White's Story of Sedan and How It Reached the New York Tribune. I pass over the interval between Worth and Sedan, crowded as it was with events, stopping only to remark that the Tribune was indebted to an American writer on the Daily News for its account of Gravelotte, but not to the Daily News, except for the opportunity of buying that account at a high price. There was an entangling alliance which forbade the Daily News to hand it over to the Tribune, but did not prevent the correspondent of that paper from selling it. I am not sure whether the name of the writer is known, but in the circumstances it is not for me to disclose it. The narrative was, of course, cabled to the Tribune at once. Gravelotte was fought on the 18th of August. The account of the battle reached New York, I think, on the 21st. It was, at any rate, the first and for some time the only narrative published. The defeated French called it the Battle of Rezonville, and under that name was this description first printed. From a military point of view, the account had no great value, but it was picturesquely written, and in those difficult days anything from the field was eagerly read. Greater days were at hand. The Battle of Sedan was fought on Thursday, September 1, 1870, followed by the surrender of the town, the army, and the Emperor Napoleon on the day following. The news of the catastrophe was not known in London till Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, and then only in the briefest form. The mere fact, and not much more. Through the General Press Agency, I suppose Reuters. Mr. Robinson wired me, and I went to the Daily News office, but the bare news was of no great use for my purposes. I went back to the Tribune office in Pall Mall, wondering what I was to do, and still more what the Tribune correspondent in the field were doing. I had not long to wait. A dispatch arrived from Mr. Holt White, saying he should be in London that afternoon, and at 5 o'clock he walked into the office. Seldom have I been so glad to see any man's face as I was to see his, but there was hardly so much as a greeting between us. I asked first, "Is your dispatch ready?" "Not a word of it is written." "Will you sit down at once and begin?" "I cannot. I am dead tired, and have had no food since daybreak. I must eat and sleep before I can write." He looked it, a mere wreck of a correspondent, haggard, ragged, dirty, incapable of the effort which nevertheless had to be made. It was no time to consider anybody's feelings. A continent was waiting for the news locked up in that man's brain, and somehow or other the lock must be forced, the news told, and the waiting continent supplied with what it wanted. Incidentally, it was such an opportunity for the Tribune as seldom had come to any newspaper. It was necessary to use a little authority. I said to Mr. Holt White, "You shall have something to eat, but sleep you cannot till you have done your dispatch. That must be in New York tomorrow morning." So we went over to the Pall Mall restaurant, which was then in the building now replaced by the Oceanic House, the headquarters of the International Marine Navigation Company, if that be its name. Food and drink refreshed him. We were back in the Tribune office not long after 6, and work began. Mr. Holt White wrote one of the worst hands ever seen, so I said to him I would copy as he wrote, and my copy would go to the cable operators. Bad or good, mine was a hand they were familiar with. We sat opposite each other at the same table, and I copied sheet by sheet till there was enough to give the cable a start, and then took it to the Anglo-American cable office in Telegraph Street. I went myself for 2 reasons. First, to make sure it was delivered, and second, to make sure it went without interruption. The latter, indeed, was a point of which it was impossible, under the Weaver regime, to make sure. but I could at least hand in the message over the counter. Many a message have I trusted myself and nobody else with, and many a letter have I posted with my own hands. Everything, in fact, of importance, ever since I had anything to do with journalism. It is often inconvenient, but I have found it a good rule. I dwell on these details. Few things in American journalism, the Civil War excepted, have made more stir than this exploit of Mr. Holt White. But the full credit which belongs to him he has never had. Consider what he had done. He had been all through the battle. He had been in the saddle all day from 4 o'clock in the morning till nightfall. The battle over, he started for London. He rode with his life in his hand. He had to pass the lines of 3 armies, the Prussians, who refused him a permit, the French outposts to the north of Sedan, and the Belgians, who made a pretense of guarding their frontier and the neutrality of Belgian territory. He could not explain how he managed it. When he reached Brussels, he thought it might be possible to write there and to wire his account from Brussels to London. But at the chief telegraph office in Brussels, the official in charge told him flatly that he would accept no dispatch relating to the war. The issue of the battle was unknown in Brussels. Anything handed in for transmission to London or elsewhere would be submitted first of all to the censor, and in Brussels, as elsewhere, the censorship is a heart-rending business, delay inevitable, and there was no time for delay. It was, as I explained in an earlier chapter, one reason why all correspondents were directed to come straight to London, where the censorship did not exist. Mr. Holt White was soon satisfied that it was useless to try to telegraph from Brussels, and he came on by train to Calais, missed the Calais boat, caught a later one, which did not connect with the Dover-London service, and once at Dover, chartered a special train to London, and so at last arrived. I asked him if any other correspondent had come with him. He thought not. At any rate, no one whom he knew as correspondent, and of course no one came by the special train. Still, there was no certainty. It was already 2 days since the sun had gone down on the beaten French in Sedan. There was nothing to do except to hurry on the dispatch to New York. With indomitable courage, White rode on. After a time I asked him if he would rest a little before finishing. "No," he said, "if I stop I shall go to sleep, and if I go to sleep I shall not wake." The man's pluck was a splendid thing to see. His answer was like the answer of an Atlantic captain who, in the old days when there was no telephone and designers had not learned how to make the captain's cabin the nerve center of the ship, had been for 3 days and nights on the bridge. I asked him how he lived through it. He said it was rather trying to the knees. "But did you ever sit down?" "Oh, if I had sat down, I should have gone to sleep." There are heroisms of that kind in the routine of life, professional and other, and even in the profession of journalism, of which the newspaper reader in the morning over his coffee and rolls never thinks. But they are real, and without them, and without the loyalty and devotion of such men, there might sometimes be nothing for the man with his coffee and rolls to read. White sat at his table till midnight and later. It was nearer 2 o'clock than 1 before the last of his message was filed in Telegraph Street. Whether by Mr. Weaver's intervention or not, I cannot say, but there was a delay on the wires. The delay, I was afterwards told, was on the Newfoundland land lines to New York. It may be so. It was a message 6 columns long, and not all of it appeared in the Tribune that next Sunday morning, though all of it had been filed in ample time. 2 o'clock in the morning in London, being only 9 o'clock in the evening before in New York. No matter. It was clear, coherent, vivid battle story, and it was the only one. No morning paper in London had any account of the battle till the Tuesday following, and all New York accounts, the Tribune excepted, were from the London press or press agencies. It is not worth while to recall the comments of the Tribune's rivals. They were angry, naturally enough. and they resorted to conjectures which might as well have been left unexpressed. It is enough to explain further that Mr. Holt White's narrative did not appear in the Daily News because he had an agreement with the Pall Mall Gazette. Part of this account, therefore, was printed in an abridged form in the Pall Mall of Monday, for which it was written separately. The Pall Mall is an evening paper, and when that was cabled to New York, and found to be obviously from the same source as the Tribune's, the guesses grew wild. But the plain truth is now told, and is simple enough. Mr. Holt White was a journalist, but not at that time a journalist of any exceptional reputation or position. This, I think, was the first very considerable thing he had done. I am sorry to have to add that it was also the last. He was a man to whom, after such an achievement as this, a long repose became necessary. He rejoined the Prussian headquarters, spent the winter at Versailles, and during all those months did practically nothing. Of his great gifts and capacities he made no further use, even down to the end of his life, and the end came early. But he is entitled to be remembered as a man who at one supreme moment accomplished one of the most brilliant exploits in the history of journalism. Let us judge him by his best, and so judged, his name must take its place with those of Russell, McGann, Forbes, Stevens, and others of that rank, if there are any others. One more remark, to remind you how alien from the mind of the British journalist at that time was the free use of the telegraph, which in America had become a thing of every day. When White sat down to write, he said to me, "I suppose I am to condense as much as possible?" "No, write fully." "But it is going by cable." "Yes." "It will be some columns long." "The longer the better." He thought a little, then said, "I still don't quite understand." "Then please put the cable out of your mind, and write exactly as if you were writing for a London paper and the printer's devil waiting." And he did. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Great Examples of War Correspondence. But Sedan, from the Prussian point of view, was one thing. From the French, it might be, and must be, quite another. Monsieur Maisonneuve, had things gone otherwise, might have been expected to give us the French version, but since he was with the French headquarters in Sedan, he was presumably a prisoner of war, and nothing was to be hoped for from him. Mr. Holt White, fresh from the field, thought there was little or no chance. No one except Mr. White had got through from either army. The English papers of Monday morning were a blank, except for a few rather ragged telegrams. Mr. Robinson, at the Daily News, had nothing. There was a lull. I am speaking of war news proper, for there was, of course, the one great event of Saturday in Paris, and there was no certainty whence the next flash of light, or lightning, would come. Sedan had been fought on Thursday, and it was now Monday afternoon. While I sat in the Tribune office in Pall Mall, brooding on these difficulties, and almost despairing of further good fortune, the door opened, and in walked Maisonneuve. He had not telegraphed, he had a Gallic indifference to time and to the technique of journalism. He had just come as soon as he could. An angel from heaven would have been less welcome. "Were you in Sedan during the battle?" "Yes, and outside with the army." "Were you taken prisoner?" "Yes." "You were released?" "Well, I forget whether I was released or whether I escaped." To escape meant that he had taken his chance of being shot by a Prussian sentry, and also of being rearrested and tried by court-martial should he fall again into Prussian hands. Released, therefore, seemed the better word of the two. "Have you written your account?" "No, I had no means of writing while a prisoner, and I have since been doing my best to get to London." As in White's case, there was time enough. Maisonneuve had an English side to him, his mother was English, and that half of him was imperturbable. neither the danger he had passed nor the task that lay before him, all inexperienced as he was, shook his nerves. He was quite ready to sit down and write at once. As in White's case, I copied sheet by sheet. Machinel's English was here and there at fault, but was, on the whole, good. What was more important, his memory was precise. He knew how to tell his story clearly, and he gave us a picture of the battle horrors from within the beleaguered town or from within the French defense, which he made the reader see as he himself had seen them. He wrote on till he had filled 4 columns, modestly wondering as he wrote whether he was not too diffuse, wondering that it should be thought worth cabling, wondering whether his English was good enough, and wondering whether the military part of it was not all nonsense. Reassured on all these points, he wrote fluently and joyfully, at midnight laying down his pen with the remark, "Enfin, j'ai vidé mon sac." M. Machinel's dispatch appeared in the Tribune, complete, on Tuesday morning. Neither Mr. Weaver nor the Newfoundland lines were out of order this time. The Tribune had, therefore, within less than 3 days of the first coming of the news of the Battle of Sedan, given to the American public complete accounts, 10 columns altogether, of the battle from the Prussian side and from the French side, a unique performance. Nor was this all. The Revolution in Paris and the Declaration of the Republic, September 4th, were dealt with not less fully, and, of course, by cable. During 4 days the number of words cabled was a little over 16,000, at a cost of as many dollars. If we never rose again to quite those heights, it was because never again was there such a quick sequence of great events. But for a long time the daily average was high, and not long after this the daily news service became efficient, and, as I have said before, the Tribune, in the end, profited by it. Before, however, the full advantage of that accrued, came the surrender of Metz, October 27th, and the remarkable narrative, including a visit to Metz, published simultaneously by the Daily News and the Tribune. It was supposed in London that Mr. Archibald Forbes was the author of this narrative, and it was reckoned among his best performances. The Daily News never thought it worth while to state the truth, nor was it bound to make any statement. The real author was Mr. Gustav Müller, a correspondent in the employment of the Tribune. As in the other cases I have described, Mr. Gustav Müller came to London and wrote his accounts in the Tribune office. It was cabled forthwith to New York, and a copy handed to the Daily News. It was the first to be published in London, and the first to be published in New York. So far as London is concerned, it is enough to say that the Times on the following morning copied it from the Daily News, crediting it to the Daily News with a deserved compliment, and saying, "We congratulate our contemporary on the energy and enterprise of its correspondent." Still, Mr. Robinson did not think it needful to explain that it was in fact a Tribune dispatch, and that it was a Tribune correspondent who had wrung from the Times this testimony. The tale has a tragic end. For a long time I thought it a tragedy of death. I sent Mr. Gustav Müller back to the field at once, with a large sum of money. I never heard from him again. Inquiries in every possible quarter brought no tidings of him. It seemed plain that he had fallen in battle, or had been murdered and robbed by some of the bands that hang on the outskirts of every army. Some years after I told the whole story in Harper's Magazine, leaving the mystery unexplained, otherwise than by conjecture, when, lo, it appeared that Mr. Gustav Müller had not fallen by a French bullet or a brigand's knife, but was alive in New York, and ready to submit to an interview. If he were truly reported, he seemed to think his conduct in no need of defense. He had changed his mind, and instead of returning to the field, had gone home. Why he never wrote to me, or communicated in any way with the Tribune, he omitted to say. As I have stripped one leaf from Mr. Forbes' laurels, I will add that 2 of the most brilliant news exploits in all the history of war journalism are to be credited to him. One was his night ride of 110 miles alone through a hostile country after the British victory of Ulundi, July 4, 1879. Lord Chelmsford, commanding the British forces, had refused Forbes leave to start, and given orders for his arrest. He risked the British bullets and the Zulu assagais, and got through. The other was at the Shipka Pass in August 1877. It was the crisis of the Russo-Turkish War. General Gurko was holding the pass. Suleiman Pasha, day after day, was flinging his whole force against the Russian entrenchments. The world was waiting. No news came. The Russians and Turks were not people who concerned themselves much about public opinion. Forbes was at Bucharest. Tired of expecting messages from the scene, he rode to the pass, made his way through the Turks and into the Russian lines, stayed in the trenches till he had satisfied himself, and he was a competent judge, that Suleiman's efforts was spent, and that Gurko could hold his own, and then made his way out again, hoping to reach Bucharest in time for a dispatch that night to the Daily News. At or near Ternova, he was stopped by the Russians and taken before the Tsar. The Tsar, like the rest of the world, was without news. He had sent one aide-de-camp after another to the pass. No one had returned. Forbes used to say that the Tsar treated him very well. He asked if it was true that Forbes had been with General Gurko, and when told it was, desired that the exact situation should be explained to him. Forbes set it forth with that military clearness and precision which made his work in the field invaluable. The Tsar asked him if he could draw a plan. He drew it. All sorts of questions were put to him. He answered all. He was asked for his opinion. I told His Imperial Majesty that I had been a soldier, that I had much experience of battles as a correspondent, and that I had no doubt General Gurko would hold the pass. The interview lasted an hour or more. At the end, I besought His Majesty's permission to continue my journey, saying I thought nothing was known in Europe, and that it was for the interest of Russia that the facts which I had had the honor to lay before His Imperial Majesty should be made public. The Tsar thanked me for the information I had given, declared himself convinced it was true, and my judgment well founded, and dismissed me. So Forbes rode on, arriving at Bucharest, the first point from which it was possible to telegraph, at 8 o'clock in the evening. It was Forbes himself who told me the story. I had been in the saddle, or in the trenches and under fire, for 3 days and nights, without sleep and with little food. When I walked into the hotel at Bucharest, I was a beaten man. I felt as if I could not keep awake or sit in my chair, much less write. Yet it was an opportunity which does not come twice in a man's life. I had, and nobody else had, the news for which all Europe was hungering, the most momentous news since Sedan, but not one word written, and not an ounce of strength left. Well, what did you do? The answer was curious indeed. I called the waiter and told him to bring me a pint of champagne unopened. I uncorked it, put the neck of the bottle into my mouth before the gas had time to escape, and drank the whole of the wine. Then I sat up and wrote the 4 columns which appeared next morning in the Daily News. I remember that narrative well. There was not in it from beginning to end a trace of fatigue or confusion. It was a bulletin of war, written with masterly ease, with the most admirable freshness and force. Nothing better of the kind was ever done. It rang from one end of Europe to the other, and across the Atlantic. The hour and the man in this case had come together, and if Forbes had done nothing else, this would entitle him to the immortality which is his. All the same, the pint of champagne was a hazardous experiment. Forbes knew it, but, as he said, it was that or nothing. The next man who tries it ought to be very sure that he has both the intellectual elasticity Forbes had and his physique. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26, A Parenthesis. To what I have said of journalism, I need not add much. I remained in London as the representative of the New York Tribune and in charge of its European affairs from 1867 to 1895, returning then to New York and Washington for the Times till 1905. When the Tribune began publishing a Sunday edition, one other innovation upon the established practice followed. I sent each week by cable a column containing a summary view of what seemed most important during the week. It was not a summary of news, and it was not a leading article, but a compromise between the two. It was, at any rate, the first of its kind, and I was allowed to put it in such shape as I thought best. Since then, the American demand for what are called Sunday cables has grown. The dispatches to all the great journals of the United States have increased in number, in length, in variety, and in daring. All I claim for mine is that it was the first. I do not know whether any work in journalism has in it the elements of permanency. Probably not. Journalism is an expression of the governing forces of the day, and day by day changes as the forces change and the days change. But should a history of international journalism be written, the historian will perhaps remember that as agent of the Tribune I set up in London that European News Bureau which all other great American journals, after some years, copied; that I was in charge of it during the Franco-German War, and that the success of the Tribune during that war was due to the system already described, which I had established 3 years before. The years that follow are full of miscellaneous interests. The memories, some of which are reprinted in this volume, are not primarily historical, though I hope they are accurate. They are impressions. They cannot be presented as a sequence, and as each chapter or group of chapters deals with a separate subject, I republish most of them in the order in which they were written and printed, or otherwise as may seem convenient. I pass now to an incident of the Irish War, and then to a diplomatic experiment in the history of those long contentious relations between Canada and the United States, which have so often imperiled the friendship between England and the United States. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Civil War, Incidents in the 80s, Sir George Trevelyan, Lord Barrymore. The streets of London were red one day in November 1909 with placards proclaiming, "The Lords declare civil war." I suppose the Radicals thought it paid to force the note. Mr. Winston Churchill was their bandmaster for the moment. There is no more effective political rhetorician, provided you accept that fallacy about the folly of the people against which the warning of Mr. Lincoln passes unheeded. But there was, at least on one side, a state of feeling in the country comparable to nothing I can remember except the feeling which prevailed during the Home Rule crisis, and far stronger now than then. In that crisis, also, the Lords came to the rescue of the kingdom, which they saved from disintegration and ruin. Ruin for the moment it would have been, only to be finally averted by the reconquest of Ireland. Even to the spectator those were stirring days. England and Ireland from 1881 onward had become the Wild West. The revolver was the real safeguard of personal liberty. I don't think it will be quite like that now, but it does seem as if the bitterness of contention and the personalities of politics would go further now than then, perhaps have already gone further. I was in Ireland for a fortnight during one of the worst periods, but there were times when London was as disturbed and distressful as Ireland itself. Those were years of dynamite in England, when, as Lord Randolph Churchill said, the railway stations were flying about our ears, and when London Bridge came near being blown up, and when Englishmen in high places were targets. From the Prime Minister down to his youngest colleague, no man was safe without a guard of detectives, and not then. Mr. Gladstone, whose courage was high, shook off his escort whenever he could. Other ministers paid more respect to a very real danger. Sir George Trevelyan, who was appointed Chief Secretary for Ireland in 1882, submitted sensibly to the precautions the Home Office and Scotland Yard thought needful. One afternoon I met Trevelyan in a Bond Street shop. We left the shop together. Two quite innocent-looking men were outside the door. "I hope you don't mind," said Trevelyan. "I am obliged to let them follow me." They were Scotland Yard detectives. As we walked down the street, they were within earshot all the way, their vigilance unrelaxing. Whether they thought their ward in greater or less danger, because I was with him, I cannot say. We parted at the corner of Piccadilly. In both streets the throng on the sidewalk was dense, but through it these men made their way without violence, without haste, but never for an instant allowing themselves to be separated from the Chief Secretary by so much as an arm's length. He walked in peril, not only real, but imminent. 2 days before his appointment as Chief Secretary, his predecessor, Lord Frederick Cavendish, and Mr. Burke, permanent Under Secretary, had been murdered. To accept that inheritance of probable assassination was a gallant act, quite characteristic of Sir George Trevelyan. But I do not imagine that he or his friends ever, while he held that office, forgot what had happened in Phoenix Park. Not many evenings later I met Sir George Trevelyan at dinner. If he had not been famous as a writer and Member of Parliament, and Irish Secretary, and much else, he might well have been famous as a diner out. He had the art of conversation. His uncle's influence had left him, in this respect, untouched. Where Macaulay discoursed and reeled off dreary pages of encyclopedic knowledge, Trevelyan talked lightly and well, claiming no monopoly, preaching no sermon, wearying no company too well bred to show itself bored. He had a felicity of allusion which was so wholly free from pedantry as to seem almost accidental. His voice, like Browning's, was strident, and his laugh sometimes boisterous, but this was in moments of excitement. On this particular evening there was something besides his inspiriting talk which drew the attention of the company. So long as the ladies were at table, he talked with his wonted energy. When the dining-room door had closed on the last of these departing angels, Trevelyan sank into his chair with a sigh, drew a revolver from the breast-pocket of his coat, laid it on the table, and said to his host, "Pray forgive me, but if you knew how tired I am of carrying this thing about." On Sir George Trevelyan, as on others, the Irish Secretaryship left its mark. A year of office aged him as if it were 10. He came out worn and grey, not yet 45 years old. The tragedy was in one particular a tragicomedy. Half his moustache had turned white, the other half black as before, and I suppose it shook his nerve more or less, and was perhaps responsible for that fickleness of purpose or of view which led him first to oppose and then to adopt Mr. Gladstone's policy of Home Rule. I saw one side of the Irish question during a visit to Lord Barrymore, and then Mr. Smith Barry and his beautiful American wife at Fota Island near Queenstown. Mr. William O'Brien had launched shortly before this his new Tipperary scheme, of which one main object was to ruin Mr. Smith Barry, who owned the old Tipperary. Assassination was then only a political incident or instrument. Mr. Smith Barry, moreover, was hated not only as a landowner, but for having organized the one efficient defence against the spoliation of the landlords which down to that time had been discovered. He had formed a company and raised a large sum of money among his English friends, he himself being the largest contributor. So he held the O'Brien cohorts at bay. At what money cost and at what personal risk, few men knew. but I apprehend that but for Mr. Smithberry the plan of campaign and New Tipperary would have succeeded, and the south of Ireland been handed over to the Land League. One night, as I was on my way from my room to the drawing-room, on the other side of the hall, I saw by the front door a big man in a blue cavalry cloak and cap, who had just entered. He was laying aside his cloak as I passed, and took out of their holsters first one and then another navy revolver, both 7-shooters. I said too flippantly, "You take good care of yourself." He turned on me sharply, with a questioning look of keen eyes under heavy eyebrows. "Are you a friend of Smithberry?" "I should hardly be staying in his house if I were not." "Then I will tell you how you can best prove your friendship. Get him to carry what I carry." "Is he in danger?" "Danger? There's a detective at this moment behind every tree about the house, and even so we don't know what may happen. We hope he is safe here at home, but he goes about unarmed, and it is known he is unarmed, and no man who does that can be sure of his life. We have tried our best to make him take care of himself. He will not. Now do you try." This sudden outburst, this appeal, this flash of light upon the scene were all impressive. The big man, it turned out, was the chief constable of the county. He knew whereof he spoke. I promised to do what I could, and I talked with Mr. Smithberry. He was a man equally remarkable for courage and for coolness, but in matters affecting his personal safety he did not use the judgment for which in other matters he was distinguished. He could not be persuaded that anybody would think it worth while to kill him. He knew well enough that the shooting of landlords had become a popular pastime, but he could not, or would not, understand why he himself should be shot. "I am on good terms with my tenants. My rents are fair rents. I evict nobody. What have they to gain by shooting me?" But it was not from his own tenants that trouble was expected. It was not because Mr. Smithberry was not a good landlord, but because he was the leader of the landlords in the south of Ireland, and the most formidable opponent of the League that his life was threatened. "It may be so," he said, "but I think I will go on as I am." And from that nobody could move him. Now, as it happened, shortly before I left London, I had met one of the chief officials in the Home Office, who said to me, "You are going to Ireland?" "Yes, but how do you know?" "Never mind how I know. What I want to say to you is, take a revolver with you." I was on the point of making a light answer, but stopped. If you get a hint of that kind from a man who rules over the criminal department of the Home Office, and the police generally, you accept it and do as you are told. I had a revolver with me, therefore, and when the time came to go back to London, I left it in its case on Mr. Smithberry's writing table, with a letter asking him to accept it from me, and once more begging him to carry it, if only that it might be known that he carried it, or if only out of friendship to me. This prevailed. He wrote me that he still thought we made a useless fuss about it, but he could not refuse the gift, and he could not refuse to carry it. No letter ever pleased me more. I have never again seen my friend the chief constable, but I have never forgotten him, and I think of him now as a fine impersonation of that authority of the law which in those turbulent days he asserted and successfully maintained against great odds. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Anglo-American Memories by George Washburn Smalley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. Sir Wilfrid Laurier and the Alaska Boundary. 1. The name of empire builder is used freely of late, perhaps too freely. It is so great a name that it ought to be kept for the great men, for the real builders and creators, for Clive, for Rhodes, and their like. There is another class, somewhat more numerous, but not much, who keep together the great imperial patrimony which others have handed down to them. They might perhaps be called wardens of empire, of whom Sir Wilfrid Laurier may stand for an example. My memories of Sir Wilfrid Laurier go back to those years when the Alaska boundary dispute between Canada and the United States approached its crisis. Lord Minto was then Governor-General of Canada. Mr. McKinley was President of the United States. Mr. Hay was the American Secretary of State. There was strong feeling on both sides. It appeared later that it was stronger in Canada than in the United States, but in both countries there was hot blood, and in both the controversy turned in part upon gold. We were carrying on under a modus vivendi, a state of things which tended to tranquilize the minds of men. But the modus vivendi did not cover the whole of the Alaskan territory then in dispute, and there was anxiety both in Washington and Ottawa. I went to Ottawa on a visit, spent a week at Government House, and there first came to know Sir Wilfrid Laurier, who had been Prime Minister of the Dominion since 1896. First impressions are best, and I set down my first impressions, though they do not much differ from the last, and though in one way they were wholly deceptive and misleading. For Sir Wilfrid came so softly into the drawing-room at Government House that you would never have thought him a leader of men. He had something of the ecclesiastic about him, and something of the diplomatist. The first, perhaps, suggested itself because he was a Roman Catholic, and to that faith all my Puritan prejudices were alien. As I think it over, I know of no fact in the current history of the British Empire more significant than the fact that the greatest dominion of this great British and Protestant power should have been governed for 13 years by a Roman Catholic and a Frenchman. That is, Catholicism in its broadest sense, and not in the sense of mere loyalty to a pope and to a particular church. Taking the population of Canada as something over 6 millions today, nearly one half are Roman Catholics. The other half are implacable Protestants. How are they to live together in amity? But they do, and one of the reasons of this amity is Sir Wilfrid Laurier. If he were a leader of men in the military sense, or as Chatham was a leader, one of two things would have happened. Quebec and Ontario would have quarreled, or Sir Wilfrid would have ceased to be Prime Minister. Booted and spurred and in the saddle, not so is Canada to be ruled, nor are the conflicting interests and sentiments of the eastern and western sections of the great Dominion so to be harmonized. But the smooth subtlety of the priest and the suavity of the diplomatist are means of conciliation. Thus, I imagine, has Sir Wilfrid worked. Thus does he present himself to the company at Government House. He glides into the room. He is not humble. Far from it, but his is perhaps the pride which apes humility. Sweetness enters with him, and light, if I may once more unite rather overworked substantives which have come down to us from Swift. He does light up the room as he enters, and the faces of those who are already in it. His coming is a delight to everybody, and now we know what is before us. His manner as he receives and returns the greetings of his friends is distinctly French. After all the guests have arrived and the Governor-General and Lady Minto have entered the room, Sir Wilfrid's homage to the representative of the sovereign and to Lady Minto has an essentially Parisian elegance. Nobody would mistake him for an Englishman by birth or race. He is English politically and officially. None more loyal to the King of England and England herself than he, but personally he is French. Taller, however, than the average Frenchman, and of a larger frame. The head is well set, the forehead broad and high, a soft light in the eyes, till something is said which sets them burning, the mouth firm, and the whole face, in contour and expression, quite as much that of the man of thought as action. There are not many men of whom another man uses the word charm, but Sir Wilfrid is one, and women use it of him more freely still. He talked easily and well. He speaks English and French with equal fluency, with finish also, and is never at a loss for an idiomatic phrase. Yet the English is not quite the English heard today in London, nor is his French Parisian. The Canadians have, in addition to many other kinds, the patriotism of language. Quebec has its own French, the French of the 18th century, or of Touraine today. and Toronto its own English, also now and then slightly archaic. Yet in Toronto dwells, and has long dwelt, the first of living writers of living English, I mean Mr. Goldwin Smith. The fires of his intellectual youth still, at 83, unquenched, and, by another paradox, the English author of the best political history of the United States. Canada does not like his Canadian views, but they remain his views, just as he, for all his Canadian residence, remains English. Perhaps it is part of Sir Wilfrid's diplomacy that he practices both these varieties of French and English speech. He takes liberties with each language, as a man who is master of both is entitled to, and in each his soft tones are persuasive. Nothing seems to come amiss to him. The social topics of Ottawa have not quite the same range as in London, but to the people of Ottawa they are not less engrossing. Even scandal was not unknown in those days, and gossip floated about, and sometimes politics came to the top, as they will anywhere when they are not too trivial, and even when they are. Ottawa was, at any rate, with its 50,000 people and its lumber trade, the capital of Sir Wilfrid's kingdom. Parliament was sitting in that finely placed Parliament House, crowning the cliff on the river, and all Canada was there, in the substantial persons of its delegates and ministers. Before I left I came to know all, or nearly all, the ministers. Lunching one day with Sir Wilfrid at the Rideau Club, I found myself in a group of a dozen or more political personages, all, I think, in office. They struck me as able men with a gift of businesslike talk. But there were not two Sir Wilfrid Lauriers. The long reign of Sir John Macdonald had not proved fertile in new men. Sir John was a sort of Canadian Diaz, and had done for the Dominion not what the President of the great Central American Republic had done for Mexico, but a service not less personal and individual. Both had been dictators. Both had known how to use the forms of representative government in such a way as to consolidate and perpetuate arbitrary personal power, and for something like the same period. In a way, Sir Wilfrid has done a similar thing, only you never could think a minister of these endearing manners arbitrary. There is a more important difference still. Sir John Macdonald had organized political corruption into a system. Sir Wilfrid is free from any such imputation as that. Charges have been heard against some of his ministers, never against Sir Wilfrid. It was perhaps by accident that we began to discuss the Alaska boundary, or perhaps not by accident. I do not know. Thinking the matter over afterward, it seemed possible enough that Sir Wilfrid had shaped events in his own mind from the first. He may have been glad of an opportunity to communicate with Washington indirectly and unofficially, or desirous that the President should know what was in his mind, and learn it otherwise than via London. He was very anxious, as well he might be. I had lately been in Washington, and knew pretty well the views of the President and of Mr. Hay. I had made 2 or 3 visits to Ottawa before the Alaska conversations with Sir Wilfrid took place. In the interval, Mr. McKinley had ceased to be President. He had been murdered by a foreigner with an unpronounceable name, and while the murderer was waiting in his cell to be executed, the American women, suffragists of the militant kind, had sent him, to quote an American writer, flowers, jellies, books, and sympathy. The discipline of the prison did not forbid these gifts. Mr. Roosevelt had become President. Mr. Hay remained Secretary of State, perhaps with a hand less free than he had under Mr. McKinley, who was aware that he himself was not master of all subjects, or perhaps of any subject, not essentially American. When the moment came, Sir Wilfrid began casually enough, in a way that would have allowed him to stop whenever he chose. But he went on, and after a talk at Government House one day, asked me to call on him at Parliament House on the morrow. There again the talk continued, and it was followed by one still longer when Sir Wilfrid came back to Government House next day with papers and maps. Over these we spent some hours. There were few details in all the complicated Alaska business which were not familiar to him, and of the whole question he had a grasp which made details almost unimportant. His view struck me as reasoned, detached, with a settled purpose behind it. He was quite ready for compromise. I never knew a statesman anywhere who was not, with the possible exception of the 92 statesmen who composed the United States Senate. For myself, I had to look two ways. I was obliged, that is, to understand both points of view, the Canadian and the American, for I was then the representative of the Times in the United States. When we had gone over the whole matter, I said to Sir Wilfrid that I thought I understood his opinions and the policy he desired to follow, but what was I to do? Not a word of what he had said to me could have been intended for print, nor can it be printed now, even after all these years and after the settlement. But some object he must have had, and I asked him if I was at liberty to draw any inference from these interviews. I was leaving Ottawa the next day. "Are you going to Washington?" "Yes." "Shall you see the President or Mr. Hay?" "Both." "Well, if you think anything you have heard here likely to interest the President or Mr. Hay, I don't see why you should not discuss the matter with them as you have with me, if they choose." The story of what happened at Washington I reserve for another chapter, but Sir Wilfrid's way of dealing with the subject on this occasion may perhaps stand for an example of what I have called his diplomatic manner. He was not over-solicitous about precedents or formalities. He was quite ready to avail himself of such opportunities as chance offered him, and of such instruments as came in his way. His absolute good faith was beyond question. If his suggestions, or rather the frank statement of his own view and of what he was ready to do, had proved acceptable at Washington, he would have put them into official shape, and there would presently have been a dispatch from the Foreign Office to the State Department, and history would have been differently written. Why this did not happen will appear when the Washington end of the story is told. 2. Leaving Ottawa the day after the last of these conversations with the Canadian Prime Minister, I went to Washington. There I saw both the President and Mr. Hay. I said, of course, I had no authority to bind Sir Wilfrid Laurier to anything, but I had a strong impression, and this impression I laid before them. As a matter of convenience, I had drawn up a memorandum, of which I had sent Sir Wilfrid Laurier a copy. When Mr. Hay asked me whether I had any notes of my conversations with the Canadian Prime Minister, I handed him this memorandum, rather a long document. He wished it read to him, and it was. Then we talked it over. Mr. Hay said, "I suppose you will see the President. I shall see him also, but I think it will be better you should make your statement to him separately." My belief is that both of them would have been disposed to consider the Canadian Prime Minister's attitude a reasonable one, and if an official proposal in that sense had been made, and if it had rested with the President to say yes or no, he would have accepted it. But acceptance involved a treaty, and what was the use of agreeing to a treaty which had to run the gauntlet of the United States Senate, the graveyard of treaties? The Senate at that time was in one of its most irreconcilable moods. In truth, the President had found himself more than once in collision with the Senate, and the moment was not propitious. Certain senators, moreover, had fixed opinions as to the proper disposition of this Alaska dispute, and from these opinions it was known they would not depart. At another time, when I hope to have something to say about Mr. Roosevelt, I may add a little, though not much, to this brief account. It can never be treated except with great reserve. I had told Sir Wilfrid when I said good-bye that I feared the Senate would prove an invincible obstacle to an agreement. I saw the President several times, and the whole matter was gone into. After my last conversation with him, which did not end till past 1 o'clock in the morning, I wrote Sir Wilfrid that I saw no chance at present of carrying the matter further. He answered very kindly, but regretfully, and so all this ended without result for the time being. I add only that the sagacity of the Canadian, the statesmanlike sagacity, impressed the President and Mr. Hay alike. If it had been possible to lay the whole story before the Senate, it might have impressed that body also. But Jefferson's phrase about government by newspapers applies, or part of it applies, to the Senate, or shall I say to part of the Senate? Whatever is known to the Senate soon becomes known to the newspapers. A single illustration will suffice. The Senate transacts executive business in secret session. The galleries are cleared, the press gallery as well as the others. But within an hour of the close of an executive session, a full abstract of its proceedings is in the hands of the press agents. Besides, I had no authority to repeat what Sir Wilfrid had said to anybody but the President and Mr. A. Sir Wilfrid is a man so free from official pedantry, or even conventionalities, that I think it likely he would have agreed to an informal communication to the Senate. But he was not asked. There was no occasion to ask him. The objections were too evident. Mr. Hay said, "Anything I favor, the Senate will oppose." Of the President, some very leading senators were not less suspicious. There was to be no agreement until the Senate could dictate terms. The subsequent agreement for an Alaska Boundary Commission was a Senate agreement. It did not provide for arbitration. If it had, the Senate would have rejected it. It was not supposed that a tribunal composed of 3 members from each side would reach a decision. All men now know that if it did, it was because the Lord Chief Justice of England conceived it to be his duty to vote in accordance with the facts and the law. He had not laid aside his judicial character when he became a commissioner. As it was Lord Alveston's vote which turned the scale in favor of the United States, the Canadians attacked him with bitterness. He made one reply, and one only, and even this had no direct reference to Canada. Speaking at a dinner in London, he said, "If, when any kind of arbitration is set up, they don't want a decision based on the law and the evidence, they must not put a British judge on the commission." Writing as an American, I think it due to Lord Alveston to say that nothing ever did more to convince Americans of British fairness than his act. It was his act also that put to rest a controversy which, in the opinion of Canadian statesmen and American statesmen alike, contained elements of the gravest danger to peace. If he had done nothing else, he would take his place in history as a great Lord Chief Justice. The Briton is so constituted that it is probable he admires Lord Alveston, formerly Richard and then Sir Richard Webster, almost as much for his renown in sport as for his professional eminence, of which to be tubman and then postman in the Court of Exchequer was one part. He was and is an athlete, and used to win running races, and perhaps still could, being now only 67 years of age. You used always to hear him spoken of as Dick Webster. At Cambridge University he had such eminence in the study of mathematics as entitled him to be 35th Wrangler, and in the more humane letters so much proficiency as made him 3rd-class classic. In the schools, that is, he was less energetic than on the track. But success at the bar does not depend on the differential calculus or on Latin and Greek. Within 10 years after being called he was Q.C., and having found a seat in Parliament, became Attorney General in Lord Salisbury's government in 1885-6. Within 17 years he had reached the highest unjudicial place in his profession. He held the same office 3 times, then was made Master of the Rolls, the judge who in point of dignity comes next after the Lord Chancellor and the Lord Chief Justice, and finally, in 1900, Lord Chief Justice of England. During his service at the bar he had been a great patent lawyer, with an income which rumour put at £30,000, or $150,000. For this country perhaps the maximum outside of the parliamentary bar. Such is a bare outline of the career, in all respects distinguished, honourable, stainless, of the man on whom Canada poured out criticism which did not stop short of vituperation. They need no answer. If they did, it was not my place to answer them. Not one human being in England believed Lord Alveston capable of the dishonesty which the Canadian papers imputed to him. I am afraid I must add that Sir Wilfrid Laurier was one of Lord Alveston's critics. The feeling throughout Canada was so strong that he had perhaps no choice, or no choice but between that and either resignation or defeat. No pilot could weather that storm. The feeling of Canada was emotional. What he said as Prime Minister, yet whether as Prime Minister or as Sir Wilfrid Laurier, he must have rejoiced in the settlement, even though it were at the expense of Canadian claims. I do not think Canada had any valid claims, or had a case which before any impartial tribunal could have been maintained. But whether she had or not, it was for her interest to see them once for all swept away, and peace and good feeling established between her and her neighbour. Our Canadian friends must have been aware at the time that they stood alone. In their attacks on Lord Alveston they had no backing in England. No English newspaper ever suggested that Lord Alveston had voted otherwise than according to his conscience. England knew him to be incorruptible and unassailable, and laughed at the suggestion that he did not understand the Canadian claims. It was because he understood them that he decided against them. The English, it is true, have thought themselves unlucky in arbitrations, and have fallen into the habit of expecting an adverse decision from an arbitration tribunal. The Geneva Tribunal instilled into them that reluctant expectation. But as this was not an arbitration, but simply a commission for determining the true boundary line of Alaska, they accepted in a sporting spirit the judgment of their own Lord Chief Justice. How could they do otherwise? On the constitution of the tribunal, and on the claims of Senator Lodge and Senator Turner to be impartial, they had remarks to make. On the other hand, were the Canadian members impartial? There can be no harm now in saying that Sir Wilfrid looked upon the Alaskan situation with gloomy forebodings. So did everybody on both sides of the border. Everybody who understood the situation and would give himself the trouble to think, and had a sense of responsibility. In the disputed belt of territory, Alaskan territory, which the United States claimed and Canada claimed, gold might at any moment be discovered. There would come a rush from both sides. We all know what the gold miners are, a rough lot, not always recognizing any law but the law of the strongest and most covetous. They make laws for themselves, and even those they do not keep. Many of them are desperate, many ruined, many outlaws. Many have no other hope than in finding gold somewhere and getting it anyhow. They are all armed. Revolvers are the arbitrators whose decisions they respect. In the presence of new-found gold, what are boundaries, or titles, or international relations? Inevitably, they would cross the border into the debatable land, Canadians and Americans alike. What would the flag mean to bankrupt gamblers who saw once more the hope of riches? There would be disputes. There would be collisions. At any moment a shot might be fired, and then what? The risk was awful. This, I have no doubt, was the risk Sir Wilfrid had in mind. It meant nothing less than the possibility of war between Great Britain and the United States. Gold once discovered, the possibility became a probability. Could a Canadian statesman, could an American statesman, think of that hazard and not be willing to do much, or even to concede much, in order to avert it? Yet of all the men of both nationalities with whom, then and after, I have talked about Alaska, Sir Wilfrid alone had a clear view of the danger, and he alone was willing to do what was absolutely necessary to make war impossible. For that reason he stands forth a great patriot, a great Canadian, a great Englishman. Worldwide as is his fame, he deserves a greater. It is not yet possible to do him full justice. It may never be. But his views and proposals and large wisdom, as they were set forth in these conversations, put him, in my opinion, in the very front rank of statesmen of his time. The impression they made on the President and Mr. Hay was profound. They, too, were statesmen, but their hands were tied. It is further to be borne in mind that the northwestern border was in a ferment. That great belt of powerful states conterminous with Canada had long nursed its grievances. The Alaska question did not stand alone. It never has. There were questions of duties, of tariffs, of lumber rights, of the rights of lake and canal navigation, of fisheries, Atlantic and Pacific, and many others, 13 specific subjects in all. They had once been all but settled. The High Commissioners in the last conference at Washington had come to terms on all but Alaska, when, in an unlucky moment, Lord Herschel, believing he could force the hand of the Americans, put forth an ultimatum out of a blue sky. It must be all or none. There must be no settlement which does not include Alaska. Lord Herschel had been thought of a contentious mind all through. Americans bore with that, but to an ultimatum, an agreement at the mouth of a gun, we would not submit. So the whole went off. What was the result? There came a time when Sir Wilfrid himself had to announce that there would be no more pilgrimages to Washington. Nor have there been. Chapter 28